Here we are again. It's Cambridge Day 2022, where your world grows. And now, with you, Rebecca Rios.
Hi everyone, I'm back. We're live again from São Paulo. Welcome to Cambridge Day 2022, where your world will certainly grow. I'm Rebecca Rios, and I'll be your host for today. And I'm so excited to be here and to show you everything we have prepared, especially for you today. So where are you watching us from? Write us in the chat box where you are. We'd love to know. There's so much to happen today. We'll have some talks on social-emotional competences. Ben Goldstein and Herbert Puchta are back in Brazil. I'm such a big fan of theirs. And I can't wait to meet Sarah Ellis and Viviane Kirmeliene and hear their talks. We are so excited with everything that's coming here today. And we'll also get to see a virtual tour from the collection here at MASP. So excited. And joining me today is our very own live reporter, Tamires Gama. Tamires is an amazing teacher and teacher trainer, but I'm gonna let her introduce herself. Tamires, are you there? Welcome to Cambridge Day 2022. Good morning. Everything ready for us to start?
Good morning, Rebecca. Yes, I'm locked and loaded, and I really wanted to say welcome to Cambridge Day. I can't wait to be with you all this morning and afternoon. We're going to have amazing participants, we're going to have amazing speakers, and we count on you with your participation. We're going to be collecting your comments, your questions, and we'll be addressing them as well. And I'd like to invite you all to follow Cambridge Brazil on Instagram. If you don't know how to follow them, it is at Cambridge Brazil. I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you to send questions, make comments. The wait is almost over. We are here together. So many nice people here with us. We're just waiting for João. So let's see. To take this opportunity as well to ask you to follow us not only on Instagram but on YouTube channel. Have you subscribed? So you have to just hit the subscribe button at Cambridge Brazil on YouTube. Can't wait to hear from you, your comments and questions.
Good morning, everyone. We are starting sharp at 8:35 because our friends online are already watching us from here on live streaming. So let's all wave and say hello to the online people. Hey, good morning, everyone. We are so happy to have you here after such a long period of distance, although we were very close. And I want to start by saying that we are very grateful that you helped us through these very difficult times. For those of you who don't know me, my name is João Madureira. I'm the director of Cambridge University Present Assessment for Brazil. And on behalf of Cambridge University Present Assessment and all of my colleagues here, welcome officially to the Cambridge Day São Paulo 2022, which is, by the way, the first Cambridge Day of Cambridge University Present Assessment. So you are participating now of a historical moment, and we are very glad to have you here. Before I move on, I'll take my mask because I'm getting a little bit uncomfortable here, but I'm keeping a safe distance, I guess. Before we get on with the program, and we have a very exciting program prepared for this very special occasion, I want to thank, and not name people, but obviously some of my colleagues that have made this possible. So, naming one, Leonardo Esperança from our marketing department, our marketing manager. I'm thanking the entire Cambridge group in Brazil, because we will be in 9 cities, São Paulo, and 8 others, Fortaleza, Recife, Brasília, Belo Horizonte, Rio, São Paulo here today, Curitiba, Florianópolis, and Porto Alegre. So it has been a tremendous task to plan ahead in difficult times, face-to-face events. So thank you very much, our colleagues, my colleagues of Cambridge University Present Assessment, for making this moment possible and perhaps perfect. And by saying that, I want to ask your apology in advance because of some inconsistencies that may happen throughout the day, because this is a hybrid moment for us. We are initiating face-to-face and hybrid at the same moment, and everything's been planned to be perfect, but it's the first time for ourselves as well. So forgive us if anything doesn't go as well as we have planned. By thanking everyone at Cambridge for keeping us alive the last couple of years through several webinars, our Cambridge Days virtually, I want to really thank you all for keeping us alive, because I know that most of you, if not all of you, kept ringing us, kept contacting us, and were actually present in the several occasions that virtually were able to meet over the last couple of years. So thank you very much again for the support over these very difficult moments, the days, years that we've been through, and hopefully they're over, okay? The program that we have prepared, it's very intense, and we will try to keep as much as possible on time because of the synchronized online streaming. And our colleagues on the online streaming will see that when we break here and there are some small intervals, you will still keep getting, online content, which will keep you busy at home, but we will also allow you for some coffee at home. So don't worry, there will be a few breaks. The usual housekeeping announcements. Cell phones now should be put on the silence mode. Do I have something here? Oh, this one to change this light. Okay. I don't know which one to click. Is the green? And before we move on, so cell phones off, please. The program you all have, but Rebecca will be back, explaining how the morning and then afternoon will go. And very important as well, before we get really started, is to thank our partners who also throughout the last 2.5 years have been able to support us by being present virtually, but also supporting our initiatives and helping us to get through the last couple of days. Dizal, Dell Books, and Martins Fontes are our sponsors here for the São Paulo Cambridge Day. but we also have other partners that are helping us in the different cities that we'll be visiting throughout this week. And that's a página, originally and based in Curitiba, SBS Livraria Internacional in different cities as well, and Livro Aberto Distribuidora in Fortaleza. Okay, so these are the partners we want to thank. We will have an e-certificate of attendance. In person, your certificate of attendance will be sent to you via email in 5 business days, okay? Online, the link to the e-certificate of attendance will be shared in the chat box at the end of the day, okay? Any questions, all of my colleagues are here to help you out throughout the day. So, without further delay, I want to call Leonardo upstage, who will talk to us about our new Where Your World Grows concept. Leonardo, welcome and thank you very much again.
Thank you, John. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. So I'm really delighted to be here. I am Leonardo Gluskowski, Marketing Manager for Cambridge here in Brazil. And it's been a tremendous work that we have been doing for you today, for the ones that are at home. And we are doing things with so much love. So we hope you enjoyed the day. So after 2 years of pandemic, we're back in a face-to-face event in the most iconic building of São Paulo, so MASP, which was designed by Lina Bobardi, as you may know. She also designed Sesc Pompeia, which is another building, iconic building here in São Paulo. I would like to introduce actually extraordinary European modernism, and you can go further, please. It's a mixture. No, this building, it's a mixture of European modernism and Brazilian culture. I'd also like to thank you all to be here in this event. You teachers that woke up early this morning, and the ones that are watching us online, people from all over Brazil and from all over the world. So it's a pleasure for me to be here, and I hope you have an exciting and insightful day with us. So I'm going, before to share the good news, I'd like you all to follow us on social media. So follow Cambridge Brazil on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and LinkedIn. And also tag us during if you take pictures during the conference, if you are at home as well, and if you are here with us. Now, the good news is that Cambridge University Press and Cambridge Assessment English became a single education company. We work now as one Cambridge in combining our publishing and assessment to generate greater educational impact. In working together, we can exploit the benefits of digital learning and create a future of delivering the best learning experience for teachers and learners. This will mean creating better support for teaching, more confidence to learning, more assurance to assessment, and greater innovation from research. Okay, we continue to be part of the university and exist to further its mission. We continue to value our relationship with you. So, welcome to Cambridge. We believe that language is at the heart of being human being, and English can unlock a lifetime of experiences. We help individuals everywhere connect, communicate, and come closer together. Together with teachers and our partners, we are here to engage and inspire millions of people throughout their entire learning journey. So we help people learn English and prove their skills to the world. So here, some examples of our extensive learning resources in the world's most recognized exams and tests for English, all read for you and your institution. So our unique approach meets the real-life needs of everyone we work with through inclusive and accessible products and services. There's not just one thing that helps us to do this. Sorry. It's a combination of listening, collaborating, and partnering with our entire community that shapes what we do. We want to work together to help you to grow your world. Let's grow, let's work together. We believe the best relationships are built on trust, collaboration, and mutual support, and that's what we can expect from us. You can expect from us, wherever you are and however you work with us, including the many of us who have been learners and teachers of English. We all care about the impact our work has in the classroom and beyond. Our network of support opens up a community of individuals and partners who are invested in the future of language education. Cambridge is where your world grows. So I'm going to show you a quick video about this new brand promise and this new moment for Cambridge University Press and assessment. So please, the video.
Grow. Grew. Grown. When you grow up, what will you be when you grow up? She grows, she learns, she improves. Her interest is growing. She grows and she will prove herself. She grows in curiosity. She is curious.
Curiosity.
Her passion is growing stronger. She grows in confidence. She grows in confidence. I will grow in confidence, prove myself, and reach my full potential. This is where ambition grows, where potential grows, and where your future grows. Good morning, everyone. Today we're going to learn about the sky at night. Cambridge is where your world grows.
So thanks everyone again, and I hope you have a great day, an insightful day. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our MC, Rebecca Rios. Please welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh my God, is this really happening? Yes? Wow, I can't believe I'm here on this stage to host this wonderful event that has impacted my teaching journey in so many ways and made my world grow each year I came here. Welcome, welcome São Paulo, welcome Brazil and people abroad. Thank you so much for being here. Today is going to be an exceptional day. So be ready to get amazing insights and prepare your creativity to take what you learned from today to your classrooms. And when I say insights, I'm not just talking about the extraordinary talks we'll have. Let yourself be inspired by everything you see today, from chatting with people during the breaks to the art exhibits and the whole learning atmosphere that surrounds us on Cambridge Day. And if you're watching from home, you will also have the opportunity to be inspired by the lectures and a bunch of interviews from diverse teams we have lined up for you. And speaking of lineup, let's take a look at what we have for today. Magic? Oh, it works. Okay, so we had our opening with João Madureira and Leonardo. And now at 9 o'clock, we're going to have a talk with Roberto Campos de Lima about a very important topic on social emotional development. Then at 9:30, My favorite Ben Goldstein is here back in Brazil, talking about keeping it personal, right? The human touch. Then we'll have a talk by Juliana to tell us about the exhibition here at MASP. Then we'll have a break, and we'll come back at 11:30, where Viviane Kirmeliene will talk about the Sustainable Development Goals and how we can take that to the classroom. And then we'll have our lunch break. And at 2 o'clock, Sarah Ellis will be talking about vocabulary and learner levels. Then, at 3 o'clock, we'll have a roundtable talking again about social-emotional competences and applying to our profession as teachers. Then, at 4:15, we'll have Herbert Puchta's talk, finishing off our day. And I'll let you in on a little secret. We're going to have a special performance at the end of the day by the group Barbatux. So you guys are going to get everything today. Content, fun, language, everything. Then at 6 o'clock, we'll have our closing. So please keep in mind, it is recommended to wear your mask at all times during the event. And to kick off our day, we're starting with a theme which I consider vital to our profession and our learners. This session will be held in Portuguese, so I'll make a quick language switch. Lá vamos nós. Os últimos 2 anos afetaram a educação no Brasil de diversas formas. E hoje, para falar conosco sobre o desenvolvimento socioemocional e os desafios da educação brasileira, apresento-lhes Roberto Campos de Lima, vice-presidente de Expansão e Relações Institucionais do Instituto Ayrton Senna. Seja muito bem-vindo, Roberto. Muito obrigado, viu, por estar aqui. Fica à vontade.
Obrigado. Hello there. I wasn't expecting to make a presentation in English language, so I'll try my best. And of course, my support material is not in English. So I apologize if I make some mistakes in front of so many teachers. And thank you very much to be here. It's a pleasure to be an event like that with a lot of teachers. And you know, I used to be a teacher too. I love the classroom floor. And I know you guys at this moment, of course, the feeling of being here around all these people and learning everybody here together is fantastic, isn't it? We love this feeling, right? So today I'll bring you some perspective on the Brazilian education, and unfortunately, I don't have too many good news about the Brazilian education. We need to start looking in our scenario, in our perspectives, and what we need to do. But in order to do that, we need to understand the KPIs, we need to understand the real situation in the Brazilian education at this moment. Because the fact is that after almost 2 years of schools closed, we have big impacts in our education. So, oh, yeah, I need it. Okay, let's talk about the Brazilian education. I'd like to start with a report just a couple of months ago. World Bank delivered a report talking about Human Development Index. And this, actually, this capital, Human Capital Index, it's very important because this is a brother of the Human Development Index. And what we can see here is that the Brazilian students, the Brazilian students that was born in 2019, they are suffering a big challenge here because just 60% of their potential as human beings, their potential in terms of human capital will be developed if we do nothing. Meaning, these boys and girls, they are not going to be productive. They are going to be citizens, a second-class citizens, actually, because they are not going to access digital services, because they cannot read, or they cannot work in math operations, so they cannot work in a digital society. Meaning, our society will be less productive than it could be. Meaning, our society will grow in a slower pace than the rest of the world if we do nothing. Well, the point is that the good news, we are educators, and almost 70% of the effect in this index, it's all about education. We are talking people that need to learn Portuguese language, math, in the right age. Meaning, we need to correct the flow that, due to the pandemics and the time of these schools closed, we are estimating that we are going to get back to the Brazilian Index of Quality in Education, IDEB, very familiar for all of us here, of 2011. These 2 years of schools closed will bring to these kids an impact of 10 years in terms of learning. And we are, of course, as a society, very concerned about that. And this is our responsibility to change the scenario. So let me accelerate a little bit here, just because my time here is really going very fast. One big issue here that we have to address is about mental health. You can imagine that I just read in Folha de São Paulo, one of our newspapers here, that we are living at this moment a new pandemic, a pandemic of suicide. And it grew incredibly. But just to give you one idea of these impacts, not just adults here had this kind of problem. We made a research, a survey here in São Paulo with almost 700,000 students. And unfortunately, 69% of them are showing some sign of mental illness, like depression, or they are feeling under extreme pressure. Actually, these 2 years of schools closed, and these 2 years of us actually closed in our homes, wasn't easy, right? I mean, we were living a very difficult time. We are adults. We have, let's say, more resilience for that. But can you imagine the reality of poor children without a structure in their homes, without parents with a good level of education to support them at this moment? What is the scenario for these kids? So we are living a moment where we need to look for the mental health of these children in order for them to learn. Because we are actually losing, let's say, the foundation of this house. If we are good in mental terms, if we are feeling good, we are open to learn. We are prepared to receive new contents. We are prepared to live in society. And a strong part of the learning process, it's about living together, right? It's about interaction. So if we are not feeling well, we are not going to be open to this learning. Well, actually, you already know, Brazil, it's a country with a big challenge in terms of access to education, access to public services. The issue here is that we have Denmark in one side, if you look for Gávea, for instance, and at the same time you have Mozambique if you look for Rocinha. This is this country. We live in a country with important challenges to bring people good services, good quality services. And you as English teachers, you can imagine that if you are not addressing these foundation issues, you are not going to have good students receiving your content, being part of your classroom with enthusiasm, because they are facing different kinds of problems. I usually say in these meetings that actually we are part of a bubble. Our children here had the access, had the device, a good internet to access the classroom, the online classroom, but this is not the reality of the majority of this country, because from our 47 million students, 83% they are studying in public schools and facing a different reality of our bubble here. So this time where our schools were closed impacted very much these children. 400,000 people out of school during 2021. But not just that. If we look for IDEB, our quality index again, let me give you just one idea. Before the pandemics, 6 out of 10 children that started the basic education in Brazil, they were able to finish the high school. But just 3 out of 10 finished with total domain of Portuguese language expected for that age, and just 1 out of 10 with math. But unfortunately, after the pandemics, we are talking 3 out of 100. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry if I'm bringing you this kind of data, but as you are educators, I have to share my feelings at this moment with you and say to you that it is possible to change this reality. It is possible if we make the correct public policies to address this inequality we have in this country. That if we as educators do the right thing to create the foundation for these kids. So, I told you that one big issue with the pandemics is the mental health. 69% with depression, anxiety. 33% cannot be concentrated in their tasks. Almost 20% feeling under pressure. 13% not self-confident. 11% sad and depressed. This is pretty much the reality of adults too. This is the reality we are living all over the world, but of course, if we had these schools closed for so many months, and these kids without interaction with each other, of course, the impact would be this size. Well, the bad news is that the impact in terms of social emotional development was higher than the impact in cognitive terms. We have to understand that education is about looking for a human being as a complete, as a whole. We are not just cognitives. We are not just learning math or Portuguese language or English language. We are learning to interact with people. We are learning to be resilient. We are learning to develop our focus in order to learn math. We are learning to self-regulate ourselves and our learning process. And through that, we can learn in a more potent way. So, we had an important impact, summing up, we had an important impact in terms of cognitive learning during this time. But the impact was higher in social emotional, meaning we have to recover this foundation of this house as fast as possible in order to put our kids able to learn again. In order to bring them the tools to learn again. Because once again, we are not just a human being that are going to a classroom to learn one math operation. We are going to learn it faster if we are able to regulate our feelings, our emotions, because we are going to focus. Well, basically, if we look to this report of World Bank, what they are saying as a recommendation for Brazilian students, you can imagine that during this time out of school, a lot of kids went to work. People living in the countryside, they were working with their parents in their small lands because they need, of course, to put food on the table. And they are not at school. So one important task for the public sector now is to go get these kids back to school as fast as possible, using technology, using task forces with teachers to understand their reality, to bring public policies that can bring some kind of revenues for these families in order to get these kids out of their work, because they are working 13 years old, 14 years old teenagers. But they are working because they need to put food on the table. That's the reality of this country with Dinamarcas and Mozambiques. Well, another important thing is to prioritize the recovery of this learning. We cannot expect, as a country, to manage public policies that will recover this learning process of 10 years that I just told you in 10 years. We must work in public policies, strong public policies, that will can be able to recover this learning in at most 2 years. Otherwise, we are going to, as a country, again, not be a competitive country. This is a time where companies like Cambridge, they are very concerned about ESG agendas, right? We have to connect our strategic agenda with the agenda of Millennium Objectives. One of them is education, the objective 4. Of course, we need the whole society, not just the public sector, not just the teachers, not just the not-for-profit organizations focused on education. We need actually a conspiration of our society looking for the education. And this conspiration needs resource, and of course companies are very welcome to put education in their agenda, because this is the right thing to do in order to recover this disaster that we are facing. But if not for this cause, if companies do not do that, they are not be able to compete, because they need now, at this moment, they are blaming the society that we don't have kids with the right education, they don't have human capital able to learn how to make programming, coding things. Well, can we expect really to have people coding if they are not able to speak Portuguese language? It's not possible. If we are talking 3 out of 100 with the complete domain of math in a certain age, how can we expect to have these people coding in 10 years? They are not be able to do that in 5 years. So, if as a society we do not make this conspiration looking for education, probably we are going to be a second-class country. And we are going to have small islands of success and access, and a large portion of our land with people without this access. Another important thing that World Bank is telling here is that we have to address this mental health issue as fast as possible. They are talking a lot about education here in a lot of sections. I do recommend you to read this report, mainly because the thing I told you just a couple of slides ago, that almost 70% of the impact here is about education. They have some impact in terms of birth health until the age of 5, and the expectations to be with the right health, the right health care, during this period. So I do recommend you to take a look on it. I just told you that our view of education is that we have to see the human being as a whole, not just cognitive, but social, emotional development is part of that too. Let me explore a little bit this and why I'm telling that. If we look for the research on education, what we can see is that around all strategies we have in learning terms, self-regulation is the most effective one. This will support kids to organize their learning process, to focus on their tasks, to bring their doubts and their issues to the table in a more open way. This is more than 10 times more effective than the simple memorization of that content, that specific content. And self-regulation, this is all about social emotional.
Eu não estava sabendo para onde que eu estava indo. Eu não sabia direito que faculdade eu queria fazer. Eu não sabia por que eu estava estudando. Eu não sabia o que eu estava fazendo na minha vida.
Quando eu tinha 6 anos, eu perdi a minha mãe, né? Ela foi assassinada pelo meu pai quando eu tinha 6 anos. Aí depois disso, eu quis parar por ali mesmo, sabe? Depois do ensino dos professores sobre as competências, eu cheguei a um momento que eu fiquei, se eu não tentar, como que eu vou conseguir?
Acho que é para me levar para minha vida toda. Porque não é só para mim, eu posso ensinar as outras pessoas também. Não é só comigo, eu posso ensinar em casa, eu posso ensinar para minha irmã. para meus tios, para minha avó, independente. Eu posso ensinar.
Eu quero me aprofundar mais sobre esse assunto, fazer uma faculdade sobre esse tema e poder ensinar para outras pessoas o que eu poderia ter aprendido antes, mas que eu não tive essa oportunidade.
Well, this is one good example of what social emotional development can make for these kids. Kids without perspective can see that they can develop themselves, that they can establish objectives, they can have their own personal development plan. And through this plan and interacting with teachers, with the society around them, they can develop themselves. Well, when we are talking social emotional development, Instituto Ayrton Senna developed a matrix of that. Basically, what we did a meta research using a lot of evidences around the world in terms of social emotional learning and what would be the competence with major impacts in the learning process. Basically, we organized that in a matrix with 5, let's say, high-level competences with 17 specific competences. Just to give you one idea, which competences of that do you think it's more important for them to learn a second language like English? Your task here. Let me go downstairs and then interact a little bit with you. Shoot me. I'm sorry?
Do you want me to explain? No. Emotional resilience.
Why is that?
So you wanted me to explain. Because they get, at least my students, they get really frustrated when they don't understand and when they don't know how to express themselves. So every day we work with being resilient and being good communicators. It doesn't matter that we don't know every word, because we are trying to learn and we are trying to improve. So for my kids, emotional resilience.
Thank you. Yeah, the same one. Okay.
Because not only the language, but the culture, you know? It's not learning only the language, the grammar, but the culture, the way that people think, the life of the other country.
Okay, great. Thank you, teacher. Any other option here? Yes, please.
Yeah, the first one, you gotta be open to the new, because you're gonna learn about new cultures, because when you learn a language, you learn a culture, not only the language itself.
Perfect. Okay, thank you guys. Let me react a little bit on it. First, of course, resilience is very, very important in the learning process, because as the teacher just explained us, it's a matter of how these kids will manage their feelings about learning or not learning something in a certain time. So this is very important. But as we just got another good idea here, the first one, openness, is very important. Actually, when we look for the evidence in education, the openness is the most important competence when we are talking the development of a second language. Because we are talking here curiosity about a different culture. We are talking the imagination, because sometimes these kids, they didn't have the opportunity to go abroad to visit the US or UK, and see that reality. They need to develop their own perspective of that different reality. So this, and I can share with the organization later a paper on it, specific about the openness and the impact in learning a second language. Well, I was telling you that social emotional competences, they are basically a foundation of a house that can support these kids to develop their learning process, that can support these kids to mitigate violence. For instance, we have strong evidence that kids developing their social emotional skills, they have less probability of engagement in gangs, for instance, of using drugs. Of course, mental health here, as I just explored with you. So this intentional development integrated with the education process is really powerful if we are looking to recover this deficit of education we have in Brazil. Once again, examples of what we get from the evidence, from the science in education. If we have this intentional process of developing social emotional skills, it's pretty much like if we put 3 months in terms of cognitive learning, 3 months more for a kid learning math, or learning Portuguese, or learning sciences, whatever. What the science says is that if we create this foundation, these kids will be more prepared to learn, and that's the reason why they will accelerate their learning process. So we have exactly the same impact of having schools open for 3 months more. And can you imagine that in a country with 47 million students, it's not easy to bring 3 months more of education for kids, right? We are facing in our ensino médio, in our high school level, we are now with a big challenge of implementing the new high school model we have in Brazil, where kids will have to pick their route in terms of learning. They have 5 routes for that. Can you imagine this, the same kids we were discussing here, that they are facing challenges in social emotional terms, they have now to pick one option that will impact their whole life. So it's very important to develop that. Because if we do that, we can support these kids to accelerate their process of learning, as I told you before. We have evidences that if we get one kid, we can jump basically from the 51 position to a 37 position if we have the integrated social emotional program in the classroom. Not as a second round thing, not as a extra thing, but connected in the curriculum. One important thing when we study education is that the level of education of a mother have an important impact in the development of these kids. The probability of a kid with a mother, with college, to achieve college is very high. But if you put social emotional learning in this equation, we have a development 3 times more than this effect of a mother with college. Why this is important for us? Because we are not an equal country. a lot of people without college. So we have to work in a lever that will accelerate this. So the social emotional here have an important impact on how to reduce this inequality in the country. If we look, for instance, in terms of violence, social emotional bring an impact of 3 times less possibilities of gang engagement, violence engagement. And we are a country spending a lot of money with violence here. Mortality, well, as I have just 4 minutes here, let me accelerate, and maybe if you have questions, I'll be open. I don't know about the organization if I'll have time for that. But just to be very, very brief on Instituto Ayrton Senna, probably almost all of you heard something about us, and I appreciate the partnership of Cambridge with Instituto Ayrton Senna, because everything we do for the public education in this country and not getting a penny from the public sector. We are not using public money. All we do using private money, social impact investments. So it's very important to have a partner like Cambridge with us, working shoulder to shoulder to solve this problem in education. Basically, 50% of our people, they are working in terms of research. They are looking for evidences on how to improve the quality of education in Brazil. And what we do, we translate this into solutions that can be implemented in the classroom, and then we have partnerships with the public sector in order to implement that. Another thing we do, 4 minutes, okay. Another thing we do is, of course, we have to make a lot of advocacy. This is what I'm doing now. I'm telling you that it's very important for each of you to engage yourselves in this cause of transforming Brazilian education. In the last year, almost 3.7 million students were part of our programs. Sometimes when I say that to people, mainly in Europe, because we are talking smaller countries, they say, well, it's unbelievable. You are a foundation working with 3.7 million students. Yeah, but the reason is, if you want to change the Brazilian education, you need to do that in scale and with quality, because we are 47 million students. In the last year, more than 200,000 teachers were part of our programs, our training programs, because we believe that teachers need to put lifelong learning as their core in terms of development. They are going to learn all over their lives. We are going to learn until we are going to retire. And well, I think I have 1 minute and a half. I'm open to answer any question. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared to do that in English. I hope I did it in a right way in front of so many English teachers. So thank you very much for that.
You were fantastic.
Oui.
I wasn't expecting for you to do it in English, and you did fantastic.
Neither do I.
You could have done it in Portuguese, but I think that what you taught here is that we can always go a level higher, challenge yourself. So congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And it was really good. Didn't you enjoy it? Yes? Isn't his English okay? Don't you give him a 10? I give him a 10. It was fantastic. Does anybody have any questions?
Guys, I know I brought you a lot of very impactful and strong data. I'm sorry for that, but at the same time, I'm bringing you some picture of our reality in terms of education in this country, and I'm telling you, we can do something about that. We can work together and develop these soft skills in these kids and support them, and we have to claim our public players, our policy players, to make a public policy that can recover this disaster we are going. We are on the edge, and we can recover that together. So I was expecting to bring you, and I'm expecting to be here in the next coming years, bringing more good news. But at this moment, we have to connect ourselves to change this reality.
First, we need to identify it, then we change it.
First, the KPIs, then act.
Roberto, thank you so much for being here. It's been a pleasure listening to you, and I hope it was a good experience for you as well.
Sure. Next time I'll be prepared to do it in English.
Can you imagine? Without preparation? Thank you very much. All right, so moving on in our program, it's a wonder how we sometimes take feelings, relationships, and interactions for granted. In the digital era we live, sometimes we can lose sight of our humanity. I recently saw a lecture with one of the managers from Zoom who said that your humanity is your superpower. And here to share his ideas and insights with the talk, Keeping It Personal, highlighting the human touch in digital spaces, it is my great honor and pleasure to present Ben Goldstein. I can't even fake it that I'm his fan. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure.
It's lovely to see you again, and now up here.
Yes.
Us two go back a long way.
Don't we?
Yes.
Yes. 2015, I was there, exactly where you are, and I saw his talk on using YouTube as real content for classes.
Excuse me.
And then I said, oh, that sounds really good. I like his ideas. And then the rest is history, right?
The rest is history, and now you're. I don't know why you don't do the plenary.
No, not yet. Yeah. This is already a dream come true for me, yeah? So how's it been? How long has it been since you came to Brazil?
Well, it's 3 years. I mean, I was here in...
2019 was the last time?
2019, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But nobody's done anything for the last 3 years, have we?
So you've been here a lot in Brazil. You've lived here, right?
No, I never lived here, but...
Okay, but you spent a lot of time here.
I used to spend a lot of time here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have a question for you before you start.
Sure.
Basing on our new line for Cambridge, how has coming to Brazil on these Cambridge events made your world grow?
Oh, well, I mean, that's a kind of difficult question, but I guess that I spend a lot of my time writing, and it's a very solitary profession, in a way. I have a co-author, but, you know, I'm there at home with my computer and just lots of emails and messages and stuff. But until you actually go out and meet people and see the impact of what you're doing, it doesn't kind of mean anything. So I could not possibly do... Some authors, you know, they stay at home and that's enough for them. But I could not possibly do my job without getting feedback, knowing how it's going. And Brazil is very special in that way because you meet people and you can really speak to them at a very personal level, a very human level. And I think...
I'm living proof of that.
I think that helps me grow because I go back to my study afterwards and I feel that, you know, I've learned something from the teachers. And that
wow.
I couldn't do my work without that. Yeah.
It recharges you. Wow, that's
Absolutely.
Fantastic. I'm eager to hear what you're going to say.
Yeah.
I'll give you a clicker.
Yes.
And I'm going to be in the front row.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. And I want to thank Roberto as well for that extraordinary talk. I think he did a fantastic job in English, didn't he? And I was very impacted by the work that the Instituto Ayrton Senna is doing. I don't know if you were too. And I really am very proud that Cambridge are collaborating with them. So I think we should give a round of applause to Cambridge for supporting such a wonderful institution. It gets no public money. I also want to say, obviously, that it's wonderful to be back here. It's kind of overcome, really, to be here again in Brazil after so long, after what we've all been through, the shared trauma that we've been through with COVID, and also to be here in this extraordinary auditorium, as Leo said at the beginning, such an emblematic building in Sao Paulo. And as a great lover of architecture, I know it's an absolute privilege to be speaking in such a beautiful space. Okay, I'm going to be talking today about keeping it personal. And as we all know, since I came here in July 2019, 6 or 7 months later, the pandemic started, and suddenly we were, immersed in this kind of crazy world of Zoom classes. All of you have had to go through that and learn and collaborate with each other. And this talk is looking at what we learned from that, what we've taken from that, where we are now, and some conclusions we can draw from that. And that's the first part of the talk, and in the second part of the talk, I'll be talking about Evolve Digital and how we embrace digital spaces. The first thing to say, the most important thing, is this understanding what we mean by personalization and personalized education. When I'm talking about the personal touch, I am not referring to the kind of personalized learning. You may have heard this term, personalized learning, personalized teaching. This is a term which is used a lot in education technology, and it often refers to students learning at their own pace, learner choice, self-study. I'm not talking about that kind of personalized learning, right? That's really what we call adaptive learning. I'm talking about people here, humans. I'm talking about machines can't personalize education, only we can. And at the center of this process are humans. And I know it sounds obvious, but when we spend so long connected to Zoom, and so long relating to each other through screens, we can easily forget this, I think. And so this is what this talk is about. So as I said, this will be the outline. First of all, teacher testimonies. That's very important at the beginning that we speak. You're going to listen to a teacher in a moment talking about his experience. I'm going to get your feedback about your experience as well. The reason why I put those teacher testimonies at the beginning there is simply because, as I said, the teacher here is the most important contributor in these digital spaces. And as I said, I think it's very important that we don't forget that in this crazy world of screens in which we're working in. We'll then be looking at physical contexts and digital space, the idea of highlighting the physical world in which the learners are. That means not just their face on the screen, but what is in their world, what is in their home, their physical environment, which I'm interested in. And then, as I said, we'll be looking at Evolve Digital, which is the new concept for adult learners, which I'll talk about. And within Evolve Digital, the peer role models, which appear real teachers, real students, and expert speakers, and then some conclusions. So let's begin then with the teacher testimonies and the background. So essentially then, I want to say that the main key element in effective and successful distance learning is you, the teacher. I'm going to be using, by the way, different terms, distance, online, and remote, for you teaching in digital spaces. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the differences between those labels, just to say that I think remote learning and teaching is what has been going on since the pandemic, that kind of crazy adaptation that you all had to do back in March 2020 to adapt your lessons to the Zoom platform. I would call that remote teaching. And I think online teaching and online learning is when you are, learning within a context which was designed to be online, yeah, from the beginning, yeah. And remote, let's say, is an adaptation or teaching in an emergency situation. But I'll be using these terms. I'm not going to, go into any more detail about those labels, but you'll see those different labels throughout the talk. So first of all, some key questions. Key opening questions for us to discuss. And these are for you just to think about, okay? How did our teaching spaces change under emergency teaching conditions? The sudden transformation to Zoom and so on. Which spaces are we working in now? So how much of your work now is digital or face-to-face? How much will be hybrid in the future? Will this become the norm? Is anybody just a show of hands here, is anybody working in a kind of hybrid course at the moment? Put your hand up. Okay, so that's interesting. For those people watching online, I'd say that was about, can we do that again? Imagine you want to, so that's probably about 20 people. Definitely a minority, but that's interesting that I think this hybrid format will definitely increase in time. And is it easier or more difficult to personalize tasks in digital spaces? We're looking at all of these kind of questions throughout this session. But first of all, we're going to do a poll, okay? So I want you to get your smartphones out, and I want you to go to menti.com. Are you familiar with these polls? It seems like I was assured that you are. So I want you to go to menti.com on your smartphone, and I want you to use this code, okay? That's the code, okay? And you'll see a question, and I want you to respond to that question. You have 3 different options, okay? Okay, now I hope the technology will be able to show us the results of this first question. There are 2 questions that you have to answer, and you have 3 options. This is the first question. Okay. Now, I hope how are we doing at the back there? Are we getting some results? Yeah. They're going to switch the screens for me. There we go. Thank you very much. So, is remote teaching more or less personal than face-to-face? So that's very interesting. We have more, 26, less, 149, and the same, 102. That's so interesting. Okay. Rather pessimistic. Perhaps more pessimistic than I imagined. Now let's go to the next one, the next question. Are we losing the human touch? And here you have a choice of yes, no, and don't know. So again, put your answer. Sorry? You've done already. Okay. So we're going to get the answers to this one, hopefully in a second. Shall I go back? Oh, it's not working anymore. Okay. Shall I go back to the QR code, perhaps, or not? Yeah, okay. Hang on. Okay. Okay. It would be interesting to see the second question, though, wouldn't it? Let's see if we can do that. Okay. Well, I think I'm not controlling the poll. I'm afraid they're controlling the poll back there, but maybe we have a little technical issue with the second one. Let's see. We'll give it a couple more minutes. If we don't get the answer, we'll do a show of hands like in the good old days, no? Which is kind of more personal, right? Let's see. Just give one more minute and... Okay. Okay, should we do a show of hands instead? Yeah, let's do a show of hands in that case, because I think this is the thing with technology. Sometimes it works for you and sometimes it doesn't, which is, of course, what we've all lived through, isn't it? So, okay, so let's have the lights up, and can we do a show of hands on the second question? Are we losing the human touch? If you think yes, put your hand up now. Are we losing the... Yes? Are we losing the human touch? Oh, these are the pessimists. Wow. I thought you were very optimistic people, Brazilian. Maybe you just need a coffee. Okay. Are we losing the human touch? No, we're not losing the human touch. But oh, okay. Well, that's about 50. And then, I don't know. You tell me, Ben. Yeah, you tell me. Okay. So, is the experience more or less personal? Oh, it's happened? Oh, we got it now. Okay. Can we show that, what the... Oh, can you change this slide, or should I? Oh, you've got the results. I haven't. Oh, okay, okay. Okay, well, at least some people, at least. That's great. Thank you very much. Can we give a round of applause to those people at the back? Because if it's nerve-wracking standing here, it's even more nerve-wracking standing there. So thank you very much for the Mentimeter. That's my first time doing a Mentimeter. So yeah, are we losing the human touch? Yes. 42, no. That's very close, isn't it? And a couple of people who didn't know, that's okay. I'm going to show you now a video. I don't know if this young man is here. Is Juan here in the audience? Is he here? Juan? No, okay. If he is, he's right at the back. We're going to watch a video of a teacher I met in Brastisol last week. I don't know, how many of you were at Brastisol? A few of you. Okay, good. Okay. And anyway, I was in a workshop. We were talking about something similar to this question of personalization in online education. And I got talking to this teacher called Juan. He is actually Brazilian, but he's called Juan and not João. I don't know why. And he answered the question. We were talking, and he answered the question very well. I thought, that sounds really interesting. Your point of view is very, very interesting here. And actually, his testimony, which you're going to watch on video now, is actually very interesting after we've been watching Roberto talking about the importance of socio-emotional competencies. Because what he's talking about, what happened in his Zoom class, you'll see what he says in a moment, is so, I think, so interesting as an example of the way that teachers and learners kind of came together during the pandemic and shared feelings, which quite possibly they would not have shared in a face-to-face environment. And perhaps that's why some of you, when you were asked the question, are we losing the human touch, some of you did say no. And it could be because, paradoxically, or counterintuitively, these digital spaces actually sometimes heighten the personal touch. And that is what Juan is going to talk about here. Now, it's about 3 minutes. Well, it's actually longer, but I'm going to cut him off in about 3 minutes, just because I think it's really worth listening to the particular example he gives. And it'll be very interesting if you can relate to what he's talking about. Okay, so let's listen to Juan.
Hi everyone, my name is Juan. I'm a teacherpreneur. I opened a company called Lifelong Idiomas, and I work with teacher education. I've been a teacher trainer for a few years now, and Ben asked me to answer a couple of questions about teaching online and how personal it can get. I think that when we're teaching, it's very important for us to be able to connect with students. We need to understand how they're feeling and what it is that they're experiencing in our classrooms. And when we're teaching face-to-face, we tend to develop some skills to read students' emotions. So it's easier to read their faces and understand if they're following or if they need some help or if they're feeling a little bit desperate with the task at hand. And when we're teaching online, I think this gets a little bit harder. And because of that, I think we need to get more personal in order to be able to achieve the objectives of our lessons. It's more important to talk about how we're feeling because we need to put it into words in order to actually have access to how students are feeling. I personally have very good experiences online, and I find it even a little bit easier to open up to students, and I find they find it easier to open up to me as well. During the pandemic, unfortunately, I've had many losses in my family and among my circle of friends, and there was this one very special group that there were some students who were going through the same, and we had this beautiful moment when we just I have the feeling that the lesson wasn't really going anywhere because there were all these feelings going on because of the trauma that we were going through together, and I just decided to open up about the losses I'd had, and so did students, and we had this, I think, liberating moment when we could just talk about our feelings and what we were actually thinking about and what was going on what was going on in our lives. I don't think I would have done that in a face-to-face lesson, because I think in a face-to-face lesson there are other things that I could do to make sure the lesson, the flow of the lesson wasn't making sure there wasn't any obstacle to the flow of the lesson. And when I was teaching online, I think there is this need for us to be a little bit more vulnerable with our students in order to connect better. So yes, I think when we're teaching online, it can be more personal. We should be more personal because we need to find ways to connect with students with all of this technology that is in front of us, And I think that kind of answers the second question as well. So are we losing the human touch? No, I don't think so. I think if anything, we're finding new ways to keep in touch with other human beings. Personally, I think...
Isn't that interesting, that testimony? Quite moving. I think extraordinarily moving when he's talking about the losses he had in his family and how he opened up to his students more than he would have done in a face-to-face environment. And I think this is the key quotation here, that what he says, look at that again. I had the feeling that the lesson wasn't going anywhere because there were all these feelings going on because of the trauma. He could sense that even in a digital space. It's kind of extraordinary. He was feeling it himself. And so I just decided to open up about the losses I've had. So did students, and we had this liberating moment when we could just talk about our feelings and what we were actually thinking about and what was going on in our lives. Now, if that isn't a kind of social, emotional, competence on the part of the teacher there to recognize the rapport that he could establish even through the Zoom, which is, let's face it, seems to be a rather dehumanizing environment, he actually says it's the opposite. And I wonder how many of you agree with that actually, funnily enough, although it seems to be kind of paradoxical, in actual fact, he was able to get closer to his learners. And then he says this, which I think is very revealing: I don't think I would have done that in a face-to-face class, because there are other things I could do to make sure there weren't any obstacles to the flow of the lesson. Yeah? So when you're in your face-to-face, you're in your teacher mode, you got your lesson plan, the flow of the, but he was able to do that online. And he says, very importantly at the end, this key word is vulnerable, isn't it? When I was teaching online, I think there is this need for us to be a little bit more vulnerable with our students in order to connect better. Can you empathize with that? Yeah, I don't know whether you had such an extraordinary experience as that, but I think we understand that during the pandemic, things like that happened. And that has changed us. That's not going to go away, because that kind of empathy that Juan is talking about here is something that will recur again, and I think situations like this may happen again. So he clearly is saying that, no, actually, for him, right, teaching and learning became more personal, and definitely we're not losing the human touch, even though we are just looking at each other on screens. No? So I think let's, kind of summarizing perhaps the consequences of, the pandemic and this emergency remote teaching and learning we've been doing. Let's look at the positives. I'm going to give you some bullet points here. And I think clearly, like Juan, some teachers have forged stronger connections with their students. Some. I'm not saying all of it. It's impossible to gauge. It's impossible to measure. But certainly some teachers have been able to forge stronger connections. There seems to be, again, for some of us, an increased empathy and aware of learners and teachers as people, which I think is so important. Almost like a kind of, like a fight with the technology to kind of personalize it, from, let's say, the bottom up, yeah? And a greater sense of community and collaboration among teachers. For example, sharing of materials. I'm sure all of you at the beginning of the pandemic, you like this crazy, oh God, how do we do this? How does Zoom work? It's a bit like me with the Mentimeter today. It's my first time. I think it probably showed. How do I do a poll? Oh my God. You collaborate, you share, you do all that together, and somehow you get through, no? And a greater awareness of well-being and resilience. But there is obviously, no point in sugarcoating this, especially after what Roberto was talking about. I don't want to paint an unrealistic picture. And of course, there have been lots of negative consequences as well. And of course, this is the major one. And this is something that Roberto referred to, of course, as well. The digital divide has become an educational divide because of the problems of connectivity for so many students in areas where internet is obviously unstable or simply unavailable, yeah? And again, I'm sure all of us have experienced that. Even in the center of Sao Paulo, no, that can be a problem. Flexibility, sorry, lacking a T there. Flexibility is expected but can be exploitative and it can upset life and work balance for teachers, right? This is, when you've got everything is at home, then suddenly you don't know when you're working, you don't know when you have your free time, you're like slightly confused about, timetables will go. Flexibility is good up to a certain point. Obviously, Juan was talking about a very specific situation, but we all know that doesn't happen every day, and sometimes it can be very hard to make personal connections, especially when students are not visible, when students have their cameras off. We've all experienced that as well. And what happens? We have more TTT, more teacher talking time, when the teacher just kind of desperately talking. That's because the students aren't saying anything, or you can't even see them. It's extremely unnerving, isn't it? When you just don't know what your students, you don't know if they're there, you don't know what they're taking, and you don't know if they're kind of, gone out for a cup of coffee. And for some teachers, feedback and monitor engagement is more difficult to achieve. So I'm not trying to paint a rosy picture of this. I think Juan's testimony was fascinating, and I kind of can see that teaching and learning can become more personal, but we cannot, as I said, we cannot sugarcoat that. We cannot say that is true for all cases and all people. We have to recognize the negatives too. Okay. So here is a lovely quotation from Lucy Crichton, who lives in Florianopolis, a teacher she has her own school in Florianopolis, and she also, if you were at Braz TESOL, you would have seen her plenary. Just have a look at this quotation. I asked her she's a good friend of mine, and very early on in the pandemic, I asked her to talk about her experiences. Let's just read the quotation for a moment from Lucy. And I think the key thing, there's a couple of key things here, but I think what's interesting is that sometimes when we started, teaching during the pandemic, and teaching remotely, we thought, oh, our methodology has to change completely, right? Somehow our methodology must change because the mode of delivery is different, everything is different, I'm going to have to be a different kind of teacher. And she's saying the opposite, isn't she? She's saying here that, I'm happy to see that all the things we've been teaching for the last 18 years are still pertinent, are still relevant. And I think this is very, very important, that, sound teaching methodology is sound teaching methodology in whatever platform you're using, yeah? And that is something that is very palpable from her testimony here. And again, I think what's interesting is she says, what's the important thing? The living side of the language, the group work, the problem solving, what she's talking about here is the peer interaction and collaboration and negotiation. And that's really what she's referring to. So I think it's a very, very positive testimony, both in terms of from the teacher's point of view and the learner's point of view. So a couple of more findings, this time from the Education Endowment Report on Remote Learning. This is taken quite soon after the pandemic, and this echoes what Lucy is saying there. Teaching quality is more important than how lessons are delivered. So you and your role as the teacher, it doesn't matter how, competent you are necessarily with the Zoom or whatever you're using, that the quality of the teaching will come through. The quality of the teaching methodology will come through regardless of the way, the mode of delivery, whether it's face-to-face or remote. And again, the other ones are probably quite obvious. Obviously, ensuring technology is key for disadvantaged people. This is kind of, clear. Peer interactions can provide motivation and improve learning outcomes. So again, seems to me, again, very much echoing what Lucy says, this idea of peer learning and independent learning. Supporting pupils to work independently can improve learner outcomes. And different approaches to remote learning can suit different tasks and types of content. Yeah? Well, I think those are findings that report was made about 6 months after you and everybody else in the world switched to remote teaching. And I think those findings are still pretty true today, aren't they? I think they are as I said, a couple of them are kind of obvious, but I think this idea, especially the first one, is something we should not forget, because it is easy to forget that in this world of screens, no? And this is, if you want, I couldn't give a QR code because it's a PDF, so if you want to have a look at that report, if you're interested in that report, you can maybe take a picture and you get the short URL there. But I think this is the very interesting quotation from that report, Education Endowment Foundation report. Ensuring the elements of effective teaching are present, for example, clear explanations, scaffolding, and feedback, is more important than how or when they are provided. There was no clear difference between teaching in real time, synchronous, and alternatives, asynchronous. In other words, those elements of effective teaching the strong methodological approach to that is more important than the mode of delivery. Okay, so that's, let's say, some background and teacher testimonies and some reflections, right, on what we've been living through, and I think some important conclusions. Now let's have a look at maybe a couple of little tasks that you can do with students, particularly as warmers, and this is the idea of the physical context in which learners are and which students are. And here's another quotation from, this is the physical, again, this is the same case study. Language learning is embodied and embedded in a physical context. So there is a need to understand the complex relationships between learners, their ways of learning and studying, and the environments within which they study, both physical and virtual. So obviously, when you have your students in your class face-to-face, there they are. But when you're teaching on Zoom, each of them is sitting in a particular space, aren't they? They could be in Starbucks, or they could be at home, or they could be anywhere. Yeah? I mean, pretty tricky on the bus unless it has good connectivity. But that physical space is important. So here are 3 tips for keeping it physical in online classrooms. Interact with students' physical space, okay? Integrate real physical objects and incorporate movement. Now, I don't know if you've done any of these tasks, but what's important really is that when you're looking at your student's face in Zoom, right, we kind of just, that's it, that's all there is, there's the face. But actually, there's all the things in the background. You know, sometimes you focus on what decorative objects they have on the wall, or a painting, or a plant, or something like that, yeah? Each person's physical space is actually really interesting and could be something that you could share with your learners. So this is something that I think we can exploit. So I don't know if you've done these tasks, but just a simple task like show and tell, yeah? Go and get something. So for example, obviously something you can carry, okay, easily, you know, not necessarily your dog, but something that an object that has some value for you or cultural significance that you can come and you can show to the camera. So it could be something, what's an important souvenir that you got from a particular country or city, and show and explain that to the class. Have you ever done anything like that? Yeah, so that's a classic task, isn't it? What about listening? Yeah, so sometimes there is a lot of background noise, and some people can say, okay, what can you hear right now? I mean, can we hear anything now? Like a buzz, no? Of electric cables and things. But it may be that students are, can hear some train or some traffic or some people's singing, some background voices in the street. And then you can say, who is working in the noisiest place? Who is working in the quietest place? Yeah? Have you ever done one like that? Yeah? Like a little warmer. Again, it's just to kind of recognize the student's physical space. And then you could even do movement, so walking. Okay, how many footsteps do you think it is to your nearest door or window? And then you count the footsteps, yeah? So the person gets up, the student gets up and walks to the window or walks to the door and counts how many footsteps it is. I know, these sounds a bit touchy-feely tasks, but I think they're a kind of quite nice way to embrace and kind of appreciate students where they really are situated in the physical, and they're not just their face on a screen, but they are actually in a space. Yeah, so little tasks that you can maybe think about, especially as warmers, and to break the flow, or to let's say break up the classroom's flow. So why are these useful? How do these tasks support the personal touch? Well, they boost awareness of learners as individuals and of their different spaces, yeah? Which is something we shouldn't forget. And they validate the diversity of the context that people are learning in. Everyone is learning in a different space. Some people, in more comfortable situations than others. And they help us empathize with non-perfect conditions. Clearly, it's some people are working in not the easiest of conditions. They make everyone's answer count. So obviously there's no correct answer in any of these tasks. These are open activities. Students contribute their reality, yeah? Okay. So now I'm going to, in the last 10, 15 minutes, I'm going to look a little bit at Evolve Digital. This is and how we exploit the personal touch in Evolve Digital. What is Evolve Digital? Evolve is the new Cambridge adult course. But we have the paper format, the actual course book itself. We have the Practice Extra, which is online support. Some of you, I don't know if any of you are using Evolve. Could you put your hand up? Okay, quite a lot of you. Great. That's good to see. But we now have a new concept as well, which allows students kind of the best of both worlds. So we have an online asynchronous course, which is designed to be used on smartphones or on a laptop, okay? So the students can do these activities. It's material that has been adapted from the course book for smartphone asynchronous use, okay? The students do the activities, and then at the end of the activities, they can send you their work, their productive work. So they can send you either a written piece of work, or they can record themselves, and that can be then evaluated by you, okay? Sorry, and plus we also have, let me just go back, we also have the synchronous part, which is the teacher's course, which is, again, the Evolve, but designed in PowerPoint slides for the speaking component. So this is a kind of flipped approach. The students work online independently, doing the grammar and the vocabulary and the skills work, and then they send you the work. And then the speaking activities are available on PowerPoint slides, which can be used in face-to-face or in an environment like Zoom, okay? So we have a kind of student's component and a teacher's component, the asynchronous and the synchronous. Let's have a look at some examples. This is an example of a speaking task in the asynchronous course. So this is remember, the smartphone course. And the interesting thing I want to point out to you here is the scaffolding and the support that the students have. So although the student is working on their own with their smartphone, they have a lot of support in terms of a model answer. So you can see this question here. They have this model answer. Here they have to talk about, why you buy certain things again and again. This is the question. This comes at the end of a lesson when they have worked on the vocabulary and grammar. And here they can see a very clear model. This is very important when the student's working independently. They have a very clear model, and then they can tap the recording, and that recording can get sent to the teacher. So that's the asynchronous, okay? And then in the synchronous course, the teacher's course for the PowerPoint, this is actually the PowerPoint slide that you, the teacher, would have to use in class, okay? So this is the speaking activity with the useful language. So can you see the difference? This would be the speaking task for the student at home on their own, and then this would be the one that you would do in groups in class, yeah? And here's an example of an extended speaking task. I don't know if you know, Evolve has a very extended speaking task in lesson 5, which is a long speaking, which is a group speaking, structured speaking. And again, this is also extremely well adapted in the PowerPoint version for the synchronous course. And this is divided here into different stages: discuss, decide, and present. And here are the different stages of that task, yeah? So can you see that's the kind of conversion, the adaptation of the student book to the teacher's synchronous course using PowerPoint. And the teacher has notes to help in the PowerPoint notes, yeah, at the bottom, to help you with the classroom management and so on. So that's the discuss stage. This is the use of what types of apps can help you study. This is the discuss stage, the decide stage, and then the present stage. And this always, so again, this is how this, so again, really heightening the importance of speaking in the synchronous course. So what makes Evolve Digital personal? Well, in general, the course, there's lots of voices, faces, stories, people, and not just gap fills. You're going to have some gap fills in the asynchronous course, but the idea is that the material is extremely personal. Documentaries, dramas, and vox pop videos from the streets of New York as well. So here's an example of the video documentary material. Have a lot, again, of focus very on the culturally rich context of American life, for example, indigenous communities, the Cherokee here, and then vox pops. Again, these are all different learners of different levels, depending on the Evolve course you're teaching. And then part 4, looking at real teachers and real students. If you know Evolve, you'll know that we use these peer models, yeah? These real students, and the idea of these real students is that they act as a kind of accessible role model for the learners. These are students who have a very similar level to your students. And it's extremely interesting to get there, for students to hear other students of a similar level. It's much more accessible, much more empathetic. But we also have real teachers as well. So in the asynchronous course, the student is doing their course on their smartphone. They have a real teacher at the beginning of each unit to welcome them. And here is an example of one, Paul, and each level of Evolve has a different teacher. And one of the levels has a teacher that you might know. Here she is. Do you know this lady? Isabella Villas-Boas.
Welcome back. It's great to see you again. Are you ready for some more learning? So let's get Unit 2 going. So much stuff. That's the name of the unit. Do you have too much stuff? No? Are you sure? Most of us have some stuff that we don't really need, or we don't need any more. It can be hard to throw things away. Why do you think that is? In Lesson 1, we'll talk about things you've had for a while. We'll learn some new words to talk about possessions, and we'll figure out how to use the present perfect with ever, never, for, and since. In Lesson 2, we're going to talk about things you own. What's your favorite possession? For most people these days, it's their phone. My phone has my whole life in it. We're going to learn some words to describe tech features, and we're going to see how to use the present perfect with already and yet. In Lesson 3, we're going to look at switching from one topic to another. We'll learn how to introduce a new topic, how to change the subject politely, and how to stay on track. We'll also learn how to use short questions to show you're interested. In Lesson 4, we're going to write an online ad for something you want to buy. Do you buy or sell things online? Finally, we're going to review everything you've learned.
Nice. I mean, can you imagine that you're studying this on your own, on your smartphone, but you have your teacher there every unit just to explain what the objectives are. And, I wouldn't really mind having a teacher like that, right, at home to help me. It's funny, we were talking about physical spaces, and I was looking at Isabella there, and I was thinking, what are those things in the back? What the painting on the wall or the object? I wonder how interesting. Every time I see someone on Zoom now, I kind of try and understand, what kind of things they have to decorate their homes. So that's the personal touch in a way, isn't it? Okay, the student is is working independently, is doing these activities on these different screens on their phone, but they do have some personal contact with someone. They do have their teacher, and they do have, of course, you. They can send their work to you as well, written and spoken work, yeah? Now let's look at the real students in Evolve. Now some of you will know these students if you've worked with the course. Every unit of Evolve, every level of Evolve includes different students, and the real students, as I said, come from different countries, and at a level which is similar, is accessible to the level of your learners, okay? And again, I think this is a real innovation. I don't know any other course that includes these real peer models. But it really is, I think, the idea here is that the students are learning incidentally, okay? Incidentally from their peers, okay? So those are in the real students appear in the levels 1 to 4 of Evolve. And then in levels 5 to 6, we have the expert speakers. And here is how it would appear on the page. So here we have a unit. This is from level 2 of Evolve. And then the students do an activity looking at food, in this case, and then Alessandra, one of the Brazilian speakers, she's talking about a dish that she likes to prepare, and then you put your phone over the QR code and can watch the video. Let's look at one of the experts. There's Alessandra. Let's look at one of the expert speakers, though. This is João. And the expert speakers are a little bit different because these people live in New York. Okay, they have already have a kind of proficient level of English, but they all come from different countries. They've been able to kind of, build a new life, new working life in New York. So these are slightly different. These are more aspirational role models, we can say, right? Because they perhaps have achieved something that your learners would like to achieve. So let's watch João here. He works for a finance company, works in finance for an insurance company. And here he's talking about underdogs. You know what an underdog is? Yeah, the one who is expected to lose, okay? And he's talking about whether, someone he knows who's an underdog, if he's ever been an underdog, and these other questions. And I think, again, this is a lovely piece of material for exploiting the personal touch, because, again, students can empathize, I think, with his message. Let's watch João.
I can think about my nephew when he was trying to get to university in Brazil, and he was able to get into one of the best one in the country. And he comes from a small town, so we didn't really expect that he would make that achievement. I think I was especially coming to work in the States. I didn't manage the language from the beginning, and being able to get to where I got, I think it was a big achievement also. I think you really look at them and they don't have the same chances that everybody else, and it's more like it's deep in your heart. You have that feeling that you really hope they could do better. I can think of during Carnival in Brazil, when you have the big parade, and each one of the people over there, they have their own school to support. Those schools, they are part of the neighborhood. So you're basically part of the neighborhood, and it makes a lot of sense for you to support your own neighborhood.
Yeah, I think that's true of Carnival, right? Again, what's nice, again, a lovely message, that he's transmitting there, talking about his family, people who maybe don't have such equal opportunities, but can still succeed. And he talks about his nephew. And then again, interesting cultural information he brings about Brazil, about, why would you support the underdog in Carnival? You support your, your team, yeah? Your community. Okay, so then there's some conclusions. I guess you need a coffee, right? I need one, or two. So some conclusions then, of what we've been looking at today. I hope we've been looking at the importance of physical space, yeah? And keeping things physical and personal. And then we've looked at how that's impacted included in Evolve. So some conclusions, I think. What have we learned about online teaching and learning? This is the question I asked you at the beginning, yeah? And, well, I think we've learned a lot, and we're still kind of in that process, aren't we? As we shift, as we move from, only Zoom, only remote, to a more hybrid format, perhaps. So I think we can say that digital can be more personal. Yeah, we saw Juan's testimony there, a very, very specific case study that I think proved that very beautifully, actually. A very key moment that he was able to explain about his classes. It's all about the people, right? That's what we shouldn't forget. It's all about the people and not the tech. And it's all about the people and where they are, their physical context. And remember those little activities I showed you to kind of highlight the physical. And I think there are some things we can do better in a digital space. I mean, I haven't got time to go into, I've got 2 minutes and 16 seconds. But many teachers I've spoken to have said that, feedback can often be much, much more personal and much more accurate in a digital space than face-to-face. So, there are things, and there are studies which show that there are many elements to our teaching practice which can actually be enhanced in a digital space. And I think what Lucy said, right, is very important to remember. We can still teach as we've always taught, online or off. As I said before, sound teaching methodology should be sound teaching methodology wherever you are and however you're teaching. The personal touch will always engage and motivate learners. And the key to successful learning, in whatever format, is always going to be the presence of the teacher and the quality of their teaching. And remember, that's the report that we saw, the conclusions that were drawn. I know it seems obvious, but I think it is easy to forget this sometimes, and we shouldn't forget it. We shouldn't feel threatened by the advance of educational technology. Your role is still key, even though it may not seem so. And here, a final quotation for you, again, from a fascinating series of reflections from teachers working during the pandemic. And you got, again, the source there. A teacher, Sila, in Hungary, and she's talking here about sharing and caring. She says, looking back at those few months, at all the challenges and new practice I wanted or had to implement, I can identify one single phrase that strongly resonates with this whole period. Sharing is caring. The sharing attitude of my colleagues and students became the driving force for me. All these gestures of sharing facilitated the learning of my students, my colleagues, and myself, and ensured the humanity of the otherwise impersonal environment of online education. I'll leave you with that. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca.
Wonderful, as always. Don't you guys have lots of ideas now? Yes, that's what he does to us. Ben, would you feel okay to answer some questions?
Oh, sorry.
Yes? All right.
Yeah.
He was just already going to the break.
No, I was already going for my coffee. No.
Okay, so we have some questions from people at home.
Online, yes.
Yeah, online.
Yes.
And we'll take some questions from here, okay? We have some microphones, so if you have a question, you could please raise your hand, and then the microphone will find you.
Okay.
There you go. And while they're finding, we'll do an online question, okay?
Okay.
So Fernando Akizi, I hope I'm saying it right, he said, hasn't online classes and teaching enhanced inclusion in a more efficient and meaningful way?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I think inclusion, definitely, we saw in that testimony, I keep going on about Juan's testimony, but it made such an impact on me when he told me that story and made that video. There we have a clear example of how it's enhanced a more inclusive approach, because the teacher felt able to open up, and the learners opened up as well, and all those emotions that were all there were suddenly included. But of course, there's the obvious one. No, it's not become more inclusive because of the obvious point of lack of connectivity for so many learners. And we need to find ways to overcome that.
Yeah.
You know, we have to appreciate that the connectivity, access to internet is not going to be possible. This is creating a very, kind of tragic educational divide, and particularly in a country like Brazil. And we need to find strategies for us to be able to overcome that, so that learners can, that teachers can anticipate those problems of connectivity and can troubleshoot in order for the learners to be able to do something even though they're not online, things like that. So I think, yes, it has become more inclusive in one way, but clearly not in others.
Great. I have one more from the online,
Sure.
and then we'll take the public. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rafael. So Gilmar Matos from Franca, São Paulo says, a lot has been said about new forms of assessment because of the pandemic. How do you see assessment in ELT from now on?
Okay. Well, I have to say that I'm not an expert in assessment. I think that would be a good question for my colleague Sarah to answer. But I think clearly, assessment is having to be transformed as well as our face-to-face classes and our daily general English courses. I think that assessment Cambridge assessment is there are many assessment courses with exams which are now taken online, and I think this is going to be the future. How exactly the technical aspects or how it's going to change, to embrace this new platform, I'm not an expert in that. I wouldn't be able to say. But
I'll say for now, nobody knows, yeah? We're still trying.
Maybe Sarah can answer that question, or Alberto can answer that question later on this afternoon. But yeah, everything has to adapt to the new scenario.
Fantastic. Rafael, you have a question?
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, everyone. I'm Beatriz. I'm using your material for a while now, but I still have some questions about the baseline tests. The thing is that it's awesome because I can use lots of baseline tests, final tests, and everything. But I'm still confused on how can I make a correct balance between using baseline test A and B, because there are so many things to do with the material, all the tests in the test generator that we have access, and the platform and the book. So do you have any tips for me? How can I make
I'm really
balance?
sorry we got questions about assessment, and I'm not able to. I simply have to be honest. I don't write the assessment material, and I don't have that kind of information. But I know my colleagues here today will be able to help you in assessment. We are one group now, Cambridge and Cambridge University Press and Cambridge Assessment. But I haven't written any of this material, and I cannot help you with that. I'm really sorry.
No, don't worry. Thank you.
But please ask my colleagues in assessment for that, okay?
Thank you.
Do we have another question? Here?
Okay.
No?
Do you agree now that maybe if I gave you that test now, that poll, your answer might be a little bit different? A little bit more positive? I hope so. I hope so. You know, sometimes it's difficult to say yes or no, or more or less, isn't it? But I wanted to be able to show you today that, you know, we can accentuate the positive. And although we seems to be more depersonalized, that we can actually make working with screens, you know, we can heighten the human touch and we can make it more personal. So I hope I hope I managed to transmit that to you today.
You did. Thank you.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, we are inside people's houses.
Exactly. All
we
those
as
people,
teachers,
yeah.
we were never inside people's houses.
That's
so
right.
we got to see the real life of our students.
I know, yeah.
So
all
that's
those crazy things they have.
That's very personal, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take that. Okay, so I'm all over the place today. Can you believe, this is a fact, I was born in São Paulo, and I have lived in the countryside since the early 2000s, and I had never been here at MASP before. Shocker. Neither. Oh, good. Thank God I'm not alone. That's so fantastic. So, what a wonderful opportunity Cambridge has given us to be a part of this very informative day and get to see the collections and the art exhibits from MASP. So, here to talk to us about the collection here at MASP, which you will have the opportunity to see during our breaks, is Juliana Guidi. And this mini talk will be held in Portuguese, so seja bem-vinda, Juliana. Fica à vontade.
Obrigada. Bom dia, pessoal. Meu nome é Juliana, então estou aqui para falar para vocês um pouquinho sobre o museu, sobre o acervo que a gente tem aqui em cima, essa história que foi contada aqui sobre tanta gente que é de São Paulo e às vezes não conhece esse acervo. É muito comum. Isso tem a ver com tantas coisas, né? De como a gente lida com a questão da cultura, da arte no Brasil, enfim. E, então, vamos aproveitar essa oportunidade. Vocês vão ter horários de visitação hoje, né? Um no horário de almoço de vocês, o outro começando às 15h45, terminando às 4h30, acredito eu. E eu queria tentar um pouco convencer vocês a aproveitar essa oportunidade, né? Então, a minha função aqui é um pouco vender o peixe aí da história da arte e desse acervo maravilhoso, glamuroso, incrível que a gente tem aqui no MASP, certo? Então, Só para explicar para vocês o que nós vamos fazer, né? Eu vou falar um pouquinho para vocês de como que isso tudo veio parar aqui. Vocês estão aqui no subsolo, em cima da gente tem Rembrandt, tem Van Gogh, tem Tiziano, tem Rafael, tem Modigliani, tem Picasso. O que aconteceu? Como é que isso veio parar aqui? E por que a gente tem a oportunidade de observar essas coisas, certo? Depois, algumas características que são únicas desse museu, que vocês podem em qualquer museu grande do mundo, vocês não vão ver coisas que vocês vão ver aqui, certo? E depois, queria falar para vocês, contar uma história que eu acho que tem a ver com o tema desse dia aqui de Cambridge, né? Então, pensar a arte como expansão, pensar a vida artística, a carreira artística, a produção artística, o que ela tem a ver com ampliar o nosso mundo, ampliar as nossas perspectivas, certo? Então, eu estou mostrando para vocês aqui, nessa imagem, a primeira sede do MASP. O MASP não nasceu aqui nesse prédio icônico, né, que a gente conhece aqui da Paulista. Ele foi uma iniciativa, então, do Chateaubriand e com colaboração do Pietro Maria Bardi. Aqui que eu mexo, peraí, deixa eu ver. Como é que eu passo os slides? Eu não me informei sobre isso antes, como vocês podem observar. Aqui, pronto. É só um botão verde bem grande, não dava para enxergar. Então, aqui vocês estão vendo Bardi e o Assis Chateaubriand, né, nessa missão, digamos assim, que eles assumiram de criar esse museu. Assis Chateaubriand era dono de um conglomerado enorme de comunicações, né, jornais, enfim, emissoras de rádio. Era um homem muito poderoso, inclusive porque ele podia controlar o que se dizia sobre as pessoas, né? E isso fazia com que ele tivesse muita influência quando ele pedia alguma coisa para alguém, né? Olá, você gostaria de fazer uma doação para o meu novo museu? A pessoa tem que pensar um pouco se ela vai falar não, né? E ele vai contar com a ajuda, então, do Pietro Maria Bardi, que já comercializava obras de arte italianas, não é? E juntos, então, eles vão pegar um contexto muito específico, certo? Que é o pós-Segunda Guerra Mundial na Europa, né? Muitas famílias aristocráticas, ricas, estavam completamente quebradas, né? Precisando se desfazer de obras da sua coleção, da coleção de família, enfim. E isso vai ser muito favorável para quem tem dinheiro e resolve constituir um acervo, certo, gente? Então, notem que foi aí um golpe digamos assim, de senso de oportunidade muito impressionante que fez com que esse acervo aqui começasse, certo? E isso explica também, né, por que ele é tão peculiar, por que ele tem tão rápido se conseguiu constituir uma coleção tão impressionante sem envolver guerra, saque, essas coisas que normalmente estão envolvidas na constituição de acervos, não é? Aqui, a Lina e o Pietro Maria Bardi. Então, a Lina é responsável por esse edifício no qual nós estamos, não é? São, então, os nomes centrais para a gente falar dessa história. E eu gosto de falar da Lina não só por causa do prédio, mas porque também a Lina é responsável por uma das coisas mais únicas desse acervo que vocês vão conhecer, que é a expografia, certo? Ou seja, como essas obras de arte estão expostas para que a gente possa observar, né? Então, a Lina, quando ela pensa o museu, mesmo antes da gente ter, né, o prédio no qual nós estamos, ela pensa uma proposta de expografia. E essa expografia vocês não vão ver em nenhum lugar no mundo, a não ser que tenha sido inspirada aqui, certo? Então, isso é uma coisa muito incrível desse acervo, né? Isso foi retomado em 2015, ficou um tempo sem ser assim. A expografia do MASP ficou tendo paredes, como os outros museus, né? Mas depois a gente voltou para esses cavaletes de cristal apoiados em blocos de concreto que vocês estão vendo aí, certo? E qual que é a graça disso? E é isso que eu gostaria que vocês vissem quando vocês subirem para o acervo, né? É interessante porque o MASP foi pensado como um museu para ser didático, certo, gente? Então, a ideia do Bardi, um pouco, quando ele faz aqui, ele queria que tivesse um instituto de design, queria que as pessoas pudessem aprender também vendo as obras de arte, estudando as obras de arte, né? Então, existe uma sequência cronológica na exposição. Se você quiser ver uma coisa que veio depois da outra, né, indo lado a lado, você consegue fazer isso. Mas, ao mesmo tempo, você consegue fazer infinitas outras relações. Por quê? Porque a transparência dos cavaletes e a disposição das obras permite que eu olhe na diagonal, permite que eu faça uma relação de uma obra que está aqui com uma que está 4 fileiras lá atrás, tudo isso visualmente, certo? Então, a maneira como eu consigo fazer relações, visualmente falando, como eu consigo conectar as obras, é única no mundo, certo? Além disso, eu não fico preso a saber de quem é essa obra, né? Essa aqui é uma foto não do acervo como ele está agora, é uma foto de 2015, dessa retomada, não é, da expografia, mas eu tenho a possibilidade de deixar a obra me atrair sem saber exatamente quem é o artista, porque a plaquinha que me informa está atrás, certo? E eu também consigo ver atrás do quadro, o que é uma coisa que às vezes a gente tem curiosidade, né? Como é que é essa estrutura, essa moldura? Às vezes a gente tem coisas muito antigas aqui, e isso então nos possibilita essa espécie de bastidor aí da obra de arte, que também é interessante, não é? A curadoria aqui é muito cuidadosa, não é, com essas relações que a gente pode fazer, visualmente falando, então eu sugiro que vocês se deem essa oportunidade também, além de poder olhar obras incríveis de pertinho, vocês vão poder fazer isso, é interessante que vocês tentem perceber com o que as coisas estão se relacionando, né? Então, se eu olho para essa escultura aqui, o que eu tenho na mesma linha que ela, na diagonal, na vertical, do lado, certo? Porque tudo isso vai revelar relações interessantes para vocês, é pensado para isso, certo? E isso é muito único daqui. E é motivo de grande orgulho para nós, eu acredito, né? Então, para um professor de História da Arte, isso é muito legal, né? Que é o meu caso. Eu fico meio empolgado, né? Então, vocês podem observar que aqui, por exemplo, na expografia de 2015, vocês estão vendo ali no cantinho, temos uma escultura grega da Egeia, não é? E na mesma direção, aqui, a gente tem uma Virgem Maria do Piero de Cosimo. Não é? Então, aqui a Egeia, ali a Virgem Maria renascentista. Notem que a posição é muito parecida, não é? Renascimento que retoma os antigos, como? Aqui você consegue ver isso sem precisar de uma palestra para tanto, você consegue enxergar isso, não é? Então, isso é muito legal. E é possibilitado, não é, por essa iniciativa da Lina de explodir, então, a maneira como se fazia convencionalmente a expografia de museu, certo? Então, aproveitem, espero que seja legal para vocês ter essa oportunidade, né? E agora, eu queria falar um pouquinho para vocês de alguns pontos fortes, digamos assim, da nossa coleção aqui. É muito difícil selecionar, tá? Então, eu tive uma crise aqui quando eu estava selecionando esses quadros, porque é muita coisa importante, né? E muita coisa que a gente raramente vê em outros acervos brasileiros no mesmo espaço, certo? No MASP é possível você ter um curso de História da Arte cabo a rabo, vendo praticamente todos os artistas importantes, sem precisar sair do Brasil, né? Quase tudo que marcou a História da Arte a gente tem aqui. Então, se não tem o próprio artista, a gente tem alguém da escola, do ateliê, alguém muito próximo que conserva as características, né? Então, isso é um luxo, né? É um luxo poder ter acesso a esse acervo. Começo, então, eu vou puxar a sardinha para o meu lado, porque o que eu estudo é Renascimento italiano, né? Então, eu começo com esse quadro do Rafael. Vocês vão ver que é um quadrinho bem pequenininho, que está lá no acervo em transformação, que é apenas o único quadro do Rafael que está no hemisfério sul, certo? Não tem nenhum outro. Rafael é um artista tão grandioso, né, que você tem um rabisco dele, um desenho, as pessoas dos acervos já se estapeiam para conseguir ter ele, certo, gente? A gente tem aqui um pequeno quadro da juventude do artista, que ele provavelmente fez com 16 anos, e que é muito importante para entender o próprio processo de formação dele. Então, as pessoas têm que vir para cá para estudar esse quadro do Rafael, entendem? Então, a ressurreição de Cristo, eu recomendo. Vocês vão ter uma oportunidade bem única, que é olhar o acabamento do Rafael de perto. Vocês podem chegar bem perto, né, e dar uma olhada e ver como que esse artista trabalhava, por que ele é tão famoso, né? Nada que eu diga aqui vai ser melhor do que vocês darem uma olhadinha nele de perto, certo? Então, propaganda do Rafael aí, porque ele é pequenininho, às vezes vocês passam batido, né? Depois, eu queria falar, bom, então, a gente tira a onda aqui, né, pessoal? A gente tem vários Van Gogh, certo? Mas eu gosto muito desse, que é o Passeio ao Crepúsculo. O último quadro que o Van Gogh faz, numa das fases, então, que ele está no hospício, não é? Permite que vocês vejam todas as características técnicas importantes do Van Gogh e também que vocês apreciem o espantoso uso da cor que faz esse artista, os contrastes que ele propõe, os azuis, os laranjas, as verticais, as horizontais, as formas curvilíneas que se movimentam e as pinceladas que vão na diagonal para cima, certo? Tudo isso é possível que vocês vejam. Ainda a gente tem um indício de que talvez aqui a gente esteja lidando com um autorretrato, não é? O homem de macacão azul. Eita, e agora, como é que eu volto? Mistério. Aquele homem de macacão azul na frente, com a barba laranja, muito provavelmente é uma representação do próprio artista, certo? Numa fase que não era exatamente uma fase excelente da vida dele, né? Teve piores, né? Porque no caso do Van Gogh sempre dá para ser um pouco pior, né? Enfim. Mas, então vocês têm a possibilidade de ver, qualquer outro lugar que você vá, você vai ver o Van Gogh e você vai ter uma multidão para conseguir chegar perto de um quadro dele, né? Aqui você pode observar com calma, apreciar, então, as obras desse artista e ver, então, por que ele é tão famoso, né? Que impacto que ele causa na gente é imediato, certo? Depois, eu selecionei dois quadros que são excelentes exemplares da pintura de retrato inglesa, né? Já que a gente está nessa temática aqui hoje. A pintura de retrato da aristocracia inglesa, então, do fim do século XVIII, começo do século XIX. Essa aqui é interessante, particularmente porque ela mostra também um pouco da paisagem atrás. A pintura de paisagem inglesa também é muito importante, historicamente falando. E dá para vocês terem uma noção, então, não é, de como isso vai se desenvolver na Inglaterra como uma coisa muito central. Fala desse ambiente que fomenta as artes, que vai ser muito importante no mercado, muito importante de arte, absorvendo, então, as tendências da pintura francesa, da pintura italiana, mas de um jeito específico, de um jeito diferente, né? Então, acho que, para vocês que têm uma afinidade aí com esse mundo anglófilo, né, é legal conhecer, porque pode fornecer material mesmo, né, para a gente pensar a aula. Todos esses personagens, o Thomas Lawrence, o George Romney, todos eles têm, então, histórias super interessantes, né, que às vezes podem render aí para vocês. E daí a gente tem, então, né, alguns artistas brasileiros completamente fundamentais. Esse aqui todo mundo já viu, né? Só que se você não viu de perto, você não viu, né? Então, de perto é outro impacto, pessoal, certo? Vão lá ver o Portinari, vão lá ver os retirantes, entendam por que isso aqui ganhou um espaço tão grande, não é? Na nossa cultura, certo? Uma obra absolutamente impactante, não é? E, além disso, o MASP tem feito um esforço muito grande nos últimos anos, que eu acho particularmente importante, não é, de diversificar a sua coleção. Então, a coleção conta com todos esses baluartes da história da arte que eu estava mencionando para vocês, e nos últimos anos tem ampliado muito a quantidade de mulheres artistas, de artistas afro-brasileiros ou africanos da diáspora, artistas indígenas, não é? E também de arte contemporânea, que não era exatamente uma coisa muito forte no acervo antes, certo? Isso tem sido feito conforme as exposições vão sendo feitas, e o acervo do MASP está cada vez mais interessante. Essas relações visuais que a gente consegue fazer entre aquilo que é canônico da história da arte e o que está sendo produzido recentemente, ainda mais rico, né? Porque aí você tem, por exemplo, uma obra da Sônia Gomes, comissionada para ficar num dos cavaletes da Lina, certo? E interagindo, então, com todos esses outros artistas que eu estava mencionando para vocês, não é? E isso faz a gente pensar bastante nos rumos possíveis, né, que as artes podem tomar, e também em relações que a gente pode fazer aí, que às vezes são inusitadas, certo? Então, acho bem interessante pensar nisso também, né? Então, enfim, espero que eu tenha conseguido aí despertar em vocês a vontade de dar uma volta no acervo para observar essas coisas todas, né? E, bom, para encerrar, então, a minha fala aqui, né, me disseram que o tema era esse, era falar de crescimento, era falar de expansão, né? Era falar um pouco de como que eu enxergo que um museu, um acervo, ou mesmo as artes, não é? Elas podem contribuir, elas podem impactar numa perspectiva de crescimento, de expansão da nossa visão de mundo, não é? E eu fiquei pensando nisso, fiquei pensando, né, com o que vocês trabalham, não é? Para mim, acho que o professor de idiomas tem que ser a pessoa mais versátil do planeta Terra. Profunda admiração, pessoal, porque não é fácil, né? Você tem que ter um repertório muito grande de coisas e tal. E fiquei pensando nisso, e aí eu quis trazer uma figura inglesa, que eu acho particularmente fascinante, que eu acho que pode dar pano para manga, certo? Que de professor para professor, né? Que é, então, a Maria Graham, ou Lady Calcott, como ela vai ficar conhecida mais para o fim da vida, certo? Não sei se vocês já ouviram falar dela, possível que sim. Ela, então, é de uma família, né, de ascendência escocesa, ligada à marinha, pai dela capitão de navio. Ela vai ter uma trajetória particularmente interessante, porque ela é, primeiro, uma mulher intelectualizada, uma mulher que se dedica à produção escrita e também estuda pintura, desenho e essas coisas, e ela vai viajar, certo? Então, eu quis falar aqui para a gente, né, pensar um pouco nessas questões, não é? de como que a arte se conecta, não é, com possíveis expansões da nossa visão de mundo. São tantas formas, não é? Cada um desses quadros que eu mostrei para vocês mostra um universo diferente, né? Então, você está na frente de um Van Gogh, e ali você está na França do século XIX, na Holanda do século XIX, o Rafael, você está lá na Itália do século XVI, de repente, a Sônia Gomes, você está aqui na Minas Gerais no século XX, e tudo isso está ali conectado de alguma maneira, tentando pensar e tentando expressar visões de mundo muito diferentes, né? No caso desta mulher, não é, que vai ter uma vida bastante não convencional para a época dela, as escolhas que ela fazem com que ela seja muito julgada, mas, ao mesmo tempo, ela nos deixa um legado para nós, brasileiros, que é muito interessante, não é? Então, por quê? Eu disponibilizei aí para a organização do evento um link que tem a íntegra dos diários da Maria Graham, em inglês. Então, tem todas as narrativas de viagens delas, é super legal. Obrigado. E também uma tese de doutorado, que é bastante recente, que analisa particularmente a produção plástica dela, então, o que ela produzia enquanto imagem. O MASP tem uma das únicas pinturas a óleo que ela faz, notem o tamanho, né? Então, é 20 centímetros por 3 metros, certo? Que é um panorama do Rio de Janeiro, né? Ela fica impactadíssima com o Rio de Janeiro. E falando sobre a vida dela de novo, né, que é um pouco um finalzinho de fala aqui, que é meio fofoca, certo? Então, ela vem... Por que não, né? Ela vem... Ela se casa e vai numa viagem com o marido. Fica super empolgada, porque o pai dela sempre viajou e ela não podia viajar muito. Ela consegue se incorporar a uma viagem do pai, depois de muita insistência, ela vai para a Índia e tal, fica assim super impactada. E aí, quando ela se casa com um cara que também é da Marinha, ela fala, bom, meu momento, né? Agora vai, né? E aí, ele vem para o Chile e o problema é que ele morre no caminho. Quando ela chega no Chile, ela está viúva, num navio cheio de homens, naquela época, e sem um tostão furado, sem nenhuma condição de inventário, de renda, de nada, certo? Vários dos homens que eram companheiros do marido dela, né, se oferecem galantemente para acompanhá-la de volta para a Inglaterra. Então, eles falam, não, eu faço a viagem de volta com você para te devolver para a sua família, porque, enfim, você está numa situação muito difícil aqui, e ela não aceita. Né? Então, o que ela faz? Ela fica no Chile porque ela está fascinada pela América do Sul. Né? Ela fala, não, vou ficar por aqui mesmo. E fica, sendo uma mulher sozinha, recém-viúva, sem dinheiro nessa época. Observa muitas coisas, então, dessa estadia dela no Chile. Ela vai fazer pranchas de ilustração botânica, certo, gente? Então, ela vai representar, por exemplo, plantas nativas, animais que ela não conhecia e tudo, vai testemunhar a erupção de um vulcão, vai anotar as impressões dela sobre isso, isso vai virar depois uma teoria dela a respeito de como que funciona geologicamente a erupção de vulcões, ela vai se envolver numa polêmica na Inglaterra mais para frente e tudo, mas, enfim, ela fica por ali e enfrenta, não é, toda uma questão social que vocês podem imaginar como é complicado na época para poder permanecer. E quando a situação no Chile começa a ficar muito complicada, ela acaba vindo parar no Brasil. Ela vem por um navio e vem parar no Brasil, no Rio de Janeiro. Ela vai testemunhar, entre outras coisas, a nossa independência. Não é? E vai parar como governanta da família real, certo? E vai ficar amiga da princesa Leopoldina, né? Que era uma figura bastante solitária nessa época também. Então, ela vai estar ali dentro, não é? No interior, da mais alta aristocracia portuguesa que está aqui governando no Brasil, e vai fazer muitas observações sobre o Brasil. Então, o trecho, não é, dos diários dela sobre o Brasil é fascinante para nós, né? Como é que essa mulher, essa inglesa viajante, uma mulher inteligentíssima, o que ela enxerga aqui no Brasil, o que ela acha interessante, né? O que horroriza ela. Então, a gente costuma ficar muito interessado. E aí, enfim, por questões palacianas internas, fica inviável, depois de um tempo, esse trabalho dela no interior do palácio, ela é mandada embora, passa por momentos muito difíceis ali no Rio de Janeiro, sem ter dinheiro para voltar para a Inglaterra, tendo que, ela consegue um trabalho que ela manda umas pranchas botânicas para a Inglaterra, vai se virando, né? Correria, vida louca, a Maria Graham nessa época, certo? Depois, ela volta para a Inglaterra, lá ela conhece o Lord Calcott, no caso, né? E que é também que tem também um trabalho artístico, um trabalho intelectual, e ela antes disso, ela se fixa ali no entorno, não é? Da Royal Academy, que é um bairro boêmio de artistas, enfim, né, que está se estabelecendo ali na época, e a casa dela vira meio que uma referência, né? Então, todo mundo quer ir lá, todo mundo quer conversar com a Maria Graham, que já viajou, que já fez um monte de coisa, enfim. E nisso ela conhece, se casa, e aí sim ela tem um final feliz, mesmo. Um final feliz desse de filme que a gente assiste para ficar com aquele calorzinho no coração. Porque realmente ela se casa com um cara muito bacana, que tem os mesmos valores que ela tem toda a liberdade para se expressar, para produzir intelectualmente, para participar de debates na época e tal, e fica até o fim da vida com uma segurança ali de poder fazer isso, né? E vai produzir coisas incríveis, certo? Então, eu acho a vida da Maria Graham incrível, né? Eu acho ela uma figura absolutamente fascinante. Tem esse detalhe que é particularmente interessante para nós, que é o fato dela ter passado por aqui, né? Dela fazer parte também desse grupo de viajantes ingleses que registra, então, algo do que é a vida brasileira nesse começo do século XIX, e muito material em inglês dela narrando isso, dela falando das coisas daqui, ou do Chile, ou da Índia, enfim. Então, eu acho que ela é uma figura que me causa um particular apreço, assim, para pensar no tema que me deram para refletir, para fazer essa fala aqui para vocês hoje. Né? Porque tanto é uma coisa que acho que funciona de uma via de mão dupla, certo? Então, tanto a Maria Graham, né, sendo ela uma mulher, certamente com uma criação um pouco mais liberal do que a maior parte das mulheres tinha na época, né? Então, certamente a família dela deixou ela, digamos assim, correr um pouco mais solta, né? Mas ela encontra na atividade artística e na atividade intelectual a possibilidade, não é, de sonhar com mundos, universos e possibilidades que não estavam colocadas para ela no cotidiano dela, não é? E depois ela vai usar as suas viagens para esse registro, para essa produção, né? E é através desse registro e dessa produção que ela chega até nós. Então, digamos que a gente pode pensar, né? Se a gente quiser pensar em expansão de visão de mundo, né? A arte funciona para ela das duas maneiras, né? Tanto permite que ela tenha essas enormes perspectivas muito maiores do que seriam esperadas para alguém da posição social dela, do gênero dela na época, quanto ela também nos provoca isso, né? Você começa a escutar a história da mulher fazendo isso no século XVIII, você fala, cara, quantas possibilidades existem numa vida, né? Quantas coisas, né, podem ser feitas e descobertas e criadas numa única vida. Então, ela sempre me dá essa sensação, né? A sensação desse infinito de possibilidades que às vezes a gente vai perdendo, né? Que a gente costuma se sentir muito quando é mais novo e depois isso vai se perdendo de alguma maneira. Eu acho isso particularmente interessante. Eu acho que ter acesso a um acervo, que ter acesso a um museu como é o MASP, pode nos possibilitar isso sempre, tá certo? A arte, entre mil outras coisas, não é? Porque a obra de arte ela é muito multifacetada, ela produz milhões de narrativas, né? Eu sou uma pessoa da história da arte, então eu normalmente vou ter uma narrativa sobre uma determinada pintura ou uma determinada escultura que ela é mais rigorosa, mas mil coisas podem sair de uma obra de arte. Podem sair formas terapêuticas de lidar com o mundo, podem sair outras obras de arte a partir da observação da obra de arte, mil coisas podem sair dali, né? Quando você entra em contato com um acervo como o do MASP, quando você olha para um panorama do Rio de Janeiro, né, na época, como é o panorama da Maria Graham, né, em alguma medida você está acessando vidas outras que talvez você nunca ouvisse falar, né? Você está acessando a possibilidade de enxergar o mundo que talvez você nunca imaginasse, né? E ao mesmo tempo, isso te mostra sobre as suas perspectivas também, sobre as suas possibilidades, sobre a sua maneira de enxergar, né? Então, é incrível que num espaço pequeno, através do poder da forma visual, você consiga ser transportado para tantos lugares diferentes, né? Então, vocês vão circular num espaço relativamente restrito, que é o ambiente onde está o acervo em transformação, e vocês podem pular da ilha de Marajó, 3.000 anos atrás, para a Itália de 1200, para a França de 1800, para Minas Gerais do século XX, certo? E isso tudo num espaço pequeno e através de algo que tem um poder de comunicação afetivo, emocional conosco muito grande, né? Que é o poder daquilo que a gente chama de belo, mas não necessariamente, né? Não necessariamente precisa ser belo, mas é o poder da expressão humana, né? O poder de alguém que usou a sua vida, a sua inteligência, tantas formas de inteligências humanas, para se comunicar conosco de alguma maneira, né? Então, isso, para mim, é o que é incrível num acervo como a do MASP, e é também o sentido que eu encontro ao observar uma vida como a da Maria Graham, né? E por isso que eu quis trazer essa história para vocês, e por isso que quis conversar com vocês sobre essa artista especificamente, no sentido da gente fazer dentro das nossas possibilidades isso, né? Então, olhar com calma, para todas essas janelinhas que vocês têm ali no primeiro andar. Aliás, acho que é o segundo. Fiquei confuso agora. Mas, enfim, no acervo em transformação, onde estão todas as obras, de maneira, então, a conseguir aproveitar essas possibilidades que elas estão oferecendo, tá certo? Que precisou de uma convergência de fatores tão específica, não é? Para estar à nossa disposição aqui na Avenida Paulista, né? Então, uma guerra mundial, um dono excêntrico de um conglomerado de telecomunicações, um casal de italianos cultos que estava vinculado ao mercado de arte e todas as pessoas que precisaram passar, porque isso foi na década de 40 do século XX, certo? Nós estamos aqui em 2022. Que conjunto enorme de pessoas precisou proteger esse acervo para ele ainda estar aqui, num país como o nosso, não é? Vocês estão diante, então, de uma realização que envolve um conjunto muito grande de pessoas querendo defender isso, querendo possibilitar isso. Isso é uma coisa incrível, é uma coisa que me dá esperança, mesmo em tempos muito difíceis, não é? Então, era isso que eu queria compartilhar com vocês a respeito da minha visão do que é isso aqui, porque eu acho legal vocês irem lá dar uma olhada, tá certo? Eu agradeço. Não sei se vocês quiserem conversar comigo depois, estou à disposição, tá bom? Obrigado.
I still can't believe I had never been here at MASP before. It's such an inspiring place. I hope you enjoyed Juliana's presentation. In our next segment, you guys are going to have the pleasure of meeting the wonderful people who work at Cambridge University Press and Assessment here in Brazil. And my first guest is Product Marketing Manager, Ms. Sheila Evans. Hello, Sheila.
Hi, Rebecca.
Welcome.
Thank
you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me here.
So how long have you been at Cambridge?
I have been at Cambridge for 3 years now.
Wow. That's just about the time we started the channel, the YouTube channel. It was in 2019. Very good. So just before the pandemic, right?
Right before the pandemic.
And what would you say is your most memorable moment here at Cambridge?
I have to say it was when the pandemic began, because we all had to go home and work from home. It was something new for everybody. So I would say it's really memorable.
Yeah. Was it challenging at first not being with everybody in the office?
Absolutely. We missed working with the people we were used to work with in the office, and our routine, you know, our dynamics in the office. So we missed it. But with time, we got used to the new routine, and then we could develop our projects. We could work naturally.
Very good. So kind of like us teachers, we also had this learning curve to teach online, right?
Indeed.
Fantastic. And what would you say is your favorite part of Cambridge Day?
Well, the favorite part is talking to the teachers, talking to the coordinators who come to participate, and of course, be able to watch the talks.
Right. Do you have a favorite author?
Ben Goldstein.
Who just gave a talk. It was amazing. I love Ben. I've had lots of ideas come from his talks. So I really like how practical his talks are. So I'm a big fan too. So you've been with authors and teachers and coordinators, right? How would you say that your world has grown from this experience?
Well, working with education is very enriching. I love working with education. It's been part of my life for a long time. And I particularly like when I see children, when I see adults learning a new language and expanding their worlds. So this is very special.
Very nice. You expand your world by expanding other people's worlds.
Absolutely.
That's amazing. What do you do at Cambridge?
I am a product marketing manager, and I also manage one of our educational partnership programs.
Oh, very nice. So you're in touch with everybody, yes? From the little ones to the big ones.
I talk to a lot of people.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Sheila, so much for being here. I had a lovely time chatting with you.
It was a pleasure being here with you too.
And I've just been informed that Tamires is now live with Ben to ask some of your questions. Tamires, are you there?
Yes. Hello, Rebecca. Thank you so much. Yes, you're here. Thank you, Ben, for being here with us.
It's a pleasure.
Your talk was really inspirational.
Thank you.
And I'd like you to say hi to the people that are watching us.
Hi, everybody. Hope you're enjoying Cambridge Day Sao Paulo from wherever you are in the world. And it's great to have you here.
Yes, thank you for the warm welcoming. And Ben, we've got some very special questions from our audience to you.
Okay.
Oh, let's see. Teacher Leonardo Momo, he asked you, do you think students are consciously noticing this diminishing of human touch?
Okay, that's a good question. Well, first of all, I'm not sure. I think my talk was suggesting, in fact, that the human touch is not diminishing, or it shouldn't be diminishing. But clearly for some teachers and students, that's the feeling that they have. I think probably students are aware that obviously learning, via Zoom is different from, learning face to face, and it seems less personal, it seems less human. What I was trying to explain today was that, that doesn't necessarily need to be the case, and we need to remember, to enhance the human touch. And I explained some practical suggestions for doing that. But yeah, I guess students are not, are not stupid. They're aware that that it's a different environment and it seems less personal. But I think it's down to the teacher to kind of overcome that sense of diminishing human touch, and to really open up, as we saw with the example of Juan in the talk.
Exactly.
That was a kind of extreme example, but in general, I think it's an interesting case study of how actually, if the teacher gives the opportunity for the learners, it may actually be possible to make that space more human, actually, rather than less. So I think, it's important to discuss these things, and I think it's important for the teachers to discuss it openly with the students, to kind of overcome this feeling that the human touch, we're losing it. Yeah.
Precisely. Oh, thank you very much for bringing the liveware, the human factor, within
Yeah.
one's talk. Oh, we've got a very interesting question from Leila. She asked, how do you see the future of EFL teaching? Mostly hybrid? Are face-to-face classes doomed?
No, well, I don't think
eventually?
so. Well, I think we have to think about the different segments, right? So I think in terms of primary and secondary, I don't think there's going to be any radical change. I think face-to-face classes clearly have to carry on. There may be more, I'm sure there will be more online work, for example, project work or something like that, which can enhance the face-to-face. And it's clear that that can save an awful lot of time for teachers and students. So I think that's a huge advantage. But I think the face-to-face classroom itself won't change radically. It will just be enhanced by the online in primary and secondary. In adult, which is in my field, it's a different question. I think that hybrid education, hybrid format will inevitably, not say take over, but we're already seeing in the world different institutions and different teachers embracing a more hybrid approach in adult. So I think for young adults and adults, there could be a change, but I don't think that the book is going to disappear. Some powers that be, people in education technology, would like to think that the book could become extinct, but it's so clear to me that people don't want that. All you need to do is walk along the Paulista, go to Livraria Cultura, for example. The shop is packed, and those are books people are looking at. Exactly. You know what I mean? So we need to, that can help as well with the human touch, having a physical object with you. And I don't think we've seen the end of face-to-face at all. Absolutely the opposite. Although it will be enhanced, perhaps with more hybrid formats. There will always be a space for that, and students will yearn for that, actually, because of so much contact online. So no, I don't predict the end at all of face-to-face teaching.
Oh, me neither.
Thankfully.
Yes. Oh, do we have time for one more question?
Yes.
Yes. There's a very interesting question from Sylvia. Sylvia,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Mm.
She asked, do you think online teaching is more inclusive than face-to-face?
Well, I mean, I don't think we can say that one is more inclusive than the other. I've tried to show today in my talk that online learning and teaching can be inclusive. I think the problem is that we thought that it couldn't be inclusive. You know, I hope to show with examples that I gave that it can be more inclusive. But as I said, I think as one of the questions at the end of my session, of course, the real problem is the connectivity. Exactly. And so when we're thinking of inclusivity these days, you know, that is the big question. Access to a reliable internet connection, you know, cannot be guaranteed for many of us. And so, you know, I would say, well, realistically, it cannot be inclusive, really, in that respect, until everybody has that reliable online connection. So, you know, I think it's a difficult question to answer. I don't think there is necessarily a correct answer. We can't say it's more or less inclusive. But what we can say, as I said, is until we can all guarantee that internet connection, then it cannot be considered inclusive in that respect.
Exactly, and the tools that teachers need to use as well.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. We need, as I said at the end, teachers and learners need to understand, I think, that with you know, remote teaching, that we need to troubleshoot. We need to anticipate always the problem of connectivity. And when we do that, then there won't be that terrible kind of, you know, oh no, what do I do now kind of thing, you know, when the internet drops. So we need to be able to have strategies in place to anticipate those issues.
All right, Ben, thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Really inspirational.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you enjoy, everyone online. Please, keep connected, and I hope you enjoy the rest of this Cambridge Day in Sao Paulo.
Oh, thank you. Now that's over to you, Rebecca.
Okay.
Thanks, Tamiris. I love how practical Ben's talks are. Every time I watch one, I get a bunch of ideas I want to try out with my students. So what has been your greatest insight so far on Cambridge Today? Tell me in the chat box, because I love to hear teacher ideas. And speaking of teacher ideas, it's my great honor to introduce my next guests here, Alberto Costa and Teresa Sequia.
Hi there.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for inviting us.
So, what do you guys do at Cambridge? What do you do at Cambridge, Teresa?
I am an academic consultant for English language teaching, so I give support to teachers, provide trainings on course books they adopt, and give workshops and presentations at events as well. Wonderful, I love that.
Do you love events?
Yes, I love events and I love presenting at them.
Oh, that's
so
fantastic.
that's really my passion.
That's fantastic. So it's great to have you here to share your experience with us. What about you, Alberto?
Well, I am a manager and I work with assessment services. That is, I work directly with the Cambridge exams. And my role involves many things, including talking to teachers, to coordinators, to parents, and to students about the Cambridge exams.
Wow, that's so interesting. And now with the merge of press and assessment, you've probably gotten closer to everybody, to teachers and to coordinators and to Cambridge as a whole, right?
Absolutely. And it's always a very nice experience to understand not only assessment alone, but assessment, curriculum, materials. Now we have everything together.
That's fantastic. So we all know that English expands our world, yes?
I totally agree.
You totally agree?
Yes.
Me
so
too.
I really wanted you guys to give us some examples of how you've seen people's worlds grow through English.
Well, I can start by saying that Alberto is a wonderful example of that, because he started as a teacher too, isn't
Yes.
he? But I have another example, and that's a challenge for you. Let's see, for both of you, by the way, because I am going to talk about a person that I met years ago. He learned English and started teaching. And he went to one of my training sessions when he worked at a school. Let's say around 7, 8 years afterwards, he started working at Cambridge. And today, he's one of our managers. So start thinking and try to guess who that person is. And in my opinion, he is one of the best professionals in the area. And personally, he's a very, very special friend. And that's it.
Yeah. What an
inspirational,
example.
right?
Yes, it's very inspirational. And I'm here working my brain. I'm going to guess. Is it Leonardo?
I can't believe it.
It is.
I thought of Leonardo as well when you mentioned.
Yes, you were thinking about Leonardo.
Leonardo, yes.
I thought it would be almost impossible for you to guess.
Wow, that's so great.
Yes.
Wow, so he's a success case of Cambridge.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, with English or through English, you can do anything you want.
That's
Isn't it
true, yes. What about you, Alberto? Can you think of an example?
Yes, well, I can think of myself as a language learner because I've always loved English and I never thought I was going to be a teacher in the future. It was just the love for the language, really. But I remember that English made a difference to me as a language learner when I managed to read a whole book in English. I love literature, by the way. And when I had that experience of reading a book in English, that was a very clear example that English made my world grow, because after that, I read many other books. I could see films without having to translate or to go to the subtitles in Portuguese or whatever. But I think also as a teacher, I've been a teacher all my life, I feel that we see that English makes your world grow when you see your students develop. I have a case of a student who became a CEO of a company in the UK, and having learned English and having reached the certificates, he has achieved so much in English. That made a difference to him. He's not in education, he's in IT, technology, so I see him and I just see English does make a difference. He went to Campinas, by the way, from Recife to Campinas and now UK. So,
wow.
And that's thanks to English.
Wow, that's so amazing. See, you teachers can tell your students how important knowing English is, how many doors it can open for you to know English by knowing English. That's amazing. But you guys didn't always know English, right? So when you first traveled abroad, did you already know how to speak English?
Yes, I think I am one of those exceptions because people travel abroad in order to be able to learn the language. But when I went, my first trip was to New York. When I went there, I already spoke the language. And I keep saying that there are two ways of learning this language, right? This new language that you are devoting to. And one, let's say it could be the opportunity of traveling and living for a time, let's say abroad. But another way is also to learn beforehand. And then when you travel, you have, let's say, more command on the language in order to be able to expand your knowledge. So I could do a lot of things that I think I wouldn't be able to enjoy so much if I didn't have so much control of English. Like, for example, going to theaters, watching plays, and similar things, right?
What about you, Alberto? How was your first experience abroad?
When I went abroad for the first time, that was 1994, so I was already a teacher, and I went to the UK to do a course in language teaching, a summer course. And I think when you can already speak the language when you travel, I think you enjoy the trip a lot more. But I do have an interesting anecdote. I remember I was a teacher, mid-90s, no computer, no internet, no mobile phones, and I was used to teaching that typical dialogue to language learners. How much is a ticket from X to Y? And I was on the plane practicing that dialogue and thinking, my gosh, I taught that dialogue so many times to my students, and now I'm going to be, the customer trying to buy a ticket. And when I got to London, to the tube station, there was no one to talk to because it was all automatic. And I was disappointed because I was teaching the dialogue that never existed. But yeah, it does make a difference when you can already use the language. And I think you enjoy a lot more meeting people, having a good time, you know, understanding the guides. Because nowadays we prepare through Google, through the internet. In my time, I mean, first time I went, life wasn't like that. So it was nice to be able to access a lot of information immediately.
Oh, nice. So if you both had similar experience, right? You traveled abroad the first time, you already knew English. What tips would you give to people who are traveling abroad but don't know English or don't have a lot of control over the language yet?
I would say that you have to plan your trip. You have to plan where you want to go, what kind of places you will have to go through, or places that you want to visit. And you have to plan on access these places through subway, by bus, and know exactly where you can get information and get some, let's say, useful functions, communicative functions, in order to be able to at least get the information you need when necessary. And I think that you have to relax, because it's impossible to, let's say, to get ready for everything that is going to happen. But if you're calm and focused, you can find your way out. Do you agree with me?
Yeah, I do. And I think you have to be curious as well as a learner if you are traveling. And I can give an example of something that happened to my mom. My mom is 81 years old.
Wow.
But 3 years ago, we decided to take her on a trip, and we went to Paris. And, you know, a lady at the age of 78, not used to technology, you know, she prepared for the trip in a way that was really interesting. She watched, you know, those city tours on YouTube about Paris. She made a note of the things she was curious about, she wanted to see. And then we decided to practice the food, the drinks, you know, the names of the things, because none of us spoke French. So we practiced the language, you know, of those specific things we wanted to do. So when we got there, it was really easy for us to, you know, to order, you know, a drink, the food, to buy the ticket to the museum, etc. So I think nowadays we have so much available to us. We just have to make them work for us. For example, if you're traveling for the first time to a place you don't know, a language you don't speak, go on a tour on YouTube and then find out things you like and practice and read about those places. And I think you'll be learning a lot, and you will be able to communicate at basic level when you get there.
Wow, that's such a great idea. Yes. Right? Yes, and so I bet you enjoyed this trip, yeah?
Very much.
Even not speaking the language,
yeah.
Right? It's not English, but even not speaking the native language, but you enjoyed the trip.
Very much. And
having prepared before.
And my mom was telling us, I want to go to this place and that place and that place. Okay, we'll do it.
Wow. I don't know her, but I love her already.
We are obedient kids.
Yeah, very good. So not everyone can travel abroad, right? We don't have all the same opportunity to travel abroad. So what would you give as a tip to a teacher to help students grow their world in the classroom through English?
Well, there are many, many ways. I think that getting in contact with the culture is one of the best things to learn about the world and to learn through English. So, for example, let's say that you are interested in different types of art. You can create projects where students will dedicate themselves into researching and presenting what they find interesting about, be it movies, music, or even places. Just researching about different places, you get to know so much about the world, different customs, different ways of living, and that enlarges our world too, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think it's nice as well for students to find role models they identify themselves with, because nowadays, if they like songs, they can access songs, through their devices. It's all very easy. But I remember teaching teenagers at one point recently, and I was teaching them something about Greta Thunberg, who is a young girl. Mm-hmm. She wasn't born speaking English. She has a cause, And English is a means for her to, spread her, her thoughts, expand her world, and also defend her cause. So helping teenagers to identify with role models, I think, would be really important to get them motivated and to give them a purpose for speaking English.
That's a great idea. Knowing more about the world, growing our world, having access to all of this information helps us be better citizens as well.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think everyone has access to platforms to make their voices, be heard.
Yeah.
So I think it's important to help the students to understand that English.
Oops.
I think it's important to help students understand that English is also one of those platforms. It's a real asset for them, for them to speak up and defend causes and say what they think, because nowadays it's all possible.
Yes, that's true. That's really true. So I want to thank you both so much for being here with me and with the teachers at home, sharing your wonderful experience. And Alberto, we'll see each other a little bit later on your roundtable.
Yes.
Teachers, you can't miss this roundtable. It's going to be spectacular, talking about something that's very important for us teachers. So I'll
Be
see
there.
you in a little bit. Thank you so much
very
for this moment.
Thank you very much, everyone.
And now we're going to have a short break for you to stretch your legs, get a glass of water, eat a snack, and we'll be back shortly with Tamires. I'll see you then.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Cambridge Day. Teacher Tamires Gomes speaking to you. I hope that you've had some time to take a break, stretch your legs, drink some water, coffee or tea. Thank you so much for your comments. They enrich very much our day, so keep posting, right? So, and I'd like to take this opportunity to read some of the comments that you wrote on our social media. So let's get down to some comments. Oh, our first comment is from Lucimara Marcondes. She says, hello there. Here's Lucimara Severino Marcondes from São Sebastião, North Beach from São Paulo, Brazil. Lucimara, I haven't been to São Sebastião, but I can pay you a visit. Thank you very much, Lucimara, for being with us. The next one is Maria. Maria said that, wow, what an amazing event. Hello, I'm Maria from Manaus. Maria, I haven't been to Manaus, but I hope to see you soon there. Yes. Oh, there's a very interesting comment from Fernando Aquise. He is commenting about our first lecture from Instituto Ayrton Senna. He says that social emotional development promotes more independent, autonomous students who will be able to interact better and in a more meaningful way in society. It will give them the tools they need to succeed. Couldn't agree with you more, Fernando. Thank you very much for your comment. There's another comment here from Alexandra. She says, oh, hello, dear Ben. We've got a Ben fan here. We're all fan, right? She says that nice seeing you again from Focus Idiomas, Bauru. Oh, hello, Bauru. Great, great. There's Miss Gaspar. She mentions that she's been connected since 8:30. Great job. So I hope that you're having great insights from the event. Yes, she says that this event is amazing and she's thinking a lot, which is such an opportunity. Thank you. Eliane Cristina is commenting on Evolve. She says that Evolve is one of the best textbooks out there currently. I use it either and then I like it very much. What about you? Which course books to use? Have you been using Evolve? By the way, I'd like to ask you something. Where are you watching us from? Is this your first Cambridge Day? Is this your second? How do you like it so far? Hope to see your comments as well. Yes? Oh, there's another comment here from Sandra Oliveira. She mentions, I believe that she's mentioning about the art session that we had. She said that there were amazing insights about art as well. I think so too as well, yes. And Annelisa, she mentioned that she uses a lot. She mentions that, uso muito arte para dar aulas de inglês. So do I. What about you? You can drop your comments for us, so then we're going to check how many of us use arts to teach. Yes. And José Luiz da Silva Ribeiro, he mentions that always seek development is something that makes my world grows. Yes. Connection with other teachers and events like this for sure. Yes. You can also comment for us here, what makes your world grow? Is this professional development? Is seeking for more opportunities to put into practice things with the students? Let us know. We want to know everything, in fact. Okay. So please comment, because this event is for you and then we wanted to hear you with us. Let's see if we have one more comment here. Yes, let me see. There's a comment here from Ana Clara. She mentioned that she really liked the speech from Instituto Ayrton Senna, and the subject is really urgent. I would say so too. Yes. The people are coming back to the event. They had a short break. Let's see who's coming, if it's about to start. Hold on.
Back. Slowly but surely. Getting back this timing for coffee breaks, yeah? I guess most of us are here, so we can come back. Welcome back, everyone. And before I present our next talk, I have a question for you. By a show of hands, how many of you have heard about the 17 Nations Sustainable Development Goals? How many of you have heard it? Good, a good number. Okay. Now, how many of you that raised your hand have used it in the classroom? Okay, a couple of you, good. So we are all in a real treat today, because to talk to us about this is teacher Viviane Kirmeliene. I'm hoping I'm saying it correctly. Yes, yay, good. I have a complicated last name too, so I like to get it right. Teacher Viviane is a teacher trainer, ELT editor, and content writer. And her talk, Bringing the SDGs to Life, a possible roadmap for the classes. Viviane, please. Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Let me take off the mask.
It's great to have you here.
It's a huge pleasure and honor to be here.
Yes, and I am so glad we have a Brazilian teacher representing us, giving us this important talk.
Yes.
Yes. Vivi, can I ask you a question before you start?
Sure.
Yes, okay. How do you think the SDGs help people's worlds grow?
Well, we could discuss this the whole morning, the whole afternoon. I think they provide a solid framework to work for a better world, and it sets some commitments that everybody has to have with our world, with the planet, with people that are underprivileged. And it's a commitment of governments, big corporations, and us.
Good.
All of us are involved.
Fantastic. You were able to shorten it. Fantastic. Have a wonderful talk.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. Well, as I told Rebecca, it's a huge honor to be here. And I'm quite nervous. And, well, let's get started. Okay, so this is me. As Rebecca said, I'm an ELT author and editor, but I'm also that girl in the picture. I was 17 years old when that picture was taken on the top of Pico do Jaraguá here in São Paulo. And I was about to go on an exchange program. I got a scholarship, and I was about to leave Brazil to live for 1 year in Puerto Rico. I was already an English teacher at that time. I was 17, and I was a teacher. I was teaching already. And it was the beginning of a huge adventure for me. Besides being the author, the editor, and the girl in the picture, I'm also a mother. I have 2 girls. I am a woman in her 40s. I'm a teacher. I'm a non-native speaker. I'm Brazilian. And I'm one of the authors of Global Changer. So being here as a non-native speaker, as a Brazilian teacher, as a woman, I think I represent lots of people here in the audience. So again, it is an honor. I hope to represent you well. And I'd like to thank Cambridge University Press for inviting me to be here. I'm very glad and really honored. So, having said that, thank you. Having said that, let's move on. Our agenda for today. First, the introduction. Yes, I have already introduced myself. Question time, okay. I will ask you a very important question. Please, you're going to need your cell phones for that, okay. Then we're going to learn a little bit about the SDGs. Think of why we should work with them in our language lessons, in our classes. Then I'm going to propose some principles to work with them in class, okay? Again, I don't want to prescribe anything. This is a roadmap that I have found useful, but I'm sure you'll be able to find yours. Once you decide to work with the SDGs, you're going to find yours in your classroom practice. So these are suggestions. And finally, yes, some practical ideas and tips. We all love them, you know, things that we can put into practice right away, right after any session. So I will share some practical ideas and tips as well. Okay? Well, so moving on, and questions and answers at the end. So moving on, question time. We're going to use Menti. I'm going to show you the slide in a second. So this is the question I have for you. It's complex, right? Again, we could discuss all day long. What are the world's biggest problems? So I'd like you to go to Menti, menti.com, the code is over there. You can write up to 3 words, okay? And then once you start writing, we're going to have this beautiful word cloud being formed here. Maybe you can go to the Menti site, because I think it's not going to work in the presentation, so we have to go to the site. Yes, can we just... A gente consegue ver o browser do Menti para a gente ver o word cloud, por favor? Yes, there it is. Let's see, it should be working already. No, it's not there. Gosh, I tested this like 20 times at home. Can we go back to the browser to see if we have some answers? Because it's not, there it is, yes. Let's see. I agree with all the words there. I agree with all of them. You're right. Okay, so when we talk about hunger, inequality, education, sexism, poverty, all these issues, they are addressed by the Sustainable Development Goals. So I think we can get back to the presentation now, please. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay. So as I said, all these issues, the main issues that you put there, are addressed by the Sustainable Development Goals. So let's take a look at them. As Rebecca mentioned, we have 17 goals. They are all represented by these beautiful icons. Okay, there are 17 of them. And for each goal, we have a set of targets. Oops, yes. Each goal has a set of targets. So we have this huge goal, for example, no poverty is the first one. And then there's a set of targets to meet this goal, okay? So there are 17 of them. They're beautiful, they're colorful. This is important for the classroom. You know, when you think of creating classroom materials, I always have that in mind. Yeah. And then, it's important also to have in mind what sustainable development means. What is that? Yeah, because the sustainable development goals, we have these goals, we need sustainability, but what does that mean? There are several definitions. I got this one from Oxfam. Oxfam is a wonderful institution based in the UK, but they work worldwide. And they have this huge work about global citizenship. So I'll be citing them a lot in this session. You're going to find the link in my references. So this is the definition that they gave. They say that sustainable development concerns the balance between meeting the needs of people in the present as well-being, health, economic development. So these are pressing issues from the present, right? But we have to be careful. We cannot compromise future generations, right? We cannot compromise their ability to meet their own needs. So, for example, we need to preserve ecosystems and natural resources for future generations. But we have to think of economic development in the present. So finding this balance is key to sustainable development. All right, so we have this beautiful image here that represents that, how all these areas, they have to be connected and they have to work together for sustainable development. Okay? So, moving on. I'm going to use climate action, which is, I think, one of the most famous goals. We are in the middle of a climate crisis. I think you have seen in the news about the awful temperatures in Europe. You know, people may joke that, I'm from Rio, 40 degrees. I'm going to wear, a jacket. Some people may joke, but it's a very serious issue, And I'm going to use climate action, this goal, to show you how the targets work, because the targets are important for our classroom practice. So, there are more than 2, okay? I don't remember right now how many targets we have for climate action, but in total, there are 169 targets. So we have 17 goals and 169 targets. So we're talking about 10 targets per goal, is that right? Is my math right? Yeah, almost 10, right? On average, of course. So here we have 2 targets for this global goal, okay? And then some countries, and Brazil has done a wonderful job about that. Some countries, they have adapted or expanded the goals, the targets, to attend their own needs, to reflect the reality. So let's take a look at how Brazil has adapted these goals to our local reality. So you see, Meta 13.1 is pretty similar to Target 13.1, but in 13.2, the Política Nacional sobre Mudança do Clima is mentioned, okay? So we'll be talking about this thing of local versus global in a while as well. So just one thing, if you want to find out about the local goals, you can go to IPEA. There are some very nice videos from IBGE. If you go to YouTube and you type IBGE, Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável, IBGE has a short video, a 3-4-minute video for each goal. They are in Portuguese, but they are highly informative. Okay? So, now, a bit of the history of the SDGs. Okay? The SDGs are not a fad. They are not a recent thing. They have been discussed for a while. They are the core of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. They were adopted by all member states of the United Nations in 2015. So every country, every state that is a member of the United Nations has agreed with the SDGs. And as I told you, they're not new. If you were a teenager in the 1990s, as I was, you might remember this event. Rio 92, the Rio Summit. So the discussion of having a set of goals, of having this agenda, it all started in 1992. It all started in the Rio Summit 30 years ago. If you look at the date, we're talking about 30 years and a month, let's say, ago. Now, moving on. Why should we work with the SDGs in the language classroom? Again, I could spend the whole day here talking about the reasons, trying to convince you, but I think if you're here already convinced, so maybe what I can do is to provide you with some arguments, if necessary, to talk to other teachers in your school or to the coordinator, to the principal, discuss that with parents if necessary, okay? So, first, we all know that, the world is changing quite fast. The pandemic just made changes happen faster than we expected. And we have to go beyond language teaching, in our case, English teaching, because we have to work with skills and experiences in the classroom, develop other skills, develop other experiences. We are educators. We're not just there to work with grammar and vocabulary. Mainly when we work with children and teenagers, we are educators. So we have to go beyond. And then I'd like to suggest, it's the Jabba moment, but not really, because we have been talking a lot about life skills, 21st century skills. But we are in the 3rd decade of the 21st century, still talking about 21st century skills. What is that all about? And when we read the skills, we might feel a bit lost. What should I do? How should I go about these skills? And then Cambridge has developed this framework, the Cambridge Life Competencies, and the framework goes beyond just, presenting the skills. We have a framework, an approach you can adopt in your classes to work with them, to develop them. And also there are some examples from the material. So look, this is how you can work with critical thinking. This is how you can foster collaboration in your classes. So there are some examples. I think it makes everybody's lives much easier when you see examples. At least it works a lot for me. So check the Cambridge Life competencies. Some other reasons. Well, we do have this power, I'm here as a teacher because of a teacher that I had that inspired me. She didn't say, oh, come on, Viviane, you should be an English teacher. No, she didn't say that. But I saw the passion that she had mainly for English literature. She was a teacher that I had in high school. Rosie Claire is her name, by the way. And, I saw how passionate she was about teaching and about the language and about literature, and she inspired me, and I'm sure that lots of you have been inspired by an English teacher. That's why you're here. So we have a major role in changing mindset. So why don't we use this role to help us to raise awareness of these important issues, such as poverty, hunger, gender inequality, so why not? Language teachers are more than teachers of language. I love that. And actually, we are more than that, and we have this benefit. We have this advantage. We can talk about anything in our classes. Of course, there are some limitations, of course. But what I'm saying is that if you want to discuss the life cycle of a butterfly, we can. If you want to talk about the suffragists in England in the turn of the century, we can. We can discuss these things. We can bring text. So we can talk about anything in our classes. So this is an advantage for us. And our students want to talk about these issues, okay? This research is a bit old. It's from 1998. I couldn't find anything more recent, but I think it has that 8 out of 10. So we're talking about 80% of the students. And I suspect that nowadays, even more students are interested in talking about these global issues. In 2016, I did a presentation at the Brasileira event in Brasília with a very good friend of mine, Elaine Hodgson. And Elaine had carried out a research, an informal research with the students at her school. She was a teacher at a Colégio Militar in Brasília at that time. She had like 400 respondents, and we asked students, what do you want to talk about in your English classes? We asked them. And then there was a set of topics, and it was interesting to find their answers, to look at the comments, because we asked them to add a comment. Of course, that there were like 400 answers. We had like 40 comments, let's say, at most. But the comments were quite interesting because they said, we want to talk about politics. We want to talk about religion in class. We want to have sexual education. So all these taboo topics were the topics that students wanted to talk about. So they want to discuss global issues. And we are all here. We all have our responsibilities. We can all make a difference. Although I'll also be talking in a few minutes about the degree of our participation, okay? I'll be talking about that too. So we can all make a difference by what and how we teach. Moving on, another one. Now let's go to some more practical reasons. The SDGs can help teachers raise awareness of these issues. We can work with empathy. We can promote empathy. We can show students how issues that affect maybe children in Brazil might affect children in Indonesia as well. So we have this cross-cultural work, this intercultural work as well. Also, we're going to foster critical thinking and problem-solving skills. So when students face a problem in their community, they can compare the reality in their community to the reality of a community in another country and think of how it could possibly be solved. And finally, it is a great beginning for cross-curricular learning. We know that if you work in a regular school, and you have read the documents such as BNCC and other documents by the Ministry of Education, interdisciplinaridade, oh, I said it right. Interdisciplinaridade, cross-curricular learning and teaching is a huge thing, and it's going to get bigger. You know, I participated in a meeting with some representatives from FNDE in December. And do you know, are you familiar with the BNCC for Ensino Médio? Yeah, that we don't have skills, everything is connected, we have areas, we don't have English anymore, we have language, and then you have Portuguese arts and this and that. They're planning to do the same for Fundamental 2, for Ensino Fundamental, yes, anos finais. Yes, yes, don't panic. I panicked, but don't panic. Okay, so working with the SDGs, this is a very good beginning, a very good, how can I say, a very good excuse, let's say, a very good excuse to work with cross-curricular learning. What else? So, the SDGs are highly visual and objectives. As I told you, I love the icons, I love the colors. I mean, it's the writer and editor in me. They can, this is very interesting. And they are a way to promote students' right to participate and express their views. Yeah, okay, Viviane, oh, right, but it's interesting because this is a right that children have. This right is granted by the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. This was an interesting finding that I had in this, when I was preparing this presentation. So when we tell students, when we ask students, what's your opinion? How can we solve that? How does this problem affect us? We are granting them the right. Children have to, we must give them a voice to talk about such serious issues that will affect them in the future, okay? And then comes my disclaimer, because we see this a lot. We see that in the media, in the news. Oh, we have to, the future generations will save the planet, because the future generations will do that. They will fix everything we have done wrong. You know, I see my daughter, my oldest daughter is 10 years old, Catarina, and I know that she's gonna be, you know, she's gonna give people trouble. And I'm so glad about it, you know. It was funny because we were driving, you know, one day, and I have Catarina is 10, and Babi is 4 years old, and we were talking about, I don't know why, we were talking about indigenous people, and I said, mas filha, por que os índios? And then she told me, Mommy, not índios. You have to call them, they are indigenous people. And I said, ooh. And then she said, mãe, lacrei, hein? Agora eu lacrei, hein? So these are the students, you know, and I'm sure that you have you have Catarinas, you know, you have students like my daughter in your classes. And then we have this feeling, but it's not their responsibility. We shouldn't, because maybe there won't be a planet for them to fix. So we should not put this burden on their shoulders. So when you think of the SDGs, all those 17 goals, okay, we can, you know, play our role, we can do our best, but we have governments, we have the big corporations. They have to bear the burden, not the future generations. Not Catarina, who's 10, or Barbara, my youngest daughter, who's 4. Right? So we have to be careful with that, because this is a trap. When we work with global issues, in my opinion, okay, this is a trap. What about the governments? Because those goals, they should be achieved by 2030. Will they? No. Okay, so are you going to leave this work for the future generations? It's not fair. Okay, so this is the disclaimer. Let's move on. Now, going to the classroom. Again, this is a possible set of principles, okay? I don't want to prescribe anything. These are things that I designed for materials that I have written, that teachers have tested in some classrooms, so again, you're going to find your own set. So, first and foremost, I think we should start by asking students, how they feel about global issue, what they think the main issues, the most serious problems are. So the same way that I ask you this question, I think you should ask your students this question. And then you can use Menti, you can use a raise of hands, you can use, you know, any system you want. So before you start working, doing any work on the SDGs, ask students, you know, what are, and probably right now for kids, they're gonna say war, war, war. They'll be talking a lot about the war, the terrible situation in Ukraine. So I think we should start by asking them. Next, I found this very interesting distinction between education about and education for the SDGs. So here we have the Oxfam document again. So I'm going to read that for you because then we can discuss it. The SDG topics and themes can be linked to all curriculum subjects and areas. That's education about. So let's learn about gender inequality. Let's learn about sustainable cities. Let's learn about decent work and growth. Okay, so this is the learning part. But there are also opportunities to move from learning and thinking to taking action for sustainable development and well-being, whether at a school, local community, or global linking level. That's education for. So do you see the distinction? Education about, you learn about the global issues. Okay, they're there. Okay, I know what the issues are. I know how the SDGs address these issues. Education for, we take action. And again, we just have to be careful with the burden on on the students' shoulders, the youngest generations, yeah? Maybe taking action is interesting because they mentioned that in the Oxfam document, that maybe taking action is learning more about that issue, becoming more interested in the issue. This is taking action as well. Then, I always like to do that. Let's start from what they know, what students know, or what students have just learned, you know, against the springboard. And now, another Shabbat moment, not really. Well, this is a spread from Global Changer. Okay, this is the around the word section. This is Unit 5 in level 1. I wrote this lesson about Hong Kong. I really want to visit that one day, you know. I fell in love with the city. So it is about transportation in Hong Kong, and they have some very interesting solutions for public transport there. So after working with this spread, there's a webquest, there's a moment of critical thinking and vocabulary work and comprehension work. This spread naturally links to Goal 11. So we have talked about Hong Kong. Imagine a classroom, right? We have talked about transporting Hong Kong and everything that they have done and all these innovations they have and solutions. They have this, did you know that they have sorry, I'm just getting distracted here, but I find this so fascinating. Do you know that they have this system of escalators? Have you ever heard of it? They go, I think, from a sea level to the top of a mountain. I think it's like 800 meters above sea level, just with escalators. Not just one escalator, you have this whole system, and then you have restaurants and stores and everything around. So it's not exactly a tourist attraction. It has become one. But, you know, it's a way to get around the city. Anyway, getting back, sorry. Getting back to the goal, okay? So it easily links with this goal, right? And then there's a target. Target 11.2 in Goal 11 is about affordable and sustainable transport systems. So it's always a good idea to pick a target so that you don't have this open work and 1 million possibilities in the classroom. So I recommend you pick a target. In this case, it's about transport systems. And then what can we do next? We can start asking questions, or we can encourage students to ask questions, even better, right? To encourage them to ask questions. Oops, sorry. The cap can come back. Yes, yeah. Okay, so these questions, we can work with them in a classroom discussion, or you can have a whole project to answer them. And other questions will come up, and students will think of a possible solution. You can explore the escalator system in Hong Kong. Would it work in a community here in Brazil, for example? In a community in Rio, or here in Sao Paulo, or in Recife? Would the escalators work? What would the problems be with the system? Okay. What about older people here in Brazil? Do they have the right of, riding on buses or public transport for free in all cities? Well, I mean, there are 1,000 possibilities here, okay? And again, how you're going to work with these questions or this topic, it depends on you. But you see, we started with a lesson from a course book. That's what I wanted to show you, that we began with a lesson, something that students have learned, and then we expanded that to deal with the SDGs. Now, you see that I am a framework person, right? An approach person, systematic person. It's part of being an editor. So I also recommend that you try to find an approach, a framework that works for you when dealing with the SDGs. And here's Oxfam again, sorry. Because this framework that they have for to work with global issues, I mean, it's something that people have discussed, have cited in different works. So it's the learn, think, act approach. So students first, or not, okay? You can see that we have the arrows coming and going. But the first, they deepen their knowledge and understanding that will support the development of skills for thinking and acting on SDG issues. So let's learn about the transportation problems in our city, for example. And then they think. Critical and creative thinking helps identify additional learning needs and informs any self-directed actions learners choose to take. So you see, choice. Students have choice here in this framework to take action. And it's interesting that they mentioned that taking action might be, I want to learn more about it, not I will become Greta and save the planet. Okay? And then act. Action and reflection inform further learning and thinking. Right? And then we have all the values underlying all of this approach. So this is an approach. This is a framework to deal with the SDGs in the classroom. This is a possibility. I'm sure you're going to find yours in your classes once you decide to work with the SDGs. Now, we have heard that a lot, right? Yeah, teachers are facilitators. They have to guide students and this and that. And students are the protagonists. The thing is, I put this here because sometimes we're kind of scared of the complexity. I say, wow, this is so complex. Students won't be able to deal with that. I have to help them. I have to do this. I have to do that. Not really. Yes. So when working with the SDGs, your students can research, they can create, they can make choices. I think giving them choice is so important, not only with the SDGs, but everything that we can in the classroom. So, for example, okay, so do you want to, we talked about the problems with public transport in our city, and we thought of some possible solutions. Do you want to make a poster? Do you want to have a podcast? Do you want to write a blog entry? Do you want to have this TikTok video about it? You know, give them choice whenever possible. I think this is vital. And the choice to take action or not. And again, taking action might be, I want to learn more about it. So these are my 5 principles. Now, let's move on. We have some practical ideas and tips here. Yes, that's the moment that everybody loves, right? So, using role play and drama to explore different perspectives and build empathy. You can find lots of activities. If you go online, you're going to find lots of activities in which you have people putting themselves in other people's shoes, sometimes even literally. Have you ever seen projects like that? There was a project with shoes from refugees that I don't remember the European country right now. I'm not sure if it was in the UK or in Germany. They had this container. I'm giving you an extreme example, okay? They have this container, and they had the shoes that refugees wore to come from Syria, from other areas of conflict to the country where they were right now. So the refugees, they donated these shoes, and people could put them on and walk around. And while they did that, they had earphones and MP3 player, something like that, and could hear the stories. They could hear the story of that person who had those shoes. So, I mean, this is the extreme, let's say the extreme example. But when we work with role play and drama, we can do that. So, again, using the public transportation system again, and we have this person with disabilities say, oh, it's very difficult for me to use public transport. So students can research the difficulties, and they can have this role play in the classroom. Or they can even invite someone, you know, from the community, a person with disability, and says, what problems do you face? What are the difficulties? Okay? Or when we're talking about gender equality, for example, you know, maybe invite a woman who is a CEO in a company, for example, and, okay, come here, let's talk about, and it's easier to find a person who is in this position who speaks English. Can we interview you? Can we talk to you about the problems that you have faced? You know, did you have problems because you were a woman? Were you discriminated against because you were a woman? Oh, you were a mother too? How was it to raise your kids and become a CEO and this and that? And of course, here I'm talking about interview, not exactly role play, but we can explore this and build empathy. Because empathy is something that, you know that those who teach kids or have children, you know that they are not born with empathy. You know, we have to teach. This is the skill we have to teach them. Yes, this is vital too. You know, help our students learn how to identify bias and stereotypes in the news, not only in the news, everywhere. You know, bias and stereotypes are everywhere, even in course books. We try our best, believe me, but sometimes. And then my talk at Brustiso last week was about how the representation of women in course books has changed over the years. It's interesting to know that we have made significant progress. So help students that. But, you know, here, instead of pointing out, look at this. This is a stereotype. Maybe, you know, asking them, you know, questions to help them build this awareness, you know, to develop that. Yes, and this is also very important. We have to focus on the positive as well. Okay, the world sucks. It does. We are about to explode the planet if we don't change our attitudes. Yes, there's no planet B. Yes, there's no planet B. But we have to focus on the positive as well. There are positive stories. There are positive statistics. And I'm going to show you one thing, two surprising things. First, I have this question for you. In 1800, what percentage of the children died before their first birthday? Any ideas? You can shout. 70? 44%. So 44% of the children that were born in 1800 didn't make it to their first year. So we have made significant improvement. Do you know the percentage now? I mean, the figure I found was from 2016. Do you know the number now? 4%. So we have made progress, right? Another point, another one. This one is here below. By 1900, how many countries? We're talking about 190-something countries, right? But by 1900, how many countries had given women equal voting rights to men? 1. Do you know which one? New Zealand. Oh, we all love New Zealand, right? We have our friend there. What's her name again? The Prime Minister? Jacinta. We love Jacinta. So So one country. So we have made progress, okay? Nowadays, around 193, 94, I don't remember the exact figure now, countries that have. So we have made progress. Again, I was talking to Catarina again, my daughter, and then she's kind of concerned about my age. Yeah, it's true. She's concerned about my age. She says, "Mommy, you're so old. Mommy, you're so old. You're 45. I am 10. So when you are 60, I'm going to be 25. You're going to die." And then I had to tell her about antibiotics and all the progress that we have made, that, you know, life expectancy has increased a lot. And I said, I don't have any plans to die before I'm 120. Don't worry. I don't have any plans. So we have made progress. So we have to focus on the positive stories, on the positive examples, without, you know, we have to acknowledge the challenge, but we have to focus on the positive too, okay? Yes, I love that too. This is from a book called Global Issues. You know, it's also in my references. We have to allow students some individual think time. And this is for everything, you know? Actually, not only the SDGs, but think time during discussions. You know, sometimes we teachers, we're kind of afraid of silence in the classroom, aren't we? So sometimes we propose this complex topic for discussion. They have to work in pairs or groups. Have them, you know, think about it for 1 or 2 minutes individually, silently. Some of them will jot down notes. Others will get distracted and try to check their cell phones. We know that. But, you know, maybe creating this think time routine in classes before complex discussions, you know, helps having more productive discussions. Investigate how global issues are represented in art. I love working with art, you know, in books and in classes. And when you work at all this mind-boggling things that Banksy, for example, has done, his graffiti work, and other street artists, for example, or music. We have several artists working with the global issues. Quotations. I'm a big fan of quotations. The words of people that were, you know, significant when fighting global issues, they mean a lot to me. I'm a big fan of Malala, Desmond Tutu, Rosa Parks, you know, and other people. And I think their quotes, their quotations, things they have said can be a good, again, another good springboard to work with the SDGs. Make the global problem local, okay? Again, if you're talking about the climate crisis and students say, you know, the ice caps are melting in the Arctic, I have nothing to do with that. We all do. So maybe show them the consequences, because there are consequences of the melting of the ice caps in the Arctic. There are consequences here. You know, but I don't live by the coast, I don't care. You know, can hear that a lot from teenagers. Who cares? I don't care, you know. And say, well, there's a consequence here. So make the global problem a local problem, and then, you know, check again the targets for Brazil. For each goal, as I told you, IPEA, I'm not sure if IPEA was in charge of that, but again, you can find that on their website. IPEA has the local targets for each goal. And finally, language, yes. yes, we have to teach languages still. You know, you still have to work with that. But it's not easy, it's not difficult. That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's difficult, but it's not that difficult. It doesn't make it impossible. It doesn't mean that all your classes will be carried out in Portuguese. You can grade your task according to your students' language level. There are some when we think of grammar, you know, I'm being very, you know, very grammatical here, but when you think of grammar, there are some language areas that lend themselves perfectly to that, like second conditional. What would you do if you were the president of your country, for example, you know? And then it's important to scaffold students' production. Something that I like to do in classes, and then I encourage students to do, teachers to do as well, is to keep like a language bank, you know, to save like a, 1/3 of your board or a quarter of your board for a language bank. So in this language bank, we can have vocabulary that will be relevant for any discussions that you're going to carry out. And also those prompts, for discussions, for example. I think, I agree, I strongly agree, I disagree. Sometimes even students can have like this discussion prompts worksheet, something that they can stick to the cover of their notebook, and they can refer to that every time there's a discussion. And after some time, this will become something natural for them. All right? So, of course, that there are several other tips. I'm sure that you have hundreds of tips as well that you can give. But we have come to the end of this session. And last but not least, as I told you, I'm a big fan of quotations, and I'd like to finish my session today with this one by John Dewey. And he lived like 100 years ago, but it is still so true. These are my references. Now is the time you can take pictures. I'll wait. The book by Alan Malley and Nick Peachy, it was published by the British Council. It's fantastic because you have the activities. The activities are there. And it's free. You can download that. It's a PDF publication by the British Council. You can go online and download it, the one integrating global issues in the creative English language classroom. And then we have options for different linguistic levels. It has the language in mind. Activities for children and teenagers as well. Okay? And that's it. Thank you very much.
I can definitely say we were well represented. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have some questions from our friends online. And we'll also take a couple of questions from people here. So if you have a question, please raise your hand, and a microphone will get to you soon.
Yeah, so just please don't ask me how to solve the words problems, please. Don't.
Okay, I got one that's tricky, but
maybe
maybe you can answer it, okay? So Roberto Alvarado asks, how can we preserve the ecosystem for future generations if we continue consuming more and more as we do today? It's not asking you to solve all the world's problems.
Just the biggest one.
Just the biggest one.
I think we have to buy less.
Okay.
I mean, I'm going to answer that as a consumer, right?
Exactly. What do you do?
Buy less, recycle, try to buy things secondhand. Try to have this system of exchanging things. Those who have children, we do that a lot, like school uniforms, exchange school uniforms. And I think we have to buy less. This is something I have been really worried about because this was not on my radar, I said, I'm going to buy some clothes. And then I went to a store and bought do I need these clothes? I was talking about that this morning. I bought this pair of trousers like a month or 2 months ago, and I had completely forgotten that I had them. This is awful.
Yeah.
Shame on me. So we have to buy less. I think that's it. But
yeah. And when you live in a very small apartment like I do, you figure out that you can only have what you use.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Before, when I lived in a big house, I didn't
kind
care.
of invade everyone's closets at home. My clothes are everywhere.
Wow. I saw once a post that said that you don't have to do everything. You don't have to become vegan. You don't have to stop using plastic. You don't have to use renewable energy sources. But do something. You don't have to do everything, but do something. Start.
Yeah, I've learned a lot from my mom because she's a great life hacker, and then she recycles everything. So we have these miçangas, these beads from old necklaces, for example. Every time something breaks, she keeps the beads, and then she creates new stuff. And she's not, someone who's into crafts, for example, but it's her way to keep things.
Nice. One more question from online. Annelisa de Riso says, how can we develop students' soft skills related to the SDGs individually and socially in practice? You can give one tip, too.
Go to the Cambridge Live competencies. I think the answers are there, You know, and it's true. You know, they have fantastic material. They have these booklets. They have a booklet for each competency, and it's fantastic material.
I agree. I totally agree. Do we have someone in the audience?
Yes, we do. Hi. My name is Roberto, and I have a question for you. And first of all, congratulations on your presentation. It was
Thank
really
you.
inspiring. So a lot has been said about project-based learning, which really seems to be an amazing strategy to raise awareness of local problems and build real-world knowledge. However, it seems hard for us as teachers to encourage students to use the English language in the classroom while teaching them, you know, these things. So how do we keep linguistic aims in mind and teach the language and, you know, make sure and encourage students to actually use the language, speak in English in the classroom while doing all that? Thank you so much.
It's hard work. I think that the first time you work with, if you decide, I don't know, let's imagine that you decide to work with the SDGs 1% per bimester in your regular school, for example. The first one, you probably carry the activity out in Portuguese. You know, by the time you get to the end of the year, students will be using more English. I think the secret here is to scaffold production, to provide them with the language. Maybe you have to do some vocabulary work, you know, some consistent and solid vocabulary work before even beginning working with the text or whatever input you use to present the SDGs. So I think you have to be persistent, you have to be consistent in what you do, and scaffold and support students. I think these are some tips.
Fantastic. Another one? I love those tips.
Hello, my name is Maria, and I know that it's quite difficult to think that different students come from different backgrounds and different family values. So how can we manage that without coming like against those parent figures? Because it's hard to think that some parents may disagree with what are we trying to learn, to teach their kids. How can we do that in a respectful way and like tell them that we are not trying to give those kids different bias, just trying to like open their minds to the real problems?
That's very tricky if you consider our current situation in Brazil. I think having first, when you have like an institution as the United Nations behind the SDGs, I think this helps a lot. Also considering that we have all the states agreed on that. So it's not something from the United States or something from Latin America. No, everyone, all the countries agreed. And focus on the fact that they are affecting everyone. I know it's tricky. I know that in some schools you won't be able to talk with that. I know they have to discuss maybe with the coordinators and the principal how far it can go. I think that having their support helps a lot. And if parents come to you, I think you have to be ready to say that, you know, these are values that are important to everyone. You know, I'm not trying to convince your daughter or son to become vegan or anything like that. This is not the point. But this is something that we have in Global Changer. I think it's the free meat day. Yeah, for example, this is something that we have in Global Changer. You know, so if you don't eat meat 1 day per week, we say this, and that. I'm not saying that your son or daughter should become a vegetarian. So try to use the United Nations, use the fact that we have 190-something states signing this, you know, rooting for this. I think this helps, but it's tricky.
Yeah, thank you very much. A round of applause.
Thank you.
For Viviane, thank you very much. Thank you. Can you give me that? Go here. Just in the nick of time, I'm back. What did you think of Viviane's talk? I personally felt thrilled to have one of our own Brazilian teachers giving such a deep and practical talk. If you have questions for Viviane, you can write them in the chat box and Tamires will be with her really shortly to ask your questions. And now, continuing down our trip down memory lane, I'm going to have a chat with Cambridge's Katia Valli.
Hello, Rebecca.
Hello, Katia. Welcome.
Thanks. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Please have a seat.
Thanks.
So what do you do at Cambridge?
Well, at Cambridge, I'm a manager and I take care of the subjects around our school series for kids and teens and also exam titles.
Oh, very nice. So you're in contact with teachers and coordinators.
Exactly. In my heart, I'm still an English teacher.
Oh, you are?
Yes,
just like me.
Yes, I have a degree as a teacher, but I'm out of the classroom for a long time. So it gives me the chance to be in contact with the classroom, with teachers, institutions, and also sending very important information from Brazil to our editorial teams in UK.
Oh, very nice. That's so fantastic. So being around teachers, coordinators, and authors and these pedagogical events, how has your world grown with these experiences?
Well, I have joined the Cambridge team 7 years ago. So you can imagine how many stories I have lived,
yes.
Right? So throughout this time, so much has changed in terms of, the use of technology in the classroom. So I have learned a lot.
So what would you say, being around teachers and authors and coordinators, what would you say has been your most memorable moment at Cambridge?
I remembered once I was traveling to capital cities around Brazil because we were doing the research to produce Global Changer, our new series for teenagers. And we visited a classroom in Fortaleza very early in the morning, and it was so hot on that day. And we went to a classroom of around 30-something students. And the teacher was there struggling to teach in that hot temperature with the sound of around 4 fans working. So it really motivated me and the editorial team that was together with me to produce a really good series that could make a difference for this kind of realities.
Wow, that's so inspiring, Katia. So you go around Brazil traveling?
Yes, whenever we have this, the production, right, the studies, the researches around new course books, we usually go to the field and have talks to teachers to really understand their teaching situations.
Wow, that's why Cambridge materials speak to us teachers so profoundly, because they're based on our experience, right?
Exactly.
That's fantastic. And how did you do these things when we were remote, when we were working remotely?
We were about to start a series of interviews when the pandemic started. And we had to do that via, Teams, all those platforms, and we did.
So you still kept in touch with the teachers and to their reality, also this digital reality?
Yes.
That's fantastic. That's excellent. Well, Katia, thank you so much for being here and sharing your wonderful experience in the field with us teachers.
My pleasure, Rebecca.
Thank you so much. And now, I know for a fact that Tamires is live with Viviane to answer your questions. Tamires, are you there?
Hey, Rebecca, yes. And then I'm in very good company. I have Vivi with us here.
Hello.
Yes. Vivi, I'd like you to say hi to those ones that are watching us.
Hi everyone at home. I hope you're enjoying the event.
Yes, we are all enjoying. And it was really inspirational, your talk.
Thank you.
Vivi, we collected some questions from the audience. There's Fernando Akis. Fernando, thank you so much for being so participative. He asked, how important are SDGs for social awareness and change? Vivi?
I think they are vital. I think they are the roadmap for social awareness and change, because they are a commitment that, as I mentioned in my talk, that all the member states, the United Nations states they have made this commitment to work towards solving these issues. So they're...
And there's a question from Raquel LB Cardoso.
Okay.
Is it also possible to start this discussion with very young learners?
Definitely. You just have to adapt the tasks. I think with very young learners, you can work with the icons because they're colorful and they're nice, and you just have to grade the task. You have to adapt the task, but it's possible. I would, go for the icons. And the book that I mentioned, the one published by the British Council, it has some very interesting ideas to work with young learners.
Oh, thank you very much. There's another question from Fernando, and then he asked, what correlation is there between social development goals and 21st century skills?
I think developing the 21st century skills or life skills, there are different names where they're the same thing, let's say. I think they are the tools that we need to work towards the solution of these global issues. So if we help our students develop critical thinking skills and problem solving skills, they'll be able to help the planet become a better place.
Yes. Do you have time for one more question? Yes.
Okay.
There's a question from Marcos Schink. I think I know you, Marcos. Thank you very much for your question. Yes. How do you think 21st century skills can boost learning and implementing the SDGs by the students?
Yes, I think it's pretty similar to the previous question. I think the SDGs are your toolbox. The life skills are your toolbox to develop all the skills and abilities, to help students develop the skills and abilities they need to work on these issues.
Yes. Vivi, we've got a comment from a fan.
Oh, a fan, great.
Yes, Ivone Andrade, she mentions, Vivi makes a difference for a better world.
Thank you. I got goosebumps,
Vivi, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Is there any message you'd like to send to the people that are watching us?
Well, keep watching the event. We're going to have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. As I said there, it's an honor for me because, when I think of my background and how difficult it was, for example, for my parents to pay for my English classes and how I started when I was 17 years old, it's a huge pleasure and an honor to be here today.
Thank you, Vivi. Thank you very much. I
Thank
believe
you,
that we all
Tamara.
got really inspired.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Over to you, Rebecca. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamires and Viviane. That was a great Q&A session. Something I love about Cambridge Day is that we teachers can meet new teachers and hear their stories. And we'd like to give you that same experience for you that is at home. So I would like to welcome my guest, Abe Alabi. Did I say it right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
From
Nigeria.
Yes, from Nigeria.
Yes.
Representing?
Inglês para nossa gente.
Inglês para nossa gente. It's a pleasure to have you here, Abe.
It is my pleasure.
Thank you so much for being here. So tell me, what is Inglês para nossa gente?
Well, Inglês para nossa gente is an NGO, right, established to help people in vulnerability to be able to study English for free with a very good and standard quality.
Wow.
Free of charge.
Wow.
Right, and that's what we've been doing since 2017.
Since 2017, nice. And where are you located?
Well, we are centered here in São Paulo, right? However, we attend people around São Paulo, like some catchment areas, some neighboring cities like Diadema, Campinas, and some Itapecerica da Serra, Carapicuíba. And today we are located in 27 different units.
Wow.
Yeah, attending over 1,200 students.
Wow, that's fantastic. Yeah. So is it like a volunteer project?
Yeah, it's volunteering. Actually, we establish it and we invite friends and colleagues and teachers to help us as being a volunteer, we call them, right? And so far so good. We've had over 120 volunteers. Today we are having like 67 active ones, right? Who goes to the centers and teach people free of charge.
Wow, that's amazing.
It's really.
I've been a Cidadão Pro Mundo volunteer since the beginning of the year, and it's been an extraordinary
You'll have
experience.
to visit us. Yeah, you have to visit us.
Yes,
yes.
And I live in Campinas, so if you
Do you?
Yeah, if
wow.
you have something there in Campinas,
definitely.
I would love to see it. It's been a really interesting experience. I think being able to be a volunteer, to be able to teach students who wouldn't have that opportunity if it weren't for the institutions is really great.
Yeah, it's really great because we know the value and the category of English language here in São Paulo, and we know that if we give them the chance of learning English, they'll be more competitive out there. You know, and that is what really Jira help. And if you see, most of the teachers, the volunteers, they would just call me after 2 or 3 months saying, Abe, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm so happy being here. I'm so, I feel so happy to help people. And I was so worried in terms of performance and things, but they're worried with something else. They're like, wow, Abe, we really love it. It's amazing. So this really Jira up, and it makes us feel more comfortable to keep doing it. You know?
Yeah, it does. It serves us a bigger purpose.
Definitely.
Right? Yeah, it's really good. So tell me, you're from Nigeria.
Yeah.
And how did you end up here with this project of Inglês para Nossa Gente?
Well, it's a long story that I have to shorten, right? The first thing is that I came here to study, all right, to further my education here at USP. But things just changed in the first night. It's a long story, like I said. Well, Brazilian people helped me when I got here. And there's no way to say ordinarily thank you and bye-bye for everything. I thought I could have done something. I had to do something. I had to show my gratitude to those people. Then there was a day I was giving classes, and a specific day I was on the elevator, and one of my friend teacher came and said, "Abe, you were so awesome. You're good. Everybody loves you." And I said, "Oh, really? Yeah, you were a good teacher." Then I said, "Well, I know what to do. I think being a good teacher is enough to say gratitude, to say thank you to Brazilians." And I used to live in a community, right, where my first home here in São Paulo. And I went back and said, you know what, I'm going to open a school free of charge to teach people. And these teaching people will serve as a good quality and at the same time, a way of saying thank you to Brazilian. I would never imagine it would turn out to be something big as it is today.
Wow, oh my gosh, that's so curious. That's something that started as a gratitude.
Yeah.
I feel like it's the, what's that movie? The Chain of Good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like it's like that, right? You started with this simple thing and then it got bigger and bigger.
Yeah, it got bigger. Actually, I was thinking of teaching like 20 people. Right now, we're having over 1,200 in the classrooms all around. So I feel so happy. And coming from Nigeria down here, I really worked. Actually, I came to study. I wasn't able to study, actually. But nowadays, I feel very happy with what we're doing with Inglês para Nossa Gente.
Well, I'm having the best time here knowing more about Inglês para Nossa Gente. And if you haven't heard about this wonderful project, you should check out Cambridge's Celebrating Stories, where they made an episode with this institution, and Abe is a character there, and you'll see lots of what they do, the amazing work they do, even if you want to get involved. So be sure to check out Celebrating Stories. Well, let's think about the students, right? Mm-hmm. How do you think their world has grown through Inglês para Nossa Gente?
This part is really touching, actually. When they came around, we would see them as, they wouldn't know how to say hello, hi, my name is whatsoever. And they will just look at us, I would just want to study English. After 3 semesters, we came up with diversified tests and examinations. And while we were recording them, we could see how big they are. They're speaking English, they're able to express themselves, they're able to express their emotions and things like that. So we teachers, the volunteers, we are like amazed, like, wow, this is happening. We are changing their world. And nowadays, most of them that graduated 2 years back, they are working in some multinationals. Some, I think over 10 of them are now volunteers.
Wow.
They graduated with us, and now they're volunteers helping us to teach newcomers. So their world is changing considerably, and in a very good way. They really want to be, and some of them, they have no idea about what was going to happen to them, and it happened. And they look at us like, Abby, thank you. No, I don't want to receive your thank you. I just want to feel like, yes, it's working. And if it worked with you, help someone else. That's what we really observe in them. It's really good. Positively, they are doing well.
Wow, that's fantastic. What about the volunteers? How do you think you've helped grow their world?
Both sides. Volunteers, I think that I know more than 10 of them are now teachers officially, which they were not, right? We give them training and they felt like, oh, I like it and I'm doing it well. So financially, they are earning more money, and at the same time, they are feeling so welcome. Whenever they remember English para nossa gente, they talk to me carefully, like, Wabe, I love that. I want to do it again. Give me more. We have teachers handling 3 or 4 units, right? Hey, I want to go here. I want to go there. How can I help you? I work with marketing. Can I help English para nossa gente itself? Because as things grow, we became an institution. We became an NGO, right? And we've been receiving help from everywhere, mostly from our volunteers.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is so inspiring.
Yeah.
So you said that some volunteers are not teachers, not English teachers.
Not at all.
Okay, so how does someone become a volunteer at Inglês para Nossa Gente?
Good. The first thing is that you're willing to help someone, right? If you really want to help, just join us and you speak English above intermediate level. I evaluate you, I send you our videos, you understand it, and you give me some answers, then I'll be able to categorize you in what sector can you help us and what level can you help us. So then when I receive this information, and we have a training material that I'll send to the teachers to give them the coaching on how to teach and what is the principle of English para nossa gente, because teaching English out there is quite different from teaching English in English para nossa gente. Totally different, because our people are quite different. The way they want to learn is different. We cannot use the way we teach on Faria Lima, for example, to the way they're going to learn in Jadi Angela. It is not the way. The reality is quite different. So we try to give our teachers the methodology we adopted during this period and experience we achieve in order to reach the best and to extract the best from these students. So we give them the coaching materials and teaching method and things like that before you go into our English class. And before you go in there, you have a certificate, right, that guarantee that you are one of the English teacher at English para nossa gente.
Oh, yeah. So how many classes a week? How does it work?
Well, each unit, we try to operate it once a week, 2 hours, right, or 1.5 hours, right, at least, you know. So the teacher goes there and teach them. We record videos by myself, telling them what we expect in each class. So the teacher going to the class to teach knows exactly what we are looking for in that class. So we have kind of centralized and standardized, all right, our teaching methods so that what you meet in Campinas is what you are going to meet in Jardim Angela, unless the teacher is doing something different. And we try to go around and see how things work and just to guarantee that the standard is kept.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. And if you want to be a volunteer, what do you have to do?
Just sign up. Yeah. Just sign up on inglesparanossagente.org. I'll be waiting for you there.
Yes,
Definitely.
that's very good.
Yeah.
Because we have lots of teachers.
Definitely.
That could be able to do that. And how did it work during the pandemic? Did you guys stop? Did you move online?
We moved online, actually, but we were not able to capture everybody. And we know the problem of our people, lack of Wi-Fi connections, internet,
devices.
And devices and all those things. So, and we didn't want anyone to get the upper hand, right, above the other one that are less privileged, and those are our focus, right? So we kind of suspended, right? Then we went online giving classes on YouTube and Instagram and getting it recorded, but just classes. Right, so if you want to study, you go there, you see my classes in there, you can just learn, and that's it. So when pandemic got low down and we started presential again last year in August.
Right. And from what ages, what age groups do you work?
Well, it starts from 7 to 70.
7 to 70, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, because when we began, we were looking for children and teenagers and adults. But later on, we saw people knocking on our doors, people like elderly ones, saying, I want to learn English. Just understand what they're saying on the songs and the music and things like that. I was like, whoa, sounds good. But what really motivated us giving classes to all categories was one day I was in the unit of Embudas artists. One of the elderly women came to me and said, Abe, why did you cancel my class next week? It was a holiday. People might travel and maybe I can take some rest. And she said, frankly, into my eyes and said, the only place I feel happy is in your classroom. My husband is in the hospital dying of cancer. He is going to die. I don't know what to do. I lost my store a couple of weeks ago and everything in my life is sad. And when I come to your class, I see the way you teach us, I see your vibration, I feel so happy just for 1 hour and a half. And you were planning to cancel my class? I was so speechless. Then I said, I'm sorry, Dona Lucia. I wish I were here just for you exclusively. Can we? And she said, no. Just to let you know how good you were doing for me.
And how important this is.
And I felt so happy. Then I said to all teachers, guys, just let me know if any elderly person coming around. Then from the blue, we saw another one. He was going to die. He was having cancer at Jardine Angela, I suppose. And he said, before I die, I wish I could learn and speak English. And I was like, what? Yeah, I have cancer in my head. I was going to die. And then I said, well, everybody has motivations and reasons of studying. So let's give them the dreams to be realized and let's see what happens. So that's why we go from 7 to 70.
Wow, from 7 to 70. That's amazing. So what advice would you give teachers that are not from the São Paulo region and that can't be a volunteer teacher, but what could they do in their community? What do you think?
Well, the first thing, right, is to be happy and try to help someone else. If you believe you cannot change the world, I must tell you something, you can. In the moment you think of helping someone next to you, you are already changing the world, right? I'm gonna go to USA to change the world. It's not the fact. The fact is, look around yourself. Someone must need your help, and you do that, right? Guys, gathering 2, 3, 4, 5 guys in your neighborhood to teach them for free is highly rewarding, all right? And do it. And that is what I was trying to tell you. My intention was to give 5, 6, 10, at most 3. We have 1,200. I feel so happy, you know. So start doing whatever you feel in your capacity to help someone else. You know, if you want to teach on how to say "nice to meet you," if the guy only understands "nice to meet you," he will be grateful for the rest of his life. There are things that we understand just once in one class in our high school that we never forget till now. And our teacher holds merits for that. So I think if you're able to teach someone "nice to meet you," that's enough.
Wow. Thank you so much for being here, Abe, and sharing your experience. It's been truly inspiring and extraordinary to see how something that started so small could take this huge proportion. And I wish all the best to Inglês para Nossa Gente, and I'm hoping I can meet the project in Campinas and maybe get involved with it.
Who knows?
Really, really excited about that. Thank you so much for being here.
It is my pleasure. Thank you very much. And I must not forget, Cambridge holds a very important part of this success you've just said. Celebrating stories with Abby that you mentioned gave us a stamp of recognition. Right? People started to understand that, no, it's real. They're not lying to us. But I didn't tell you something. The best student of all the units wins a prize to go and study in the United States for 3 months, all paid by Inglês para Nossa Gente.
Wow.
Yes.
What an incentive.
It's awesome. And we have a winner already. And she's not going yet because she decided to study a little bit more with me and teach more. Right? So by next year, she'll be going to America to study and further her education.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Cambridge, and thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you so much, Abe. I feel moved and inspired by your story. I think this is so amazing that one teacher can do all of this with a dream or just to help people. I remember Malala's phrase, one teacher, one pencil can change the world. One teacher, one student, one pencil can change the world, right? So we're going to go to our lunch break now. And you take this time to eat your lunch, to stretch your legs, get some fresh air, and take this time also to think about what have you been doing for your community, for your students, how have you been helping people, and we have lots more to come in our afternoon, and I'll see you shortly.
Hi everyone, welcome back. My name is Tamires Gama and we are here at Cambridge Day. Did you have a good lunch? What did you have for lunch? Did you have something light or did you have something a bit heavier such as feijoada? We'll need your energy for this afternoon, so please keep commenting, keep sending your questions to us. And then I'd like to take advantage of this moment that we are getting things around here, correct? To read some of your comments. It was very interesting to see that we have many international participants, such as Georgia. Georgia's from Greece and she's really excited to be here. Thank you, Georgia, for coming, attending online. Your presence here is really important to us. And then we also have somebody called Emmanuel Sette. I hope that I have pronounced it correctly. Emmanuel mentioned that this kind of event makes his world larger. Thank you, Emmanuel. We hope that you're enjoying it very much. José Luiz da Silva, he's complimenting us as well. And then he's saying that seeking professional development makes his world larger as well. He likes connecting with other teachers. And Daniela Sansoni, he mentioned that Cleberson and I here. Oh, hi Cleberson. Hi Dani. Since graduation more than 20 years ago, always together learning for more. It's from Piracicaba. I haven't been to Piracicaba, but I hope to pay a visit to you soon, right? And speaking of comments and speaking of social media, have you used our filter? So if you are taking pictures from the event, don't forget to tag Cambridge Brazil, okay? So if you don't follow Cambridge Brazil, go there. The Instagram is at Cambridge Brazil. Don't forget it is with Z. And then we hope to see your contributions. Okay? Don't forget to tag us as well. And And then if you haven't subscribed for the YouTube channel, this is your moment, okay? Subscribe, because then you can get to know more about teaching, learning, culture, all of the cultural events like this one as well, right? We've got another comment. Let me see. It is Roberto Alvarado. You are great people. It's my 3rd time here online. Wow, such a great thing to hear. Thanks for giving us the chance to participate. Oh, it's a pleasure for us. So the more you send questions and comments, the better the event gets, okay? I'd like to take this moment as well to share something with you. Have you heard of the newsletter called Sublinhamos? So if you haven't heard of it, it is a monthly newsletter from Cambridge, and then you have the chance to get to know more about news on education, cultural events, and then how to, improve your teaching practice. So if you haven't subscribed for that, you should. You can go to our Instagram page and subscribe there, right? There's another comment from Daniela. Daniela mentioned that this is her first time, and then she's from Uruguay. Wow, so then we keep a very varied audience today with us. Keep sending comments to us, please. There's another comment here from Fernando Acquisi. Fernando, thank you so much. Okay, Fernando mentioned about social emotional development, and then he really thinks it promotes more independent learners. There's a comment from Aparecida. Aparecida, she's from Kansas. Oh, thank you so much. So now we're going to take a look at our lineup. So let's take a look at what we've seen before, right? So then you can keep your memory fresh. And then what we're about to see in this afternoon while we get ready.
Yeah? Did you go visit the art exhibit? Yes. So I'm hoping my next break I can get a sneak peek. All right, so I hope you had a great time during our lunch break. And moving on in our program, we teachers sometimes often wonder about how much and what kind of vocabulary our learners should have for each level of learning. And here to help us on this topic is Senior Assessment Services Manager for Cambridge, Italy, Sarah Ellis. Welcome, Sarah.
Obrigada.
Ah.
My first word in Portuguese.
Good. Is it your first time in Brazil?
It's my first time in Latin America, so I'm delighted to be here. So
wow.
Thank you.
So let's give
Thank
a round
you.
of applause to Sarah. Welcome. I hope you are
much.
enjoying your stay here.
It's absolutely amazing.
Yes.
I can't wait to come back.
And how has your world grown since you got here to Brazil?
Well, I've learnt about some food, wonderful food. I've seen some wonderful music and some beautiful places and amazingly friendly, welcoming people. So thank you.
See, you already got their hearts. Fantastic. Sarah,
Okay.
excited to see your talk?
Absolutely,
And the
thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Okay, so hello everyone. It's really a great pleasure to be here. And before I start, I really want to say some thank yous to the Cambridge team in Brazil. And in particular, I want to thank my colleague Alberto Costa, because thanks to him and thanks to COVID, I'm here today. Because, of course, it changed the way we think, the way we work. My world grew, and I was able to collaborate across the continents. So that's one part of the reason I'm here today. So we're going to be looking at vocabulary. So as a complete beginner in Portuguese, it reminds me of some of the challenges that our learners have. So I think it's a really appropriate topic for me. So what we're going to be doing is looking first at understanding what vocabulary learners need at A2, B1 and B2, more or less. And we're going to be exploring how we see vocabulary tested in Cambridge English qualifications at the different levels. And some of the tasks, we'll look at some of the tasks. Obviously, we can't do all of them, but we will do some. We will spend some time looking at activities and ways to develop vocabulary skills. Obviously, we need to help learners look at ways to develop it. And of course, throughout, one of the main reasons for this session is also to make sure that as a teacher, you find out about new resources that can help you with your learners increase that vocabulary that they need so much. So let's get started, and I thought I would go back to when I was a new teacher learning. I think now when I talk to other people, I realize how important this was when they told me, you know, which is more important, grammar or vocabulary? I'm sure you have an answer. So I found a quote that I love to use because it really is about how important vocabulary is and what we can do with vocabulary. Yes, grammar is important, but if I had to choose, certainly at the moment, I need vocabulary. But I'm going to ask you to do a few activities throughout. So for this one, if you have got a piece of paper and a pen, that would be useful. So otherwise, you're going to have to think of it in your head. So if you've got a piece of paper and pen, I'm going to share with you an activity that another colleague gave me a long time ago that I've used and reused, and you can develop it. So I hope this will be useful for you too. So, as you can see, I'm going to give you a word. And I want, when you hear the word, as soon as you can, without sort of thinking too much, I'd like you to write down 10, at least 10 words that are either associated with this word or are in some way the same as this word. You'll see what I mean in a moment. And you have to write down 10 things as fast as possible. Can you do it alone? So no cheating, okay? So here we go. Are you ready? Okay, so what do you think of or associate with this word? After about the 5th word, you might find it more difficult. That's part of the process. If you finish, can you put your hand up? Ha-ha. Okay. Of course, don't worry if you haven't finished. It's for the purpose of the activity. Now, I'd like you to, without showing your partner, find someone to talk to or somebody to talk to, and I'd like you to take one of your words and to describe it to your partner or the other people who are with you, and they have to guess the word. So don't use the word, okay? So go. Describe, don't use the word, and the other person guesses. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it. That's okay. No, forgive me. I haven't given you enough time, I know. But it gives you the principle of the activity. Now, the next stage is you very quickly show your partner your list of words and see if they're the same, similar, or what kind of differences or similarities. Okay, sorry to stop you. Sorry to stop you. And I thank you for the people at home watching. I hope you did the first part of the task. But yes, as you can see, we've got you speaking. We've got you doing some activity very simply. So it's actually an activity that I use a lot. So what we've done, of course, is use the technique think, share, and pair. And if you were at TESOL Brazil last week, there was a very interesting thing to remember about your introverted learners, that having time to think on your own is very important as well. So think, pair, and share, which is what we did. Now, of course, this activity is focusing on vocabulary, and we could create a word cloud. And I wonder if you can see any of your words that you had in the cloud that was made by another group of teachers. So you can see somebody else's. Okay, so I'm going to take it away. Now, next stage in the process, of course, is with your learners, is we're extending the vocabulary. So we're trying to find ways to get students to share, but also to enrich their vocabulary by perhaps sharing ideas related to the color red. We could also look at the connotation and the association. And of course, we can associate red with danger, but we can also associate red with passion and with love. So we can look at connotation around words. So a nice way to get students to think about the two sides, let's say, or more than two sides, of a particular word. And of course, this is a very flexible activity, very easy for the teacher, but obviously also creates engagement because your students are contributing. So, of course, I'm just showing you we're not going to do it, but you could also relate it to the senses so that you extend it and you think about the association of this vocabulary. You might be using it to reinforce vocabulary or to find out what vocabulary your students know. So, and you might repeat the activity again and see how their vocabulary has changed and enriched. So, you can choose the color that you want. and you might choose different colors for different lessons. Why not? It's very rich and a quick way of relating to lots of things. Okay, so just to get us started, let's think a little bit about what it means to know a word and what kinds of words our students need at different levels. And today we're really focusing on A2 to B2, but obviously a lot of the information is also relevant to C1. So, about knowing words. We have two words really related to knowing a word, lexis and vocabulary. What's the difference between them? Now, we're not going to give you a test on that, but just think about your answer to that description. And I think just a very simple way of looking at it is that vocabulary tends to be associated with single words, tightly connected combinations. And I've just got some simple examples related to that. So obviously dog, but then you've got stock market, memory stick, mobile phone, sky blue. Lexis, on the other hand, if you like, is much broader and includes your kind of database of language that you will have, including things like idioms, connotations, semi-fixed expressions, fixed expressions, and combinations of words. And typical ones in English, of course, are phrasal verbs, which we love so much. Thank goodness, that helps me have a job. And then we have, of course, multi-word expressions, of course, chunks. So the idea of chunking language, which is so important with vocabulary and so fulfilling because you can feel a sense of progression even if you're not understanding always the grammatical aspect behind it. And, of course, collocations, very important, and we can talk about that for a long time, but we're not going to. Okay, so what does it mean to know a word? If you think about some of the aspects that you know about the word know, and I'm just going to give you a little bit of help. So, just one or two. We could spend the rest of the time on this, but don't worry, I'm not going to. So, of course, when we talk about knowing a word, we could start from the basics of can I pronounce it, which, of course, I'm feeling very strongly at the moment. Can I pronounce it? Do I know how to spell it? Do I know the morphology? Then, of course, we've got thinking of aspects of is it figurative use of the language. So being able to use it, for example, if I say cold shoulder, it might be because the window's open. But if I give you a cold shoulder because I don't want to talk to you anymore, of course, we're looking at the way the same words change in that sense. So students really will explore different aspects of vocabulary, and this list is not complete. There will be other aspects that we could include. But I think it's useful for students not to think about just translating a word, because the translation may not actually be complete enough. It may have slightly different meaning in another language, etc. So these are some of the areas that we can obviously focus on and help our students get interested in exploring vocabulary, enjoy finding out something that's different, that they can see that's actually going to be useful when you give them opportunity as well to use vocabulary. So I like the idea of exploring vocabulary and kind of collecting vocabulary as an image. It certainly works for me. Now, we talk about Cambridge English qualifications and where vocabulary is tested. Now, obviously, we haven't got time to do every aspect of the exam now. I just want to mention one or two at this point. Of course, Cambridge English qualifications test vocabulary in every skill, in every paper, in one way or another. So vocabulary is key to being a successful learner, but to being a successful communicator, whether you take a test or an exam or not. Here's an example from B2, and of course word formation, typical part of that exam, where really that's that focus on vocabulary. And of course, what does that mean? Though we were looking at knowing a word, obviously we need to know the meaning, we need to know the morphology, we need to know how to spell it. We might look at the synonym and antonym, so that's knowing the vocabulary. And of course, if you're speaking, then you would add the pronunciation as well. So communicate, or communication, and communicative, looking at the way word stress changes. If we look at A2, B1, and B2, they all have in common that, of course, you're going to be doing a closed test, obviously at all levels. And this aspect, the part ones are testing vocabulary. There's an important focus on vocabulary, as you know. And of course, that means, we're not actually testing spelling, because of course they're giving you the word, and of course you hope your students are going to copy it correctly, but as we're doing multiple choice, it's not being tested. But of course, we need to know the meaning of a word, looking at the context. We talk about, make sure you've read the text first, that you can put it in the context, etc. And of course, looking at collocation. And increasingly, as you get higher, that collocation is so essential. So I've got an example from B2, which of course shows what we've seen at the lower levels, but I think that we're looking at understanding the words that are very similar, and that of course is a key focus. And I'm very visual, and I like to try and get students to look at pictures or find pictures to look at the implication of the differences in the vocabulary. So here you can hear yourself looking at the picture, perhaps thinking about the different word. And of course, we've also got different pronunciation. So looking at the use as well. So I sometimes think that having a picture can help your students understand those similarities and explore the meaning is similar, what's the difference? And of course, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So, what about the levels? What vocabulary do we need at each level? Now, I have taken the vocabulary descriptors from the speaking descriptors. And you'll see, of course, that at A2, it's going to be everyday vocabulary and appropriate. As we move up the levels, of course, we're talking about range. So we start talking about range and control. And again, the descriptors help a little bit in the direction of the focus of the vocabulary. And the range increases as we go from A2 to B1. Of course, as we go from B2 to C1, the range is going to increase. And of course, the appropriacy, understanding the use of vocabulary in context. You can get away with it when you're a beginner, but the higher you go, the more you notice if it's inappropriate. So if you're interested in looking at the descriptors, there are descriptors for vocabulary, of course, for speaking, and descriptors in the writing descriptors. So you can also find that information in the handbooks, of course. Now, what do we teach? What do we need to learn? And where do we find it? So this is just a brief a reminder of, where do you find the answer to some of those questions? And fortunately, or unfortunately, we do know that vocabulary needs to increase. Now, I've read lots of things that say different numbers, etc. But fundamentally, we know that we're more or less doubling the numbers of words that you know as you go to the next level. We also have the factor that you have active and passive, and you also have the individual language learner's own background will influence how quickly, how much vocabulary they have. So numbers are just an indication of that need to widen the range of vocabulary as we go up the levels. And of course, I'm very pleased that at A2 and B1, it's much easier because we can use the vocabulary list. Now, I'm sure you know the vocabulary list. Just make sure you have the most up-to-date one. They were slightly updated, not in 2020, and some people, you have to make sure you're on the right part of the website. So these lists, for me, are so useful for learners and teachers. And of course, you know that they are available alphabetically and as topic-based vocabulary lists. Now, I think the alphabetical list is useful because it gives you the grammatical information about the word, but the topic list for me is my favorite. making it more relevant, choosing topics that we can extend the vocabulary through. So we'll talk a little bit about using these, exploiting these, and helping your learners go up that ladder. But when we get to B2, there is no word list, as you will know. So what do we do about that? If you like, at B2, we're much freer. Of course, we're going to be talking about topics that are relevant to the learners, but what about, can I have a little bit of help to know what B2 vocabulary is? So my answer to that is one of the tools you can use is the English Vocabulary Profile. How many people are already using it? Okay, well, the English Vocabulary Profile is free. It's a great tool because it allows you to choose the level you're interested in, or not choose a level, if you prefer. And we can look at it for a variety of ways of accessing it. So whether it's by topic, whether it's by word type, etc. And we'll have a little look very briefly. So this is an example of the word no. Now, I didn't put in a level, so you can see that no, with different meanings, is also associated with different CFR levels. So you can go to this list, put in a word, and find out where it relates to. And obviously, meanings become much more complex as we go up. So you've got know something inside out. Of course, that's much higher and obviously cognitively more demanding. But it's a great place to look at vocabulary. And of course, you can just choose the level you're interested in. So if you only want A2, you choose A2. And this has come from research and from the exam material and active use by students. So that's the English Vocabulary Profile, and it's free. And of course, I do invite you to take photos if it's quicker, if you want to. Now, you can see here an example of the topic of arts and media. So I've done it by topic, and then you can obviously reduce it. You can click on it and get more information about every word, a bit like a dictionary, but different in the way it's collecting the information. This one, this just really shows you how you can choose a topic, and I've chosen something on nature, and I was talking about the weather. So we can look at the way clear up. So we're looking at phrasal verbs, relating it to the weather, and then we can look at, on the other side, we've got clear without clouds. What's the difference between clear up and a clear blue sky, etc. So again, you can investigate each a word that you're interested in and get more information, and you can also find student examples, so that's good. Now, recently, I thought, how do you know what a text level is? And also, how do I know what level my students' writing is or reading level is? Well, this is another free tool called Vocabulary Profiler. And you can put in a text, and you can actually choose which profiler you prefer to use. Now, obviously, I want to use the CFR. But if you did want to use a different profiler, you can, which is also interesting. So we can put in the text, and it highlights the words in the different colors. So again, that's quite interesting for looking at reading, but also for looking at your students' writing, getting them to think about the type of writing, the words they're using in their writing, etc. So I just offer you that as a tool you might not know. So you can see here, it's great. And of course, if your students are repeating vocabulary, then it's a reason to explore and perhaps find another word. So, moving on quickly, I would like to look at some activities related to the word list, but not only. And of course, if we go back, you can start with your A2 students going to B1. So when they move level, it's quite nice to actually compare. So what am I taking into my B2? Into my B1? And, how does it extend? So it's actually quite a nice way to review what level the vocabulary at the lower level as well. And of course, if you're doing B2, why not look at the B1 level vocabulary as well and make sure that you've got that under your belt. And of course, the important thing about word lists is they're terribly boring unless you do something with them. When I was young, I was trying to learn Spanish at school. And my teacher gave me these word lists. I could not remember them. I went to the sweet shop where my friendly sweet shop owner spoke Spanish to me every day. And I learned some Spanish because, of course, I was using it. So word lists are useful, but we need to make sure we're doing something with them. So identifying them in categories, making some kind of link, of course, is very important. So although you've got the list, let's do something with it. And it might be just, obviously finding the pictures of the difficult thing. That sport is not particularly easy to remember, but it's helpful if you see it. Badminton and table tennis. And of course, we can ask students to categorize the words. So they're working with the word list, doing something a little bit more engaging. So you can get them to do categories, of course, of this kind. I'm sure you have others. You can get them to think of categories as well. So, you can imagine how that would be done. I also then turn, and I'm sure you do, since the pandemic, people are using more and more digital tools. One of my favorites is WordWall. I see some people nodding, absolutely. And of course, the importance of repeating practice, and we, again, timing your practice, making sure that students are seeing vocabulary as much as possible. We know that roughly 7 to 12 times you need to re-encounter the word before you start. So we need to do something creative. These are wonderful. This is obviously created by other teachers. It's not mine. One word of warning, always check the activity to make sure the vocabulary is correct, etc. But sometimes they can save you time if you use other teachers' vocabulary work. And of course, this allows you to do it in test format, matching format, etc. Also, using images, again, nothing new, but this is from a poster. You may recognize it. And I'm going to say to you, what's the topic? Aha, okay. Well, we got a few different answers there. That's fine. And of course, this is actually the technology poster. But it doesn't matter. We could spend some time doing some eliciting. That's important. And of course, the next stage is that you think of 3 technology words that you expect to see on the poster. Do it in your head. 3 words about technology. Again, apologies for rushing. And were any of your words in that list? Any of your words in that list? Okay, so anyway, you get the idea. And then, of course, you search for your words. Very simple. And then, of course, we can... So just look at the list, okay? You got that in your head? Right, well... One of the things, of course, is that we can do a description. So I'm going to say, mine is very colored, and I'm always forgetting to put the dongle back inside it. So this is mine, and of course, you can tell me what the vocabulary is, etc. So the teacher describes it, and of course, nothing new, but again, related to this particular vocabulary. And finally, we can work on pronunciation as a result of this type of poster, online, install, keyboard, lots of interesting vocabulary, computer game, social media. Where's the word stress? Now, oops, sorry, there we go. Now, what happened there is I removed some of the words. Do you know what they were? Were you paying attention? So you can test yourself. But you can see, obviously, very simple, but we're just reworking the vocabulary. And then, of course, we can make connections. There are 3 of these posters, just in case you're interested, and you can download them for free. And, of course, they've got vocabulary related to B1 and those topics. And with the posters, there are lots of activities, and this one I will just mention because it's particularly useful. I think you download the worksheet, you cut them up, but before you cut them up, you write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cut them up. Students have them in a pile. You roll the dice. They pick one up. They describe it like you did, and the other students guess it. So very simple, but a very important skill. And one of the things that I really, really feel strongly about is the importance of paraphrase. We don't always know the word. We are going to have to recognize paraphrase when we're doing a listening exercise. They say, don't word spot, listen for the meaning. So paraphrasing is incredibly helpful and helps learners when they don't know the vocabulary and when they do. So using that as a way of developing fluency, developing confidence, I think is all, something really positive that we can do with vocabulary. So again, the posters are also available at, they're available at, A2 and B1. So again, nice bit of choice. But I say, why don't we get our students to make the posters? We get them to choose a poster for that. We've only got 6, and we've only got 2 per level. We've got all that word list. Why not get them to make a poster? And, obviously the work that they do in making it could be quite rewarding. So, very simple. Testing vocabulary, we've mentioned a little bit. And of course, as I said before, vocabulary is essential to every part of the test, whether that's writing, speaking, obviously reading. The wider vocabulary that you have, the better you're going to be able to express yourself, the easier it's going to be to read that text and understand that text. And of course, when you're speaking, to be able to express yourself with a wider range and better control of your vocabulary. So let's find as many opportunities to practice. I think it's an area where students can feel progress. And of course, there are now so many opportunities, apart from your course book, apart from the materials that you use perhaps related to your course book, there are other tools. Now, speaking is, of course, relevant at all levels in terms of talking about yourself. However, many of your students are with their colleagues for many years. They know everything about their partner or their peers. So it is important to keep finding different ways to practice the same thing and keep them motivated and engaged in it. So if we look at this, which you can take from the handbook, of course, you can see the framework that the interlocutor uses during the speaking test helps your students also be familiar with what's going to happen, but it also means you've got material that helps make sure you're getting your students familiar with this part of the test. But you have to talk about yourself in an exam, in your life. So let's do it well and give students lots of opportunity. There are similarities between the levels. And of course, you just see that the extension and the opportunity to show the range of vocabulary increases, obviously, as we go up the levels. So, what can we do? Simple activities to try and do the same thing in a different way. So one of my favorites, and I learned this from Richard Bodan, so thank you, Richard, and something I've taken away from him is vocabulary topics. And basically, you give your student a topic by giving them a letter. So it's the other way around. I should say, you give them a letter, and they have to think of the topics. So this is just an example of one with the letter F. F for fun, F for food, etc. And of course, we can do that manually, but I prefer to do it digitally if it's possible. Now, if we saw Menti before. It's one of the things that I discovered just before COVID. I love it. It's free. You might be using it now, but maybe you can find something different to do with it. And this is a wonderful way to do it. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to use it or not. So I have got my plan B, just in case. But if you did manage to get onto it, you obviously could contribute to the word cloud of topics beginning with the letter F. So, why is it good? Because it's an opportunity to involve the learner, and of course, you won't be surprised when you see my word cloud. I'm not sure that you can get into it, I'm not sure. And what a surprise. This word cloud was done in Italy. We have something in common with Brazil, I see. So, obviously, that's the wonderful thing about Menti, is that you can contribute. Now, if your students copy a word, doesn't really matter. It means that the word is going to be bigger within the word cloud, so it becomes a topic of interest. And those students who have perhaps got less imagination have some support and can contribute. And so I really prefer this kind of digital activity. But then we can extend it. So you've got your topic, and then we can return to the kind of questions they're going to get in the exam. But this time, of course, they'll nominate the topic to their partner or choose a topic depending on your age of your students and which is more appropriate. And then we practice those, obviously finishing those statements that they're going to get in the exam. But it also encourages them to be more flexible, to think of something more quickly, and they get used to thinking of something to say, even if it's a topic they don't know a lot about. So for me, it's a useful way to revise vocabulary and then extend it into speaking for the speaking test. Just to say that with the posters, you will also find, obviously, language tasks. And the language tasks not only focus on vocabulary, but then turn into the opportunity for a speaking task. So, again, you can download this if you wish. Again, it gets boring always doing the same thing. So one of the things I've been using is pick a wheel. So you can enter the questions. If you're not using it, there are other. Again, it's a free tool. So you put in the statements that you want, and you can see I've got the typical part 1 questions. And, of course, you can vary it. And then, of course, I'm not sure whether this will work or not. Of course. At least there's a little bit of suspense while you wait for the question. Can you guess the next one? I doubt it. Yes, sir. Okay, so you get the idea. So right, nice and easy, and you can create it, or your students could create it too. Why not? Of course, part 3 for B1, we have to talk about, part 2, we have to talk about a picture. There's a picture stimulus, and of course this is something students worry about, but this is an opportunity for vocabulary. This is an opportunity to demonstrate that range of vocabulary. So giving students some kind of scaffolding like this, and again I've taken this from a lesson plan, you'll be able to download it, of course reminds the students to think of something. We're not expecting them to do all those. But if while they're practicing, they're thinking about those different areas, they're also going to be encouraged to think about vocabulary in slightly different areas as well. So this is a potential answer related to a picture. So again, we were looking at modeling earlier. And again, this might be something that you use as a model for this particular picture. And again, we can get students to highlight the vocabulary and think of other vocabulary related to it. Again, you can download this. So there's a full lesson plan. And of course, we have to encourage students to speak for a minute. So the other thing we can do is speak for a minute and try and get them to play the game. Speak for a minute without repeating, without hesitating. Again, it just might be a way to also get them to repeat the exercise, because I also believe that by repeating the description of the picture several times, then of course you're going to remember the vocabulary. Don't forget, we need to experience that vocabulary as much as possible to take it on board. So this is the lesson plan that you can download from that QR code. Other resources that I thought I'd like to share with you is this one, which is actually designed for writing. So might you find it useful for writing. But again, writing or speaking, it's a great way to encourage vocabulary development and to explore vocabulary on different topics. Because basically, it gives you a random image, as it says, and they change. So here's just a few. So I just thought I'd give you some examples. And of course, you can use them at different levels for different tasks, whether you're using it A2 or also at B2. And of course, it's an opportunity to perhaps look at the picture, think about the vocabulary, etc. And while we think about looking at pictures, recently I've really appreciated the idea of using a picture and the word list together, but separately first. And one of the things that I like to do is to turn it into a speaking task as well. So having looked at transport, and again, not always what transport have you been on, but also what transport haven't you been on. So looking at the negative side, which might actually become inspirational as well. And then we decide who is A and who is B. Sadly, we don't have time to do the task, but I'll tell you what it is. So you know you have an A and a B, and that's the easy bit. And then the A is going to look at the screen, if you're using a screen. And B, of course, is not going to look at the screen and is going to have a piece of paper. It's very simple. A looks at the screen and says as much as they can about the picture. And B potentially draws the picture. And if you don't want to draw, maybe they make some notes. I mean, I think I like the drawing because it's, you know, it's not about being a good, artist, but it helps you. And then B, it's your turn. You get a different picture. A now does the drawing and the listening. It also makes your students listen to each other, which is also quite important. And then maybe afterwards they can share vocabulary that they were not able to describe. Now, I'm traveling at the moment, so I thought this is kind of appropriate. And of course, it gives us the opportunity then to look at the pictures together, spot the similarities and the differences. So you're extending the vocabulary. And of course, we can also then look at the picture, look at the word list. What words didn't I use that maybe I could have done? So again, we're kind of reprocessing the vocabulary in a slightly more active way. So that's just a very simple way to do that. And then, of course, we can, you might do another activity. Opportunity to look at vocabulary and countable and uncountable. How many suitcases? How many luggages? So it's a great opportunity as well to look at something like that. And of course, we can use our dictionary, and we'll come back to that, to do some exploring. Okay, so here is a little example of how this is a B1 task, but you can actually use it at a higher level. So these are two students who have been asked to look at the picture. The picture has been taken away from them, and they have to make statements about the picture, as many as they can. And I think I'm going to play a little bit. Not sure.
There's a family on the beach.
There are 4 people.
They are making sandcastles.
There are 3 buckets on the sand.
There are 2 children.
Both children are blonde.
The mother is blonde too.
The mother has a dress which is red and white.
Yes, and it has white spots.
Okay, so you get the idea.
There is a wave.
Thank you. Okay, so you get the idea. But you can see there is that vocabulary element to it. And they were not looking at the picture when they were describing it. They had to do it from memory. So that adds an element of challenge and an element of attention. Because, of course, it's easy when you've got it in front of you. But if you've got to do a little bit more work, again, it will help with the processing. If you're at B2, again, we've talked about A2 and B1 having posters. I'm sure you will have seen, but let me remind you, there are 3 fabulous B2 posters with topics relevant to B2 First for Schools. And they also get students to focus specifically on vocabulary around these topics. So you can download a poster, and you can download an activity booklet for each of the posters. So if you haven't done that already, definitely recommend it if you've got B2. And within that, I'll just tell you briefly, there, of course, are activities focusing particularly on phrasal verbs. So I think that's very helpful, and the topics, of course, are very relevant. So you can see we've got a discussion topic and we've got some vocabulary work. So the phrasal verbs on the poster. So again, if you're using the poster and you're having that visual in your classroom, if you can, or if you're teaching online, that you actually use the picture, of course, reinforces those phrasal verbs. Loads of material that you can download, worksheets and the language summary, which I think are incredibly helpful, and again will really help your students see that they're making progress with those particular topic areas. Again, technology. We've expanded our experience. Let's expand our vocabulary as well. And of course, these just show you for the teacher, it's all done for you. That's, and might supplement something you're already doing in your course book. Now, what about the learner? I keep saying I think we need to do some student-generated word lists. This is an example of a B2 class who did this activity. So I'm going to ask you to do the same. So again, you need a piece of paper. Okay, piece of paper for this task. And I'm going to ask you to write, this time I'm going to write more words, but you're not going to have to describe them. So, I know that after this afternoon, we're going to hear an incredible group of musicians. So this is a kind of preview, not of them. So when you get to them, it will be absolutely fantastic. But the topic is music. So what we have to do is think, I'm going to actually play you 2 pieces of music. And as you listen, I would like you to write down the words that it makes you think of, whether it's an association, whether it's vocabulary to describe what you hear, and let's see what you come up with, okay? And there are 2 pieces. So I'm going to play one, let you write some words, and then I'm going to play the second and let you write some words, okay? They last a minute, but we haven't got a minute. So forgive me. And this is just to remind you that we're actually going to, this would be done on a Padlet. You haven't got the Padlet, but the students had a Padlet when they did it, okay? Again, the magic 10, because it gets harder the more you write, and the more you actually have to be creative in the way that you access vocabulary that you know. So if you only say write 3 words, you're not very creative. But if you say 10, 15, certainly at higher levels, you're going to get the students to push themselves a little bit harder and be a bit more creative and search for vocabulary which might show wider range. So here's the first one. Let's see if it plays. So 10 words starting now. Sorry to interrupt you. Okay, so that was 10. Okay, now we're going to have a change. So, you ready? It's quite different. 10 words. Okay, we'll stop you. Okay. Obviously, I would like you to exchange your words in normal circumstances and talk about why you've chosen those words. So forgive me if I don't. But I would like to show you what happens with this group of B2 students. And this was the Padlet that they did with their words. And you can see, I wonder if any of the words that you wrote were similar. But again, what was interesting is that it also encouraged them to ask for vocabulary for the words that they weren't able to express. So that's what they did. So, yeah, you see some of your words, I think. And the next stage, of course, is what to do with this. And of course, it doesn't have to be music. Art was mentioned this morning. It could be art in the same way. You look at a picture and think of the vocabulary. But of course, what we can do is get them to write a story. And this is what this class were asked to do. Look at your words. Use as many of the words that you have on the Padlet, so in your little group, so again. And of course, they were given a time limit to encourage them to do it as effectively as possible. And they had 15 minutes. This is what they came up with. Now, I like to look at Giulio's. I'll have to read it on the big screen because I can't see it over there. Giulio. Once upon a time, in the 1800s, there was a guy who listened to Beethoven's symphony. It was too boring for him. So he taught, but I think he thought he could do it better and more engaging. So he went to his friend, Nikola Tesla, for advice and gave him a better idea, a time machine. So incredibly, this is a real class who didn't like writing, and they actually did more writing more willingly because they had engaged in the setup. So again, it's vocabulary, writing, extending into other topics. Now, I'm going to move faster because I can see the clock ticking away. Just to remind you that, of course, some of those areas that we looked at are important for the students to be thinking about, particularly about the form, the meaning and the connotation. Guessing. It's impossible to know. We don't know. And learning to adopt strategies. Organizing their learning. Now, some people are really good and natural at that, but if you're like me, I would be grateful for the teacher to give me a few strategies to help me, whether that's learning how to do a mind map, which I didn't learn until I went to university, for example. And of course, we want to encourage them to use a dictionary. And I'm going to mention the Cambridge Dictionary because I think it's great. And it has a wonderful feature which allows the students to create their own word list. So they can actually do that within the app. So that's actually quite nice. And then, of course, they can do other activities as well. But again, it's worth downloading the package for teachers. It's free. There's lots of information about using that. And here, we talked about idioms, red as beetroot, to see red. If we go back to that color, we can look at the associations with the word, and of course collect similes, as a red rose, etc. And this is just an example of how it works. Just to say that there are lesson plans and study plans. Now, the study plan is designed for the students. So this is a study plan which guides the students through strategies for developing their vocabulary and recording it. And you see that here it's encouraging the students. So they might have already done this with you, but you want to get them to work independently on their vocabulary. This is a really helpful resource. So the study guide. You can use it as a lesson plan as well, but it's also a study guide. And I'm going to show you a few resources just to finish off. Now, I've discovered that you like taking photos in Brazil. Is that true? Well, I also think that Instagram is for you and your students because there are lots of activities related to vocabulary, very visual, very up-to-date, and of course it's a good source of vocabulary for your students. So learning vocabulary, encouraging them to use the learning material. So in learning English, they can choose their level, they can choose vocabulary, and then they can do some nice, short activities related to that. And if you haven't seen Exam Lift, it's now A2, B1 and B2. And Exam Lift obviously allows you to practice a variety of activities, including minimal pairs. So we're looking at pronunciation as well as spelling, and obviously reading. And so all these skills that they're developing through the app. And again, it's a free app. Minimal pairs. And of course, you would expect phrasal verbs. So again, an app that can be useful for your students on the bus or whatever, just a little dose every day. They can't get too addicted because it runs out at the end of the day. And then they have to wait. When they've done all the activities, they have to wait for the next upload. So just a couple more to show you. Also spelling as well, so that's good for spelling. And of course it's gamification, so it's a bit more fun. And again, useful. So leaving you with some of those resources that I mentioned. This is, again, for your study plan. It tells them what they're going to do, shows them what to do, gives them the, and of course, it supplements what you're doing. This is where you find the lesson plans for teachers and the study plans that I've been mentioning for the students. And you can download those for free. Also, the guides to the classroom activities related to the posters, you can download them for each level. I've only got one example here. And you can also, the first of a new series related to vocabulary. So this is at B1. There are going to be others, but at the moment only B1 has been made available. So I hope we've been looking at what vocabulary learners need to be thinking about at their level. We've looked very quickly at some of the activities in the tests, in the exams. I hope you've got some other ideas for developing skills and developing vocabulary, and a few resources to go away and experiment with. And thank you very much for listening to me.
Well, that was a brilliant debut in Brazil. My brain is lit. I have so many ideas for the first week of school. I hope you guys as well. Thank you, Sarah, so much. You have no idea what it's like because I want to see everything and I'm presenting, but I already have ideas for my students this semester. So our next segment will be held in Portuguese. So I'll make a quick language switch again, mas agora vai ser em português de verdade. Segundo pesquisas da Gallup, 52% dos professores relataram sintomas de burnout no último ano. Alguém se identifica? A saúde mental e bem-estar dos professores é algo que precisa estar no centro da educação, como bem disse Peter Phillips, CEO da Cambridge Press and Assessment, recentemente no Fórum da Educação. Então, agora faremos uma mesa redonda com o tema Impacto das competências socioemocionais para a profissão docente. Gostaria de apresentar-lhes Alberto Costa, gerente sênior de avaliação Cambridge Assessment English, que será o moderador da mesa. Seja bem-vindo.
Obrigado. Boa tarde a todos. Boa tarde, Rebeca.
Boa tarde. E eu também gostaria de apresentar Catarina Sette, doutora em psicologia e gerente de projetos do Instituto Ayrton Senna. E Lucas Veiga, mestre em psicologia clínica, palestrante e consultor em saúde mental. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos. Fica à vontade.
Obrigado, Rebeca. Boa tarde a todos. Bom, primeiramente, eu queria dar boa tarde e agradecer aos nossos convidados, Catarina Sette e Lucas Veiga. Eu estou com um script aqui porque o currículo deles é muito robusto, então eu não poderia memorizar tudo que tem aqui. Bom, obrigado por prestigiar nosso evento. E essa mesa redonda, né, é para convidar o Lucas e a Catarina para falar sobre competências socioemocionais para a profissão docente. Bom, primeiro vou apresentar a Catarina Sette, que é especialista. Catarina Sette é mestre e doutora em psicologia, com ênfase em avaliação psicológica pela Universidade de São Francisco e graduada em psicologia pela mesma instituição. Atualmente, é gerente de projetos do Instituto Ayrton Senna e membro do Laboratório de Ciências da Educação, EduLab 21, do Instituto Ayrton Senna. Obrigado, Catarina. Bom, o próximo convidado é o psicólogo Lucas Veiga. Lucas é mestre em psicologia clínica pela Universidade Federal Fluminense e criador do curso Introdução à Psicologia Preta e idealizador da plataforma descolonizando.com. Currículo extenso, viu? Essa plataforma tem como foco a saúde mental, questões raciais e anticoloniais. Além dos atendimentos clínicos, Lucas atua também dando palestras e consultorias em saúde mental e atuou no projeto Pode Falar, da Unicef ONU 2021, capacitando profissionais para atendimento clínico emergencial de adolescentes e jovens de 13 a 24 anos. Lucas é também autor do livro Clínica do Impossível, Linhas de Fuga e de Cura. Bom, aplausos para os nossos convidados, primeiramente. Essa mesa redonda, né, para ela a gente pretende que haja participação de vocês. Então a gente planejou a seguinte estrutura para essa mesa: uma breve apresentação do trabalho dos convidados, em relação a competências socioemocionais para a profissão docente. Então, haverá perguntas acerca do tema para os convidados e também a gente vai fazer perguntas da plateia. Nós temos a plateia que está aqui e a plateia que está em casa e a gente agradece muito a presença e participação de todos vocês. Bom, Catarina e Lucas, eu sou Alberto, eu sou gerente de serviço de avaliação de Cambridge, trabalho com os exames. Estamos muito felizes de trazer uma colega também que tem uma função parecida da Itália, que foi a Ellis, que acabou de conversar com a gente. E a gente abriu o evento hoje, né, com Roberto Lima, do Instituto Ayrton Senna, falando sobre competências socioemocionais. Eu queria que vocês falassem um pouco sobre o trabalho que vocês desempenham e como esse trabalho, né, se relaciona com o tema competências socioemocionais para a profissão docente. Talvez por ordem alfabética, Catarina, por favor.
Boa tarde a todos. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês. Obrigada, Alberto. Obrigada, Lucas. Então, eu vou contar aqui um pouco da história do Instituto, né, e como que a gente trabalha dentro da temática socioemocional e, especificamente, o trabalho docente, como que isso a gente está desenvolvendo nos nossos trabalhos e assim por diante. Então, o objetivo principal do Instituto é transformar o potencial humano a partir da educação. E, para isso, a gente considera tanto os estudantes quanto os professores. E a gente já sabe hoje que o professor tem uma referência, é um ponto central para que a gente consiga ter uma educação integral, um desenvolvimento pleno do nosso estudante. Então, ele tem um papel-chave dentro da educação, e por isso que é tão importante a gente falar com esse público, pensar em formações específicas para esse público e assim por diante. Então, desde 2014, o Instituto vem promovendo debates mais intencionais sobre a temática, E aí, a partir de 2016, a gente começa a fazer pesquisas relacionadas ao socioemocional e o fazer docente. Então, dentro do Instituto Ayrton Senna, a gente tem um laboratório de ciência para a educação, que é o EduLab 21, e ali a gente tem feito pesquisas desde 2016 sobre quais competências socioemocionais são estruturantes para o fazer docente. Então, como que essas socioemocionais podem ser desenvolvidas e também como que elas impactam no fazer docente. Então, a gente sabe que professores que têm competências socioemocionais mais desenvolvidas também são aqueles que podem ter mais satisfação, menos sintomas de burnout, ansiedade, depressão. Então, a gente já entende hoje na literatura, tanto a que a gente produz no Instituto, quanto internacional e nacional, o poder das competências socioemocionais para essa prática do fazer docente. Então, desde 2016, a gente vem acumulando conhecimento na temática. Em 2018, a gente começa a oferecer, então, formações intencionais e específicas estruturadas para os professores das redes de ensino que são parceiras ao Instituto. Mas, esse ano, recentemente, a gente lançou a plataforma Humani, que é um ambiente online totalmente gratuito que visa oferecer formações para os educadores. Então, ali a gente tem o Espaço Educador, que qualquer educador do Brasil pode acessar, e aí lá ele consegue encontrar um instrumento de autoavaliação que faz com que ele reflita sobre a sua prática, reflita sobre seus comportamentos, seus sentimentos e pensamentos, e a partir disso ele vai receber um relatório individualizado para que desse relatório, dessa reflexão, ele consiga pensar num plano de ação, que a gente chama de plano de desenvolvimento pessoal ou individual. Então, a partir disso, a gente consegue pensar o que eu preciso melhorar, o que não, o que está mais difícil para mim, o que não. E aí, dentro da plataforma Humani, a gente tem informações de todas as macros competências que a gente trabalha, que mais para frente eu vou contar para vocês. Mas lá dentro, a gente tem cursos para vocês também acessarem e descobrirem o que é essa macrocompetência, como que eu posso desenvolver, qual que é a importância dela para o meu dia a dia, como que eu posso fazer para trocar com os meus colegas também sobre isso. Então, essa é a novidade do ano do Instituto Ayrton Senna, que tem esse ambiente totalmente gratuito para que a gente consiga também desenvolver os professores que têm esse papel-chave na educação, que têm esse papel-chave na educação integral e no desenvolvimento dos estudantes. Então, é mais ou menos isso que o Instituto faz.
Muito obrigado. O Roberto Lima apresentou um pouco das competências hoje, né? Não detalhou sobre a plataforma Humani, mas acho que tem muitos pontos para a gente desenvolver aqui nessa conversa. Lucas, por favor.
Boa tarde, gente. Boa tarde a todos. Um prazer estar aqui com você, Alberto, com Catarina. Fiquei muito feliz com o convite. Pensando as competências socioemocionais na relação com o meu trabalho, bom, para além da clínica, né, dos atendimentos clínicos, eu atuo com análise institucional e consultoria em saúde mental. Então, em geral, eu vou às escolas ou me reúno com grupos de professores e diretores de diferentes instituições e a gente faz um mapeamento das questões problema, digamos assim, né, das queixas que o corpo docente tem identificado, seja na dinâmica escolar, seja na relação entre professores, seja na relação entre professores e alunos, e a partir desse mapeamento das questões problema, né, que a instituição, que a escola está sinalizando como um ponto de delicadeza que careceria, né, de algum tipo de intervenção, a partir desse mapeamento a gente constrói quais as competências socioemocionais que estariam mais carentes, digamos assim, né? Que aquela instituição estaria carecendo de desenvolver, de se aprofundar em quais ou tais competências socioemocionais. É interessante que, como meu trabalho é muito voltado para a clínica, inclusive a clínica da instituição, então faz parte do meu trabalho colocar a instituição em análise, perceber quais são os sintomas que a instituição, escola está produzindo, tanto enquanto comunidade, né, quanto nos efeitos que ela pode produzir nas pessoas que a compõem, sejam professores, coordenadores, pedagogos e estudantes. Pensar, então, uma análise da instituição, uma clínica da instituição, para a partir daí entender quais competências socioemocionais aquela instituição precisaria desenvolver ou fortalecer para a promoção do bem-estar emocional de todos que compõem, né, a instituição, é por onde perpassa, né, mais o meu trabalho. E a partir daí a gente vai desenvolvendo uma série de atividades, né, e construindo, em especial, grupos de troca, de escuta entre professores, como sendo também uma ferramenta muito interessante de desenvolvimento, em especial da amabilidade, da empatia, da confiança, né, que são competências socioemocionais muito importantes para o trabalho em equipe, né? Então, concluindo, né, tem uma direção de trabalho que eu considero muito importante quando a gente vai pensar as competências socioemocionais, em especial no espaço da escola, é a gente fazer o esforço, o exercício de não individualizar a questão, né? Então, pensar como uma questão que é coletiva e que, portanto, como a gente pode coletivizar as questões que nos perpassam, que atravessam os nossos processos de trabalho, e como a gente pode coletivizar o desenvolvimento dessas competências, né? Sem fazer nenhum tipo de ranking, né, entre professores, mas que a gente possa, de fato, estar partilhando os desafios que o espaço escolar, né, nos convoca e, ao mesmo tempo, fazer isso de maneira que o bem-estar emocional de cada um e de todos seja, né, a nossa prioridade.
Obrigado. Num ano, né, difícil em que a gente viu relatos na mídia de alunos tendo crises, né, nas escolas, não tem como a gente deixar o emocional como um elefante branco, né, na sala. A gente precisa abordar esse assunto. E a gente tem visto também e ouvido sobre casos de cansaço emocional dos professores também, né? Um esgotamento muito grande. Então, esse ano, né, as aulas presenciais foram retomadas integralmente. E aí, quando a gente fala assim do desenvolvimento socioemocional de educadores, o que exatamente isso quer dizer? E como pode se dar na prática? Porque a gente ouviu hoje, né, sobre as competências, mas como assim, nós, leigos, ou que estamos impactados por isso, como a gente pode entender melhor como isso se dá na prática?
Eu acho que o Roberto trouxe bastante na fala a questão da saúde mental. A gente vem acompanhando, né, tanto dentro da educação, quanto todo mundo, de alguma forma, foi impactado pela pandemia. Então, acho que é importante a gente falar sobre isso. E quando a gente pensa nas competências socioemocionais importantes para o fazer docente e tentando traduzir um pouco mais para a prática, de como é que a gente pode desenvolver, o que são e assim por diante, eu trouxe aqui um slide, por favor, se vocês puderem colocar. O primeiro slide vai ser sobre as 5 macrocompetências que o Instituto trabalha. Então, aqui a gente tem, né, eu sei que vocês viram esse slide na fala do Roberto hoje pela manhã, mas só para a gente lembrar o que são as competências socioemocionais, como que a gente entende elas, né? Então, as socioemocionais aí são capacidades pessoais, características individuais que a gente vai, de alguma forma, manifestar no nosso padrão de pensar, sentir e agir. E aí, essas capacidades ou essas características individuais vão nos ajudar na relação comigo mesmo, na relação com o outro e também a enfrentar situações adversas ou obstáculos que vão acontecendo ao longo da vida. Aqui, a gente usa um modelo chamado de Big Five e a gente, então, divide as competências socioemocionais em 5 macrocompetências e, dentro de cada macrocompetência, a gente tem as competências específicas. Então, disso a gente chama de modelo organizativo, para a gente poder, de fato, entender o que são e conseguir também traduzir na prática como é que a gente pode trabalhar isso. Então, muito brevemente, a gente tem, né, a questão da abertura ao novo, então, quanto que eu estou disposto a novas experiências, o quanto eu busco aprender coisas diferentes do que eu estou acostumada a fazer. A gente tem a questão da autogestão, então tem a ver com foco, organização, persistência, o quanto eu consigo ser determinado dentro dos meus desafios. Tem a questão também do engajamento com os outros, que é a questão que o Lucas trouxe, né, de empatia, de respeito, de confiança. Qual é a qualidade das minhas relações? Tem a amabilidade, desculpa, você falou amabilidade, né? Tem a amabilidade, que tem a ver, então, com empatia, respeito e confiança, e o engajamento, a iniciativa, assertividade e entusiasmo. Essas 2 macrocompetências, tanto o engajamento quanto a amabilidade, têm a ver com as minhas interações sociais. Uma é como que eu consigo me colocar nos ambientes sociais, que é o engajamento com os outros, e a amabilidade é qual a relação, qual a qualidade das minhas relações. Então, como que a minha relação ela é saudável ou não tão saudável com as outras pessoas. E a questão da resiliência emocional, que é o quanto que eu consigo tolerar o estresse, consigo ser autoconfiante e consigo ter também a tolerância à frustração. Então, como que eu consigo manejar os meus sentimentos e emoções? Que acho que essa foi a mais requisitada durante a pandemia, né? Então, conseguir digerir e gerenciar tudo que eu tenho sentido. Esse é um modelo organizativo que a gente usa tanto para estudantes quanto para adultos. Mas, quando o Instituto começou as pesquisas mais específicas com professores, a gente percebeu que aqui não tem especificidade do fazer docente. Então, a gente sentiu uma dificuldade para conseguir traduzir para a prática e traduzir ali dentro da escola e da sala de aula, como que a gente poderia pensar no desenvolvimento dessas competências. Então, esse é um modelo que a gente usa principalmente para os nossos estudantes, mas ele também serve para adultos, mas considerando o contexto do fazer docente, se vocês puderem passar, por favor, a gente tem fatores aqui muito específicos nesse fazer docente, né? Então, eu tenho a questão do ambiente que eu estou inserido, então, como que é esse ambiente? Eu tenho a questão da crença da autoeficácia, e aqui a crença da autoeficácia, eu estou falando na minha própria crença, do quanto eu sou capaz de ensinar, o quanto que eu consigo atingir ali as minhas metas de aprendizado com os meus estudantes. Quando eu falo de autoeficácia, eu tenho que lembrar que ela é uma crença contextual. Então, eu posso ter uma autoeficácia alta para dar aula, mas eu posso ter uma autoeficácia não tão alta para, por exemplo, jogar bola. Então, eu preciso sempre considerar um objeto, e aqui, no fazer docente, a gente entende essa crença de autoeficácia considerando as metas ali de aprendizado que eu tenho com os meus estudantes. Tem a questão das competências socioemocionais, que também são importantes ali para eu conseguir lidar com essas demandas no meu fazer profissional, e tem a questão do conhecimento cognitivo. Então, todos esses fatores foram considerados nas nossas pesquisas para que a gente, de fato, conseguisse traduzir um modelo de competência socioemocional específico para esse fazer docente e que fizesse sentido quando a gente vai para a prática, quando a gente pensa em formação, quando a gente pensa em desenvolvimento. E aí, considerando as pesquisas e os avanços que a gente teve na área, por favor, pode passar. A gente chegou neste modelo, que é o modelo específico de socioemocional para educadores e professores. Então, aqui vocês vão ver que a gente tem 4 macrocompetências socioemocionais. A primeira delas tem a ver, né, com a regulação emocional. Então, o quanto que eu consigo lidar com as emoções, com os sentimentos, com as adversidades, o quanto que eu consigo me gerenciar, o quanto que eu consigo manter a minha prática com calma, consigo entender os desafios e assim por diante. Ali de cima, conexão com o outro. Então, o quanto que eu consigo trabalhar colaborativamente, o quanto que eu consigo oferecer ajuda e também pedir ajuda, qual é a qualidade das minhas relações dentro do meu contexto escolar. A terceira, gestão de ensino e aprendizagem. Então, vai envolver aí o gerenciamento, né, de ensino e aprendizagem, cuidado do planejamento, execução, o quanto eu consigo organizar minha sala de aula, organizar minhas atividades, propor ali para os meus estudantes alguns combinados e manter esses combinados ao longo ou da aula, ou do semestre, ou do ano letivo. E, por fim, a gente tem a inventividade, que tem muito a ver com a abertura ao novo. Então, o quanto que eu estou disposto a me envolver em novas atividades, conhecer novas práticas de ensino, mudar, né, a forma como eu faço ali, como eu executo as minhas atividades e assim por diante. Então, a gente chegou nesse modelo, nessa taxonomia, que a gente consegue organizar de uma forma mais prática quais são as competências socioemocionais importantes para o fazer docente. E aí a gente também já sabe que essas macrocompetências são muito importantes para o fazer docente, então elas estruturam o fazer docente e também auxiliam na questão do burnout, da ansiedade, como eu respondo ao estresse. Quanto mais eu tenho essas competências socioemocionais desenvolvidas, mais bem-estar eu tenho, mais satisfação, mais sensação de realização eu tenho. E aí a gente consegue, então, por meio de formação, desenvolver essas competências socioemocionais. Então, a gente trouxe aqui para todo mundo conhecer esse modelo que a gente tem usado, mas é importante dizer que a ciência também sempre vai evoluindo e a gente sempre vai conquistando aí, sabendo mais coisas. E aí também no site do Instituto a gente tem uma aba ali que vocês podem acessar todo o material que a gente vem construindo. Tem um e-book lá sobre essa temática específica, então vocês também conseguem ter acesso a esse conteúdo para a gente também começar a pensar na prática como que eu faço para desenvolver tudo isso.
Uhum. Muito obrigado. Estou tentando ver uma espécie de relação estreita entre o seu trabalho, né, e do Instituto Ayrton Senna com o trabalho que o Lucas desenvolve, que tem um foco mais clínico. Então, Lucas, como esse desenvolvimento socioemocional de educadores se dá na prática, dentro do que você executa?
Primeiro eu acho importante a gente compreender que ninguém está bem, né, gente? Quem é que está bem, não é mesmo? Eu acho que esse é um primeiro ponto. Porque, né, inclusive, o Instituto de Psicologia da UERJ, em 2020, fez uma pesquisa nacional e que essa pesquisa apontou que no ano de 2020 houve um aumento de 80% dos casos de ansiedade e 50% dos casos de depressão no Brasil, né? No ano passado, nós viramos o país mais ansioso do mundo, segundo a Organização Mundial da Saúde. Então, para mim, quando a gente vai pensar competências socioemocionais e a sua articulação com a promoção de saúde mental, né, porque tem essa finalidade, né, Catarina, também, é a gente compreender que estamos todos atravessando um momento de muita dificuldade, né? Por mais que a pandemia tenha arrefecido, ela foi um evento traumático, né? E quando a gente passa por um evento traumático, seja ele qual for, ainda mais um evento traumático em larga escala, a gente pode desenvolver uma série de efeitos, de respostas emocionais a esse evento, como irritabilidade, insônia, ansiedade, compulsões, perda de apetite, enfim, o próprio burnout, que já é, né, o limite. Então, eu tenho percebido, né, escutando os professores, escutando os alunos, enfim, esses sintomas muito presentes no cotidiano escolar, né? E a irritabilidade e a ansiedade, por exemplo, são sintomas que atrapalham muito as nossas relações interpessoais, né? Porque eu estou mais irritado, qualquer uma coisa que antes talvez não me tirava do sério, agora me tira, né? Se eu estou mais ansioso, eu conseguia conduzir uma atividade de determinada forma, agora eu já não consigo, eu preciso de um prazo maior, às vezes, para cumprir o que eu cumpria num prazo menor, enfim. Então, eu percebo que estamos retornando à normalidade, com todas as aspas possíveis, né, em normalidade, só que se a gente faz esse retorno achando que a gente precisa estar 100% bem e inteiro, a gente vai estar sendo um pouco negligente com os impactos do que acabou de acontecer, né, sobre cada um de nós. Então, eu fico pensando como que a gente, primeiro, compreende que estamos todos mais ou menos ansiosos, estamos todos com algumas oscilações de humor, tem dia que a gente está bem, tem dia que a gente gostaria de ficar de boa em casa. Estou falando alguma mentira? Não, né? Então, eu acho que o primeiro passo é a gente poder reconhecer isso. Porque quando a gente reconhece, a gente consegue buscar as ferramentas necessárias para o nosso cuidado, né? Tanto para o nosso cuidado individual, quanto para o nosso cuidado coletivo, né? Uma das atividades que a gente vem propondo, falo a gente para me referir, né, a mim e a colegas que trabalham com análise institucional nessa articulação, né, com as competências socioemocionais, pensando a dimensão de bem-estar emocional das instituições. É o desenvolvimento de rodas de conversa, né, nas escolas. Rodas de conversa entre professores, rodas de conversa entre alunos e rodas de conversas entre alunos e professores, né, dividindo em grupos o espaço da escola, para poder fazer rodas de conversa com a finalidade de elaboração disso que aconteceu, né? Então, quando a gente dá palavra, às vezes a gente tem dias que a gente acorda e não está se sentindo muito bem e fica num mal-estar. E quando a gente não consegue nomear aquele mal-estar, ele dura mais tempo, não sei se reparem, né? E quando a gente está sentindo mal-estar e a gente tem pouca palavra para aquele mal-estar, a gente tem pouca elaboração, aquele mal-estar se prolonga. Pode se prolongar ao longo do dia, né? Então, ou ao longo das semanas, e pode desenvolver, né, pode desencadear quadros mais delicados, né, de transtorno mental, como ansiedade e depressão. Então, a elaboração, a colocação em palavra do mal-estar, que porventura está, né, nos atingindo, tem efeitos muito importantes de desenvolvimento, de promoção de bem-estar emocional. Quando a gente faz isso em grupo, quando a gente fala desse cansaço, né, que é a questão que o Alberto trouxe, com outros professores, primeiro que a gente está desenvolvendo uma competência socioemocional que é fundamental para o trabalho escolar, que é a amabilidade, né? Que é a empatia, a confiança, o respeito. Então, a gente entende que o colega também está lidando com questões delicadas, assim como eu, e como que a gente, então, pode se ajudar mutuamente, se acolher mutuamente e pensar estratégias juntos, né, para cumprir com as nossas atividades, cumprir com os nossos prazos, como que a gente não entra também numa rivalização e numa disputa, né, com o outro, porque o espaço escolar é um espaço muito rico em termos de relações afetivas, de relações interpessoais, mas exatamente por ser um espaço muito rico em relações interpessoais, ele também pode ser um espaço muito rico em treta, né? Então, como que a gente, pela via da amabilidade, né, e pela via de uma certa sinceridade com o que a gente está sentindo, com como a gente está processando esse retorno, processando, porventura, coisas que aconteceram na nossa vida durante a pandemia, que às vezes é difícil de compartilhar com o outro, né? Como que a gente vai intensificando as nossas relações interpessoais. Não tem como a gente pensar em cuidado em saúde mental apenas individual, né? O autocuidado, né, que ficou muito em voga, né, durante a pandemia, e autocuidado também é uma competência socioemocional, né, assim, importante, de autorregulação, de organização de si, mas a gente vive em coletividade, né? A gente trabalha em coletividade, inclusive. Então, se a gente não pensar o cuidado de si também como cuidado do outro e das nossas relações, não vai ter skincare que resolva o nosso mal-estar, né? Então, eu queria pedir para o Léo colocar uma imagem que é, né, que é o que acham que é saúde mental e o que é de fato. Eu acho importante, né, eu costumo colocar essa imagem para a gente refletir um pouco sobre a complexidade que é o cuidado em saúde mental, né? Pensar positivo e fazer terapia. Pensar positivo e fazer terapia são coisas muito importantes. Tá? Não, dizer elas estão ali não por acaso, é porque elas têm um efeito. A terapia, inclusive, eu sou um grande defensor da terapia, porque eu sou analista, é um espaço de cuidado, de elaboração muito importante. Seja terapia individual, seja terapia em grupo. Agora, a terapia e o pensamento positivo, isolados, eles não garantem por si só uma saúde mental fortalecida. Porque uma saúde mental fortalecida passa por, na base da pirâmide, apoio governamental. O que significa, né, apoio governamental aqui? Está acabando, gente, está acabando. O que significa apoio governamental aqui, né? Significa que hoje, né, a gente vive uma situação, por exemplo, de extrema crescimento, né, da vulnerabilidade socioeconômica da população. E eu tenho, no meu livro, inclusive, eu faço um pouco dessa discussão, que não tem como a gente promover saúde mental no Brasil, pensando na promoção de saúde mental como um projeto nacional, sem distribuição de renda e justiça social. Porque não tem, né? Porque não tem terapia capaz de reduzir a ansiedade de uma mãe que não sabe se vai ter de dar o que comer para os seus filhos. Então, apoio governamental está na base da pirâmide de saúde, né, do que seria, de fato, a promoção de saúde mental, tanto nesse sentido, né, de garantia de direitos que estão sendo violados, quanto de fortalecimento dos serviços públicos de saúde mental, como os centros de atenção psicossocial e os ambulatórios. Estabilidade e qualidade de vida, laços comunitários, nessa questão que eu estou trazendo, de que não existe saúde mental individual sem relação comunitária, sem aposta na coletividade, apoio familiar e de amigos. Então é muito importante, né? A pandemia obrigou a gente a se isolar das pessoas. Eu tenho percebido muitas dificuldades, né, em especial no espaço da escola, de interações sociais, né? Porque a gente ficou 2 anos, né, se vendo mediados por uma tela, né? E agora a gente está na presença um do outro, e aí aparecem coisas do outro que me irritam, né, e que antes eu via menos. Então tem uma série a gente está reaprendendo a conviver com a diferença. Porque a tela, a gente está vendo o outro, ao mesmo tempo a gente está vendo a nossa imagem, né, nas telas. Então a gente também, para muitas pessoas, desenvolveram também uma relação bastante narcísica durante esse período, né? E Narciso acha feio que não é espelho. Então a gente acaba tendo dificuldade de lidar com a diferença, sendo que sem lidar com a diferença não tem trabalho na escola possível, né? Então o apoio familiar e de amigos, ou seja, a retomada e o fortalecimento das nossas redes de apoio, dos nossos laços, são muito importantes. E para isso a gente vai precisar soltar um pouco mais da bola que o narcisismo pode ter produzido, né, pode ter se intensificado nesse período pandêmico. E aí sim, o apoio, o acompanhamento, né, terapêutico e ou psiquiátrico. Não dá para a gente ficar sentindo ansiedade sem buscar ajuda. Não dá para ficar com sintoma de burnout sem buscar ajuda, apoio médico, né? A gente precisa se autorizar a se cuidar, e a se cuidar nesse sentido, inclusive, de buscar especialistas que possam, né, criar junto com a gente estratégias para o nosso cuidado. E, por fim, o autocuidado e o tempo de lazer, né? Que a gente possa ter tempo, separar, se for necessário, separar um tempo na agenda para a nossa fruição, para o nosso lazer, para a nossa alegria, né, para o nosso bem-estar, a gente poder se permitir também a alegria, vivendo tudo que a gente está vivendo e tudo que a gente acabou de viver. Às vezes é difícil a gente se permitir ficar bem, né? Mas que a gente possa se permitir ficar bem e se permitir tempo de qualidade, de lazer e de autocuidado. Acho que é um pouco disso que eu queria dizer.
Obrigado, Lucas. Mas ouvindo o relato de vocês, né, do ponto de vista de serem especialistas, eu estou no ponto de vista de quem está na plateia e de quem está em casa acompanhando, eu sinto a mesma coisa, né? Não estamos bem, e também sinto aquela necessidade de fazer várias perguntas. Eu não sei se aqui vocês querem fazer perguntas, tem perguntas que querem fazer, tem microfones que estão aqui que podem circular, então o Rafael está trazendo o microfone aqui para você. E se houver pergunta de casa, a equipe, por favor, pode enviar para cá. Nome, por favor, antes da pergunta.
Oi, boa tarde, eu sou a Raquel. Não é uma pergunta, não tem um ponto de interrogação no final, é só um comentário. Lucas e Catarina, eu gostei muito da fala de vocês, mas eu queria fazer um desabafo como professora, eu não sei se outras pessoas também se sentem assim, mas eu percebo que esse debate socioemocional entrou como uma avalanche nas escolas, né? Desde que a gente voltou para essa relação do ensino presencial, a gente tem falado sobre isso, porque, principalmente quem trabalha com as criancinhas pequenas, a gente teve que pensar em como acolheríamos essas crianças e também os adolescentes e as pessoas no geral, e como nós nos prepararíamos emocionalmente para poder acolher uma outra pessoa, né? Porque como você recebe, acolhe e ampara se você não está bem. Mas eu, particularmente, percebo que, muitas vezes, as escolas e os espaços educacionais, ao trazer esse debate, eles acabam gerando mais ansiedade e mais burnout na gente, porque, muitas vezes, esse debate chega de duas maneiras. Primeiro, com uma cobrança de uma determinada formação. Então, por exemplo, você precisa acessar a plataforma e fazer um curso socioemocional e entregar o diplominha desse curso para a escola. Né? Essa é uma das formas que algumas escolas encontram para trazer esse debate para dentro. Por isso que eu achei muito legal essa fala do Lucas, com essa ideia das rodas de conversa, porque eu realmente acho que a gente não pode individualizar. Se você colocar 20 professores numa sala, depois de 10 minutos, cada um vai estar contando o caso de aluno, né? Porque é isso que a gente adora fazer, contando o caso que aconteceu. Então, a gente individualiza mesmo as situações, né? Mas, ao mesmo tempo, a gente também se cura em comunidade, né? É nessa roda que a gente se cura e é nessa roda que a gente vai se constituindo. E uma outra... É muito sutil, mas eu também percebo que existe esse discurso, Lucas, que eu achei muito legal que você trouxe, a gente precisa falar de socioemocional porque a gente se importa com saúde mental. Porque, muitas vezes, os espaços e as pessoas, no geral, trazem um discurso de você precisa estar bem para produzir mais. E isso gera em mim mais ansiedade do que cura. Né? Você precisa estar bem para que você possa estar na escola produzindo. Você precisa estar bem para que você possa estar na escola produzindo. E eu acho que isso é muito grave. Isso para mim, não é preocupação. Isso, para mim, é necessidade de produção e de mão de obra produzindo dentro da sala de aula. E eu não quero ser uma produtora. Eu quero ser uma pessoa que estou lá, que estou bem, que ajudo a gerar pensamento crítico, que faço isso nos meus espaços. Então, às vezes, eu acho, já que a gente está aqui nesse espaço, né, de pensar a educação também, que a gente precisa ter esse cuidado. Falar sobre socioemocional, sim, mas dentro de uma lógica que vai, de fato, ajudar as pessoas a se curarem em comunidade, coletivamente, e pensando que qual é o nosso objetivo com isso? A gente quer que as pessoas produzam ou a gente quer que as pessoas estejam bem, sabe? Então, por isso, eu gostei muito da fala de vocês e, principalmente, dessa ideia, Lucas. É bom saber que tem uma pessoa no chão da escola pensando essas rodas e ajudando as pessoas a se curarem coletivamente. Eu acho que eu queria muito participar desses espaços. Eu sinto falta disso na minha atuação docente, sabe? Me faria muito bem. Obrigada.
Quer comentar, Catarina?
Acho que eu posso comentar, e o Lucas também, mas eu acho que é super importante esse ponto que você traz, porque eu entendo essa questão de qual que é o objetivo final da gente pensar em socioemocional. A gente sabe a importância da socioemocional, mas a gente também precisa, neste momento, como o Lucas trouxe, parar um pouco, se acolher, refletir sobre o que a gente está pensando, porque só através dessa autorreflexão que a gente também consegue mudar e se desenvolver e estar bem. E também, em alguns momentos, se permitir não estar bem e entender sobre isso. Mas eu acho que através dessa reflexão, de eu conseguir nomear o que eu estou sentindo, de entender o que eu estou passando, e aí, obviamente, o trabalho em grupo tem essa questão da identificação também, né? Então, eu consigo identificar no outro aquilo que eu também sinto, e a gente consegue também pensar em estratégias para conseguir lidar com isso. Eu acho que é super pertinente. Então, eu acho que essa sua fala reflete bastante o que a gente tem passado e reflete também a questão de que a gente precisa parar e pensar por que a gente está falando sobre isso, qual que é o objetivo final. Porque o objetivo final aqui é promoção de saúde mental e não produção em massa. Então, era isso.
Qual o seu nome? Raquel. Raquel, muito importante, né, isso que você traz. E, de fato, assim, acho que as rodas de conversa, acho que são coisas simples de serem propostas e de serem executadas, né? Então, sugiro que você também mobilize, né, assim, o seu grupo de colegas para esse tipo de atividade. Essa questão da produtividade, ela é muito séria, né? Porque a gente está vivendo um momento de fortalecimento muito grande da lógica neoliberal, né? Então, temos todos que ser empreendedores de nós mesmos e estarmos no topo e produzirmos muito e darmos conta das demandas nossas. Enfim, tem uma convocação para a gente não parar, né? Só que essa convocação ela é impossível de ser totalmente atendida porque nós somos pessoas, né? O avanço do neoliberalismo ele está muito relacionado, muito atrelado, digamos assim, com o avanço tecnológico, né? Então tem uma confusão, me parece, de quase como se nós fôssemos chegar a um desempenho dos algoritmos, né? Sendo que nós somos pessoas. Eu acho que isso que você traz, né, de pensar as competências socioemocionais num viés apenas produtivista é de fato muito perigoso, né? Porque isso nos desumaniza, né? Em última instância é isso que faz, né? Agora, ao mesmo tempo, é ambíguo, né, que eu vou ler aqui para vocês, a definição que a Organização Mundial de Saúde estabelece sobre o que é saúde mental. A OMS diz: saúde mental refere-se a um bem-estar no qual o indivíduo desenvolve suas habilidades pessoais, consegue lidar com os estresses da vida, trabalha de forma produtiva e encontra-se apto para contribuir com a sua comunidade. Então, tem a produção, produzir coisas, produzir algo, produz saúde. Quando a gente cria, né, a inventividade como também uma competência socioemocional, quando a gente cria, né, quando a gente produz, a gente está imprimindo nosso desejo também no mundo. E isso tem efeitos de saúde importantes. O problema é o produtivismo, né? Então, como que a gente mantém uma relação de produção e de criação afirmativa com os nossos trabalhos, sem ficar refém, sem resvalar numa lógica neoliberal, produtivista, de aceleração, sabe, Raquel? Então tem essa delicadeza, né? Não é sobre a gente não produzir, é sobre a gente produzir bem, mas produzir dentro das nossas possibilidades, preservando o nosso bem-estar emocional, né? E numa lógica de criação que tem a ver com o retorno para a comunidade, né? Tem a ver com o retorno para as coletividades das quais a gente faz parte. Acho que é isso que eu consigo dizer agora.
Bom, eu tenho uma notícia não muito boa para todos nós. Infelizmente, nosso tempo acabou. Mas eu fiquei muito honrado e orgulhoso, né, da Cambridge ter dado esse espaço de a gente abordar o elefante branco que está na sala, não é? Que é a situação socioemocional dos docentes. Eu quero muito, em nome da Cambridge, agradecer a Catarina Sette e o Lucas Veiga, porque nesse curto espaço de tempo deram assim uma amostra muito clara da importância de nós nos cuidarmos, né, e da relevância do trabalho que eles desempenham. Não tenho mais nada a dizer, a não ser muitíssimo obrigado, e obrigado a todos pelo participar, ouvir, né, reagir aqui às falas. Muito obrigado.
Well, our afternoon has sure started on the right foot. I think it's so important and relevant for us teachers to talk about our mental health, like it was said in this roundtable, as well as help each other to achieve and maintain it. And before, Sarah's talk on building vocabulary was terrific. And by the way, if you have a question for Sarah, you can put it in the chat box right now, because Tamiris will be with her soon to answer your questions. And moving on in our program, it is my pleasure to introduce another one of the amazing people who work at Cambridge University Press and Assessment here in Brazil. If you see him, you might not recognize him, but I'm sure you would recognize his voice. Here with me to talk is Mr. Sergio Varela. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Take a seat.
Thank you. Hello.
So, how long have you been at Cambridge?
Well, I've been working for Cambridge since 2001. So it's like, yeah, it's like 21 years, yes. And I've been reinventing myself during this 21 years, right? But my main focus at work is editorial and marketing.
Oh, wow. So you work with Leonardo?
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Yes, we talked about Leonardo before.
Okay.
Yes, fantastic.
Great.
Oh, so what do you do exactly in the marketing sector right now?
Well, right now I'm helping the team with there's a new project called Global Changer. It's a new series for Ensino Fundamental 2. And I'm working on the website.
Wow, very good. Yeah. So when you're looking at the website for Global Changer, you can thank Sergio. He was part of this project.
Yeah.
Very good, fantastic.
Thank you.
And I've said that people might have heard you before because you've also done some voice projects for Cambridge, right?
Well, yeah, that's right. Well, I think it all started in, I don't know, 2002 or 3, when our general manager at the office, she needed someone to record the audio message for the telephone system. She hired a very professional person. It's a woman, incredible voice, but she was not able to say Cambridge University Press. And then she called me and she said, you know, I need someone who can, you know, say the name of our company properly. Can you do it? I said, okay, I don't have any experience with that. Okay, let's try.
Sure, let's go.
And I did. And then, you know, and then people started to believe that I had a good voice. And
well, you do. You have a great voice.
Well, thank you very much,
You have
Rebecca.
this kind of radio voice or current podcast voice. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Do you have like a memorable moment in Cambridge?
Well, I have lots of very good moments. But I think the best one, in my opinion, was when I went to Cambridge for the first time. That was really exciting. And I saw those castles, because I went to London, I went to Cambridge, and I got really excited about it. It was amazing, yeah. And I got really, really moved, you know. So it was really terrific.
Wow, wow.
Yeah,
I'm counting the days when I can go. The pandemic robbed me of some opportunities to go, but I hope I can go in the near future.
Yeah.
And how has your world grown in Cambridge?
Well, I've just finished my CELTA course.
Wow, congratulations.
Yes, I'm officially a teacher now.
Yes, congratulations.
I will start teaching the next semester, but let's see, I don't know. I hope the best for the future, yeah.
Sergio, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks
I had
a lot.
a lovely time chatting with you.
That's great.
You're a box full of surprises. Thank you so much for being
Thanks
here.
a lot, thank you.
Wait.
Okay.
Before you go,
Yeah.
last year you introduced me on Cambridge Day. Remember
right.
that? Yeah? Okay, we have to go live with Tamires right now. And I would like you to call Tamires Gama.
Okay.
Okay, so you call her with your voice so everybody can remember who was introducing me last year.
Okay. And now, with you, the one and only, Tamires Gama.
Hi, Rebecca. Thank you, Sergio. I feel flattered, for you using this deep and beautiful voice to call my name. Thank you very much. And I'm really thrilled to be here with Sarah. This is her very first time in Brazil, right, Sarah?
That's right. Hello, everyone.
Sarah, say hi to those ones who are watching us.
Thank you very much for joining us. It's great to be here. I'm glad you're with us as well.
Oh, Sarah, thank you so much for your talk. It was really inspirational. I think that teachers are living today with lots of ideas. And Sarah, would like to share with you some comments and some questions from the audience. And so the first question, let's see. Sarah, the first question comes from Luis Henrique. And Luis Henrique asks you, would you say that language that becomes passive is left behind too fast and there should be more lexis practice in general in lessons?
That's a great question. I think that's really, really observant because I think with learning vocabulary, you need to do lots of practice. So kind of having practice at different intervals is really important because you're quite right. You will forget it and you think you've learnt it, but if you're not using it actively, you haven't really taken it into your, let's say, into your vocabulary, into your lexis. So yes, doing different activities, I think we need to vary them. I think we can have maybe some digital, maybe some that relate to the student individually so that they can relate that vocabulary to them. It's much more memorable that way. And I definitely think it's important for teachers to be disciplined to help encourage students to revisit vocabulary so that they really do remember it and can use it.
What I feel sometimes is that students feel that it is a bit boring to revisit, but we also need to provide them with more opportunities to do so, right?
Well, I think that used to be boring because we've got so many more choices. I mean, when you look at the different apps that you can use, particularly for vocabulary, and also you can involve the students perhaps creating an activity that they use with their peers, depending on the age, of course. But again, it's more motivating and there's more variety, and that's even if you use the same app for example, word wall, if you do use that app, you can do it in a different way using the same vocabulary. So for the teacher, it doesn't mean you have to do more preparation, but you can make it more interesting by using a different way of doing it, which I love.
So do I. I love Wordwall. I was so glad that you mentioned that. And the teachers who are watching us probably are as well. Sarah, there's another question from Victor. He asks, how important are dictionaries during vocabulary teaching? How teachers can use them?
Okay, that's also an important question, because I think teachers, learners need to be encouraged to use a dictionary and see what a dictionary can do. Because I think one of the dangers is that they think about translating, using a dictionary to find the exact translation. Sometimes there may not be an exact translation, but if you can use a monolingual dictionary, obviously depending on the level, but encouraging them to explore, and that's one of the things that I'm now beginning to appreciate, that if you explore the word, you find out what does this word go with, what happens after this word, what word family is it in, and a dictionary can help you, because it often, particularly an online dictionary like the Cambridge Dictionary, it takes you to other word families, and so you can explore it. So a student who is perhaps stronger has the opportunity to do some extra work. A student who perhaps is a bit slower still can find the dictionary very useful for pronunciation, for spelling, maybe finding another word that's similar, or finding the word family. So I really think they're really useful.
Oh, thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you very much. And you all, don't forget to send your questions to Herbert. And then see you soon. See ya.
Bye.
Thank you, Tamiris and Sarah, for taking the time to answer the questions from our audience at home. The past 2 years accelerated the digital era in our classrooms. And here to talk about digital resources for teachers is teacher, author, and teacher trainer Raquel Ribeiro.
Hi, everyone.
Welcome, Raquel.
Hi, Rebecca.
It's really good to see you here in person.
Yeah.
We've only been meeting digitally lately, right?
True. It's been a while.
So
right?
it's really
so
good
to be
see you
here.
Good.
It is.
Thank you.
Right.
So, Raquel, since when have you been using digital resources in your classes?
Well, since 2012, so it's been 10 years of intense digital resources usage. And of course, when I travel back 10 years ago, things were really limited. But it's great to work with limited resources. This experience has helped me over the years, because hardly ever do we teachers have resources which are the latest models, the fastest connections. So when we learn to work with adversities, then it happens easily and we can make the best out of it and reach out more students in this process.
And what would you say the past 2 years have changed for us teachers in this scenario of digital resources?
A lot. We have changed as people, we have changed because everything that happened around us had an impact, and teachers, I think emotionally, we had to cater for our lives, our families, but also our learners. And we had to be like, okay, things are under control as much as possible, and we would have to keep a positive environment for our learners. So I think it demands energy as well. And I believe that this is something that brought this topic of mental health to the surface, which is really good.
That's true. We've talked about it today here in several talks about how mental health is important for the learners and for teachers.
Absolutely.
I saw recently the chairman of Cambridge said that well-being needs to be at the heart of education.
Yeah,
and I think that's one of the goals of Cambridge, to have mental health, and teachers worried about that.
Exactly.
Because we have changed our way of teaching.
Precisely, and feeling comfortable that we are going to, most of things are going to work fine, but if something fails, that's all right too, because we are all learning. And this acceptance is also transmitted through our classes, to our learners, to our colleagues. And this is really precious. You know, it takes us a lot farther than aiming for what could be considered perfection that there isn't actually.
It takes off the pressure.
Exactly,
right?
and then we are able to thrive.
That's very good, that's very good. And what do you think is the future for digital resources?
I believe that we already live in some sort of future already, because there is this understanding that the human, the teacher, the connection between learners, and the fact that learners need to be encouraged by the teachers, and we teachers need to have this mindset that this participation, this more active participation, is the way to cater for more of the different styles of learning. So there isn't like the class is a show and it's a performance. So all these that used to be at core for some time, there is an understanding that this is not the point. Our role as a teacher is to guide our learners through the discovery, cultural discovery, the discovery of the language, and also dreaming. Because they are learning English, not because English is a subject. They are learning English because that's the language you communicate with the world. You communicate with other people, you make friends, and you travel. And even if you are at home, you can work from home. You know, that's a possibility we didn't even dream about before. So there were lots of drawbacks, and many people, unfortunately, have very harsh experiences from the pandemic. But on the other hand, if we decide to take a look at, okay, what have we advanced, what have we learned from it, is that there are more possibilities to dream. And if you think of people who live far away, in smaller cities, that gave them a new perspective of the world and a new perspective of being part of the scene of what is happening. And I see that this is the perspective. Do we want to have the latest devices and a classroom that's amazing to show on Instagram, for example? That would be cool. But that's not at the heart of what matters. There is the possibility of using the student's own mobile phone, finding ways around, even if the connection is unstable or it's not available. There's the teacher and the students helping each other, so we don't have to carry this pressure. I need to know everything, because if something goes wrong, oh, my class, oh, what's going to happen? So this also works hand in hand with mental health. And most importantly, our students are co-creators of the class. So things come together and we research and we find different perspectives. And that also brings along the critical thinking, the understanding of the differences between the cultures and respect. So there are so many things coming out of that. So I see education in this a little bit present into the future as collaborative as at its core, and also as a way of curating information and sharing and having society and the different cultures more often in touch.
And when we think about what Cambridge says, where your world grows, how do you think all of these experiences make our students' world grow?
Well, I believe that more than ever, we can bring the world to the classroom, but we can take our classroom to the world. And then the core experience for teachers and the core challenge as well is to get to understand how can this resource be used by my group of students in a way that they will be busy working towards a communicative goal rather than I'm busy with the tool. We can encourage our learners to dream, to aim bigger. So maybe if it's not possible for you to travel abroad right now, but maybe you could collaborate with a group of students, a class in another continent. Or maybe you can work from home. Lots of teenagers, young adults, have this possibility instead of, okay, I wish I could work in another country. So the process, the bureaucracy, and let's face it, it was not really feasible for the vast majority of population. So I believe we can dream, but it feels a lot more concrete to make these visions come true. And when we have this in mind, there is this motivation to go, to exchange ideas, and there is meaning. And I believe that meaning is everything, because that's the motivation to keep going, to know that you are doing something that will make a difference in the world. But again, if we think of resources and apps and social media, the teachers need to have a clear understanding, because this generation multitasks like crazy. So you have to be aware that it's not assigning 1 or 2 tasks. You need to assign 4 tasks because they will handle it. And if they can't, they will help each other.
Well, Raquel, thank you so much for being here today. And I loved hearing about your use of digital resources and how your experience with students has brought the world closer to the classroom.
Well, thank you for having me here, for the questions and the opportunities. And you can find me on social media for more questions, and you can check the work there. See you then.
And we're going to have a short break right now and be back in a few minutes with Tamiris having a quick chat with Dr. Herbert Puchta before he gets on stage for our final talk. I'll see you in a bit.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I hope you've had a great break. And with me I have a very special guest, Herbert. Herbert, please say hi to the people that are watching us.
Well, thanks Tammy. Hi everybody at home. Thanks for joining us and watching this.
Yes, so I'm sure that teachers have had amazing insights from the morning and then from the early afternoon. And Herbert, some people say that you've been to Brazil a couple of times. How many times in fact?
Yeah, it's been quite a few times. João Madureira and I were actually talking about it during lunch, and we think this is probably the 20th time in Brazil.
Exactly. And Brazilian teachers just love your work. We received so many great questions. May I share them with you?
Absolutely. Yes. I'm looking forward to them.
Great. So our first question is from Luciana. And Luciana asks you, what is the legacy of the pandemic for education?
That's a good question, Luciana. Thank you for it. Well, I mean, we have to say that the last few years, last 2.5 years, have not been easy for teachers and parents, but of course they haven't been easy for kids either. So what we can say, and there are a number of studies on that, is that unfortunately kids' learning has not always been impacted in a positive way. I mean, as language teachers, we know that having the opportunity to work with our learners in a classroom is probably still the most rewarding and also efficient way of teaching a language. Many teachers have actually changed the way they work. They've gone online, they've used all kinds of great ideas. So many learners have actually profited from that. And there are maybe learners who've even learned more in the pandemic phase, but I don't think that's the rule. The challenge we have now, of course, is how can we help them to make up for what they have missed out on, both in terms of development of cognition, language development, but also in terms of social emotional learning, because a phase like the pandemic doesn't only have impact on their learning, it also has an impact on who they are and how they feel, and on their well-being.
Exactly. And Herbert, there's another question from Daniela. She asks, what do you believe is the most striking difference in kids after COVID-19? You've mentioned a couple of things you notice learners might have benefited, but is there anything else?
Well, I mean, there's, as I said, you know, there are a number of research studies that show very clearly that there's been a real negative impact on many children's development. I mean, we as teachers, we have to be optimistic. We have to think positively. So we need to say, well, you know, I mean, it's great that many learners are now back in classrooms, and let's hope this is going to stay like that. And we have to think positive and say, well, we're gonna do, you know, everything we can to help them catch up and to also help them come to grips with all the emotional impact of the pandemic, and teachers are working hard on that. I had an opportunity to work with teachers over the last few days, and I've been here today at this wonderful event. I've also been to Brass Teasel the last few days, and I've spoken to so many teachers who are actually extremely happy that they're back in the classroom and they can teach face to face again, have real interaction with their learners. So I am optimistic, but we have to also, you know, live with the fact that the pandemic has had some impact on our students, cognitive and, as I've said, also emotional development.
And because you've mentioned emotions, there's a question from Alexandre. He asks, how can we help young learners become more aware of their own emotions in order to supply them with tools to cope with the post-pandemic challenges?
Right. Well, obviously there are a number of ways, but I would like to stress one aspect in particular, and that is not so much the methodology of what we can do with kids. What is a lot more important is the kind of relationships we create with our students. It's all about leadership and the leadership qualities that the teacher brings to the classroom. The best definition of leadership I have heard is leadership is about creating a world that people want to belong to.
Wow.
And if we kind of like map this onto the educational system, it would be educational leadership is about a classroom culture that students want to belong to. Or if we're talking about a school, then it would be creating a school culture that students and teachers and everybody else working at a school want to belong to, and that's, I think, what counts the most. This means an atmosphere of trust. Mm-hmm. It means an atmosphere that helps the learners because the teacher is patient and understanding. The teacher is prepared to learn from her students. And it's not only that the learners learn from us, it's also us learning from our students. It's a teacher who knows and understands and embraces the fact that risk-taking and errors are part of the learning process. And it's a teacher, and here I come back to the emotional question, and it's a teacher who is actually able to sense the students' emotional inner world, because there are students who have been hit badly by what's happened. And one of the things I think we need to do is take that seriously, engage our learners also in real talk, in talking about how they are and how they feel about the situation. They may be young people, but they have their own perception of the world, they have their emotions, and they're perfectly able to talk about their emotions. So that is something that is important. And if they are, say, very young learners, and they don't have the level of English yet that they would need in order to be able to talk about that in English, then we would even need to, I think, create the space where they could do that in their own language, because we are talking about taking our learners seriously.
All right, Herbert, thank you so much. And as a final comment, what would you like to tell people who are watching us?
I'm just extremely happy to be back in Brazil. I have actually worked with teachers from all over Brazil in cyberspace several times during the pandemic phase. But of course, also for me as a teacher trainer and for my colleagues here, working with people face to face is of course actually what I think is most efficient and effective. And yet, it's great that you're watching online. It's great that you are with us today, and I'm extremely happy about that. And I hope that there will be an opportunity again to actually work with you face to face. I am actually now, as from this evening, I'm traveling for another 4 days in Brazil. We're going to 4 big cities, and I hope that maybe if you are in one of those 4 cities, that there will actually be an opportunity for you to come to the talks. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Herbert. Can't wait to see your talk. Have a great talk. See you soon.
Thank you. My pleasure.
So then you can find your way to the stage.
Sure,
and
thank you.
Back to you guys.
Welcome back, everyone. I notice some people are still coming in. Probably they were up in the art exhibit. And it's been a wonderful day of learning, don't you think? Yes, we got to talk about so many things here. And I have another question for you. And it is, do you know what are cognitive control functions? How many of you know what are cognitive control functions? Wow, Herbert, you're going to have a lot of work. And here to talk about them and how they are important for learning a new language and creating a foundation for the skills that are needed to become a responsible citizen in the future is Dr. Herbert Puchta. Welcome.
Thank you, Rebecca.
How does it feel being back to Brazil?
I'm totally excited.
Yeah. And we talked about during lunch that you probably went around the world like 5 times already.
Oh.
Yeah?
Quite a few times. I
Yeah.
don't know how many times.
So I wanted to ask you, how has meeting teachers, because I know you love to talk to teachers and see their experience, how has meeting teachers from around the world made your world grow?
Okay. Well, I'm a teacher trainer, and I hope that people sometimes learn from me, but I always learn from teachers.
Wow.
And I have been to many classrooms all over the world. I have actually given seminars and talks and sessions in 54 countries around the world. And I'm probably the one teacher trainer who's been to most classrooms all around the world. And I always learn from teachers and from students. And that's actually, I think, there are many exciting things about what I do, but that's the most exciting one, I think.
Wow, that's fantastic. Real privilege. I keep in my heart what I learned from him in 2015. So everything he says is gold. It's with you.
Thank you so much. Just teach me how to use this.
Okay.
Is this forward?
Yeah, and this is
okay.
back.
Okay, lovely. Okay, well, I'd like to thank Cambridge for the invitation to speak, and I'm totally excited to be here with you. So I would like to thank you. I know it's been a long day. I'd like to thank you for staying on. I know the real reason why you're staying on is the body percussion band that is actually performing afterwards. So this is all about cognitive control functions, or as they say, executive brain functions. And I would like to start with a little anecdote. It was before the pandemic, I think a year before the pandemic started, that I was actually invited to go to Chile for a tour of talks. And we had agreed on the list of talks that I was going to give. And then I had prepared all my talks nicely. And about 6 days before I was departing, I got an email from Santiago de Chile, from the Cambridge office, and they said, could you please, instead of talking about something, could you talk about executive brain functions? And I thought, executive what? And executive brain functions is another term for cognitive control functions. Although I had been dealing with the development of cognition for many, many years. Those of you who know me know I have an interest in neurobiology and in brain research, but I had never come across the term executive function. So I started to panic and try to learn as much as I could within 1 week. Have in the meantime really made up and find this a fascinating topic. I hope there will be some things that are of interest to you. At that time, I was also involved in the most exciting teaching experience I had ever had. I live in a very small village, basically, in the middle of nowhere in the Austrian countryside. And my grandson was he's now 12 almost, he was about to start primary school, the local state primary school. There's no private school there. And the school is a very good school, only teaching English is not what their real strength is all about. Plus, kids at Austrian state schools only get one 45-minute period a week. So I thought, I'm really suffering when I think of my grandson having to go through this. So I decided to go to the ministry, and I was prepared to kneel down in front of them. And I said, look, guys, I'm going to teach this class for free if you give me at least 3 full hours a week, and if I can do my classroom research there. And they said yes immediately. So I could teach my own grandson 4 years at primary school, and I did my classroom research there, and it was also through the pandemic phase. So I learned a lot there. One of the things that I learned was that kids have changed dramatically. You know, compared to what kids were like 10 years ago, things were different. And one of the things that I learned was how lucky I was that Chile had asked for the development of executive brain functions or cognitive control functions. So this is what we're going to look at here. What are cognitive control functions? The role of cognitive control functions in language learning. I'm going to share with you a number of activities that I have actually developed, activities for the Young Learners Classroom, and I'll also be sharing a few examples from the second edition of Superminds, where we also use the idea of the development of cognitive control functions. So what are cognitive control functions? Just a short announcement. I have written for Cambridge a 24-page white paper that is there for you. If you want to take a photo of the QR code, you can download it later. You can, of course, also, if you find my talk boring, download it now and read the paper instead of listening to me. Photo taken? Okay. No? I'll give you another chance. Ready? Yes. Okay. So this is from a very recent book on developing executive brain functions. Why am I actually using the term cognitive control functions? Has to do with the fact that when you talk to language teachers about executive brain functions, many of them think this has to do with business English. It doesn't. It has to do with core cognitive functions, with cognitive control functions. I use the term cognitive control functions. Executive skills, they say, allow us to organize our behavior over time and override immediate demands in favor of longer-term goals. Through the use of these skills, we can plan and organize activities sustain attention, and persist to complete a task. Executive skills enable us to manage our emotions, extremely important. Think back to what we learned in the very first session today that Roberto, I believe, gave. And monitor our thoughts in order to work more efficiently and effectively. Simply stated, these skills help us to regulate our behavior, and executive skills or cognitive control functions obviously are not developed at birth or for some time after that. We see their beginnings in the infant and toddler, and even more of them in the 5-year-old, but even in the 15-year-old, we sometimes marvel at the lack of planning, time management, or especially inhibition. And as a former university teacher, I can tell you, I even had some university students whose cognitive control functions were not brilliantly developed yet, especially when it comes to time management and these higher order aspects. So what executive functions or what cognitive control functions are there? Firstly, any associations when you look at this? Can you just call out a few words? Brain, yes? Somebody said memory. Exactly. So this, I think, is a good sort of visual metaphor for what we call neuronal networks. And the neuronal networks in the outer part of our brain, especially the frontal part, the frontal lobes, that's actually a lot about higher order thinking skills, but also about memory. So the first cognitive skill is, the first control function is about the working memory. The ability to hold information in mind and use it. That's of course not only important for language learning, that is important for life. It's extremely important for anything you want to learn, but it's also important for our daily routines. It's important for who we are and how we communicate, and so on and so forth. We will come back to this and say what it actually means in terms of language learning. The second one, if you know about cognitive control functions, don't shout it out immediately. If you don't, do shout it out immediately. What do you think this is all about, the second cognitive control functions area? Thank you for the light. I'm glad you're still here. Anybody? Mindfulness. That is a very, very good one, and I think it's actually a lovely photo that does trigger off this kind of being aligned, being mindful. The second one has got to do a lot with being mindful. It's about what they call inhibitory control. The definition would be the ability to master thoughts and impulses so as to resist temptations, distractions, and habits, and to pause and think before acting. When children are very young, they often do not think before they act. They often act before they think, actually. And that's something they need to learn. It's also something they need to learn when it comes to controlling their emotions and emotional behavior and so on. And the third one, can we have the light again, please? No, we can't. Would somebody call something out, please? Thinking, okay. Can you give me an adjective with thinking? Okay, yeah, very close actually. The third one is about cognitive flexibility. So being able to think in a flexible and dynamic way. Cognitive flexibility is about the capacity to switch gears and adjust to changing demands, priorities, or perspectives. Again, we'll break this down in a minute and talk about what all this means when it comes to learning a language. These are the underlined ones, the three core cognitive skills when it comes to executive functions or cognitive control functions. There are others, and when you look at the latest literature on cognitive control functions, time management and metacognition are often mentioned. Time management, I think, speaks for itself. We don't need to define it. We know exactly what it means. Those of us who teach teenagers, for example, you are probably often faced with situations where teenagers find it difficult to manage their time. Procrastination is a serious, serious issue when it comes to teenage learners. Is that right? Good. I wanted to say, give me a head nod, but I couldn't see it anyway. And then metacognition, the ability to reflect on not only on our thinking process. Metacognition used to be defined often as thinking about thinking. But it's more, it's about thinking about learning. It's about knowing how to learn better, knowing where my strengths are, where my weaknesses are, and how I can improve on them. So there's a whole range of very, very important areas. Learning strategies would also be part of this. So, okay, let's have a look at the role of cognitive control functions in language learning. And you have an opportunity now to choose blue, red, or what is it, salmon, pink, whatever. Can you just choose one? No, you don't need to tell me. Just for yourself. Okay? Actually, choose one with the person sitting next to you, please. I know this is difficult. You have to find a partner to do that. But it's not for life, it's just for the next 2 minutes. Okay. Can we just have a show of hands for blue? Thank you. Red and pink. Lovely. We have all of them covered. Okay? So have a chat of 93 seconds about this first question if you have chosen pink. Okay? Think of your students' language learning, not their life in general. When in language learning is good working memory essential for your students? Red. Oops, too early. Okay, I need to go back. Okay. So now I need to jump across that. Okay, red. What are the main distractions for your students in the language class? And if you are blue, when do your students need cognitive flexibility the most? In language learning, of course. Have a chat with the person you have chosen as your partner for the next 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now, could you just call out a few sentences in answer to this question? When is good working memory essential for your students? We're talking about language learning, okay? Go ahead. All the time. Thank you. You're probably right. Sorry? Practice time? Okay. Vocabulary? Vocabulary learning? Is that what you mean? Okay. Anything else? Is that it? Then I would say it's not really important. In conversations, that's a very interesting point. Why in conversations? Okay, okay, good point. Good point. I will just repeat. The lady is saying, because we don't want 4-minute statements, the lady is saying because in a conversation they must remember what they were talking. If I ask a question and then I forgot my own question, then the answer can never make sense to me. Very good point, thank you. Anything else? Well, I would just like to say, I have to rush it a bit. We are not talking long-term memory here. So vocabulary learning needs memory, but it's a different memory that we need for that. Of course, short-term memory also plays a role in it, but in order to remember lexis, we need our long-term memory. If you think of a student reading a narrative, for example, you constantly need to be able, in order to understand the story, for example, we constantly need to be able to remember how the story unfolds. Otherwise, I will always only understand the first part of the first sentence. And I will always need to go back to the beginning of the first sentence and go back, and I will not be able to read. Are you with me? Same with listening, of course, same with viewing, extremely important. The working memory is extremely important for that. And then, and this was your example, the two gentlemen here, in conversation, that's exactly what you said. We need to be able to hold the thread of a conversation, and we need the working memory for that, otherwise it's not going to work. We need it for writing. We are not able to write a coherent piece of text without working memory. It's pretty clear, isn't it? If I start writing and then I don't know what I've just written, then I will not be able to write a meaningful piece of text. Read, what are the main distractions for your students? Their phones, games, cell phones, lack of sleep. Okay. Basically anything, right? Yeah. It could be the weather. It could be a fly on the wall. It could be a T-shirt that is somebody is wearing, or whatever. It could actually impact their concentration dramatically. Phones, of course, is something that I often hear. Diego, in a very recent book, Inhibitory Control, describes the suppression of goal, irrelevant stimuli, and behavioral responses, okay? So in other words, they need to be focused and on task, otherwise learning is difficult. We've always said this, right? Cognitive control functions gives us a way of helping to develop these skills. Last but not least, blue, when do your students need cognitive flexibility the most in language learning? I'm sorry? Building sentences, yes, and writing texts, of course, yes. When they get bored, that's an interesting one, say more.
You were distracted by somebody. I wonder who. I wonder who. Probably by you. Okay, understanding grammar. Any meta-linguistic task is, of course, a big challenge for cognitive flexibility. Yes, yes. Any other suggestions? Conversations, absolutely. Yes. Yeah. Critical thinking, so all the, what we call more sophisticated ways of thinking, the higher order thinking skills need a lot of cognitive.
Herbert, Louise here. When they change from correction to practice, when they change from presentation to practice, when they change from practice to fluency, they need cognitive flexibility.
Absolutely. Wherever you are. Wonderful voice. It's like the voice of God, I thought for a moment. Excellent. Thank you. Yes. Key point. When phases change, or when you've given them a certain routine and then you are breaking the routine, all of a sudden the ones who are not cognitively flexible will actually be lost. So we need to develop and train their cognitive flexibility. Thank you. Now, just a few things here. Problem solving, creative thinking, absolutely impossible without cognitive flexibility. Keeping up a conversation, again, writing coherently, decoding meaning, all that needs, if you think of what a complex process decoding meaning actually is, what a complex process it is to keep up a conversation, to use repair strategies when I don't understand, to know how to interrupt somebody. Well, it's not difficult to interrupt somebody, but doing it politely can be. And all those things, they are actually really demanding, as we know. They require cognitive flexibility. And let's now look at a number of activities for the classroom. Let's start. Some of them are actually very simple activities, and they're fun. Learners enjoy them. And the good thing is there is very, very clear evidence that they actually do what I claim they will do. They help improve cognitive skills. This one is a very simple one. What I suggest is you show your students 2 images or 2 words. Ask them to say the words to themselves. Remember them in the same order, reading order, if you are working with 5 or 6 year olds. You cover up the items or blank the screen and ask them to say the words in the same order. Show the pictures again so they can check and then carry on with this for some time. And then do 3 and do the same thing. And then 4. So challenge them. Okay, here we go. I want you to say these words to yourself and remember them. Say them to your partner. Check. Okay. Next. Wait a moment. Now you say them to your partner. Okay. Check. Ready for the next one? And so on and so forth. When I started this with my class, I went up to 4. Some of them started to get a bit lost. Don't challenge them too much, okay? Because then what they're learning is, the good ones can do 5, but I can't, I'm stupid. So don't challenge them too much. Of course, I could challenge you. The next one is going to be a little more challenging, and that's the so-called N-back task, okay? What you do is you present to them a sequence of items, words, phrases. With teenagers, I do it with phrasal verbs, for example, but we're talking children now. And one at a time, The students have to indicate by clapping their hands, so make sure you have your hands free. Put down your note blocks or your phones, stop texting. Students have to indicate whether the item they are shown is the same item, they were shown N items ago. I'll give you an example. So let's imagine we are talking n is minus 1, okay? Now, I would present to you blue, then green. Do you clap your hand here? No, because green is not the same word as blue, right? Next word is green. Now you clap your hand, okay? Red? Pink? No. It's minus 1. It's only if it's the same word as the previous word. Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Yeah, now we go. Brilliant. What a group! Okay, now, 2 back, okay? You ready? Here we go. You're so ready. Wow. Good. Here we go. Best group ever. Yes. Ready? You ready? But can you, I mean, look, we're a group of adults, but can you at the same time feel the focus? So during an activity like this, the class is totally focused. And it's good fun. They love the challenge. You ready? Yeah? You're overexcited, are you? Here we go. For me, it's easy. I have a piece of paper. Shall we go? Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Brilliant. Okay. You see the challenge? And of course, it's great because you can revise a lexical set or, as I said, chunks of language, whatever the level of your class. Steinberg says, so this is a task that has been done a lot of research on. Practicing the NBAC tasks has been shown to improve working memory. The training needs to be scaffolded, and that is important. Please don't go up to 3 back or -3 immediately. Do it with 1, okay? Next time, do it with 1. Then add -2. But don't go up to -3 or even 4, just to show them that this is a very difficult task, okay? Okay, here we go. Cognitive flexibility. This is one of my favorite ones. I will actually try to dim this. No, not possible. Okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Can I ask you to stand up, please? Can we have a bit of light, please? Thank you for the light. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask you to walk Walk on the spot. No, on the spot, on the spot. Don't run away. Walk. Stop. Walk. Stop. Brilliant. Cognitive flexibility is about reacting to change in instructions also. I'm going to ask you now to reverse your actions. So when I say stop, you walk. When I say walk, you stop. Walk. Walk. Stop. Walk. Walk. Stop. Stop. Thank you. Now, when I say name, you call out your name. When I say clap, you clap your hands. Okay, ready? Name. Clap. Name. Clap. Fantastic. Now we reverse this. When I say name, you clap. When I say clap, you call your name. Okay, clap. Name. Clap. Clap. Name. Name. Okay. Now we are putting the four of them together in reverse order. Are you ready? So when I say walk, you? Exactly. Name? You don't need to say clap, you just clap. Walk? Stop? Clap? Name? Fantastic. Now we add two more. When I say jump, you jump. When I say dance, you boogie, okay? Or whatever Brazilian dance is en vogue at the moment, okay? Jump. Dance. Fantastic. Now we do all six of them, all in reversed order. Are you ready? Okay. Name. Jump. Dance. Clap. Walk. Stop. Fantastic. I think some people are called Cap. Thank you so much. Best group ever. Try it out with your students. You will see they love it. Another one that we all do with our students when you are a primary teacher, you play Simon Says with them, right? Now, play Simon Says. Who doesn't know what Simon Says is all about? Thank you. Then, after some time, you say, now it's Jennifer Says. And you go, Simon Says, sit down. And of course, they will sit down immediately. But it's not what they are supposed to be doing because I said now it's Jennifer Says. You see what I mean? They only react when you say it's Jennifer Says and then you swap over to George Says or what have you. Great fun for the students and at the same time they're developing their cognitive flexibility. Inhibitory control. I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a bit calmer now. A few examples. Ask your students to close their eyes. Don't, otherwise you will fall asleep. Ask them to leave their eyes closed for 1 minute. And when they think the minute is over, they should just raise their hand. But keep quiet. I've done this with teachers, ladies and gentlemen. It's fascinating. Some people raise their hand after 9 seconds already. And other people go into a long phase of meditation. Ask them to, yeah, good, that's the next one. Next suggestion, ask them to close their eyes. Listen to all the sounds they can hear from outside of the room. The traffic noise sometimes. The birds singing if you are in a lucky environment. Somebody walking down the corridor, whatever. Ask them to become aware of all the sounds they can hear from inside the room. Of course, this is when they start coughing and sneezing, of course. And then ask them to observe their own breathing as it comes and goes. Suggestion. Another suggestion would be creative visualization activities. Close your eyes. Imagine you are somewhere wonderful, maybe a very special place you have already been to. Maybe it's just a place that only exists in your imagination. And I wonder what you are doing there right now in this place, etc., etc., etc. Ask them to open their eyes, ask them to draw a picture, ask them to talk about it. This is, by the way, from Supermind's second edition, okay? An example for time management. A simple example, extremely powerful with my learners, including my own grandson. I'm from Austria, so the student's mother tongue is German, obviously. And as it happens in classes where the background is more or less monolingual, L1, students often fall back into their own language, right? Have you had this? Have you experienced this? Yes, okay. Now, of course, we can say, okay, no, don't speak German, speak English. Blah, blah, blah. What I did after some time, I thought, this is something that has to do with time management, because it's how long can we actually continue to speak English and be aware of it, and maybe become ambitious about speaking more English. So I took out my mobile phone, switched on the app, the timer app, and I said, listen guys, I would like you to try and speak English for as long as possible. I will take the time. How long will you actually be able to speak English only? It was over after 18 seconds. And they were totally disappointed. And then I said, well, we can try again. And we tried again, and one of them raised their hand. And they were all getting anxious, and they all said, but speak English, please. And then they managed like 1 minute and 28 seconds, and they celebrated it as if it was a world record. So I actually wrote a little poster paper, and I said, our record in speaking English only, put this on the wall, and in every lesson when there was speaking activities, I timed them, and our record was like 42 minutes or something like that. And it was fascinating to see how they actually really tried hard to speak English only. Because the key thing is that often, especially when they're fascinated with something, when they're excited about something, they start speaking their mother tongue, not because they want to kind of like disturb your lesson, but because they're so excited, right? Here, they had this meta thinking going, hey, hang on, I must control myself. So we're talking inhibitory control, and we're also talking cognitive flexibility. That's a key thing, by the way. The cognitive control functions are hardly ever in isolation. They actually feed into one another. And I will give you an example of this a little bit later. I have another 9 minutes. So let's have a look at the second edition of Superminds. This is an activity where you have, or I think it's 2 activities, working memory, cognitive flexibility, and metacognition.
Deep under the dark blue sea, in between the rocks. Parker rocks is near. Bad old Parker rocks. Its face was square and ugly. Its eyes were small and red. Its teeth were long and horrible. There were scales on its head. Swim, 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 swim away from here.
Okay, I'll stop it here. Songs are fun, always fun. But I'm a bit kind of like hesitant to do songs for the sake of fun only. Songs are wonderful because they help develop pronunciation, for example. Songs are wonderful because often they have excellent chunks of language. So we can go back to a song and work on the language in it and help them use chunks, important chunks from the song in their own development, in their own production. But we can also use songs to do some cognitive training. So here in this particular case, when the students have actually, when they have listened to the song and watched the song and sang along and danced with it, what have you, then we have a little memory game. They're not going to look at the lyrics at the same time, of course. They're asked to cover them up, and then they test each other. Its eyes were blue. No, they weren't. They were red, etc., etc., etc. You see what I mean? So it's memory training. It is fun, of course, also, but it's also hard work. By the way, you can see these little icons here. They stand for the Cambridge Life Skills Framework. You have an explanation in the teacher's guide. This is Supermind 2nd edition. You have an explanation in the teacher's guide which of the cognitive capabilities from the Cambridge Life Skills Framework or which cognitive control function we are actually activating here. Sometimes it's 2, sometimes it's even 3. This is another one which I like a lot. It's about students doing classroom questionnaires, asking each other. But it's not only that. Before they engage in the asking each other activity, they make a prediction. And being able to make predictions is one of the key more sophisticated cognitive functions you want to develop with your students. Why? Because being able to foresee things is an extremely important cognitive skill. Even teenagers often do not have this skill. Teenagers often do things that are not very intelligent because they think they're going to be fun and they're going to regret them later. If they had the ability to think ahead and say, if I engage in this, what will be the possible outcome? Then they would be much better off. They would be a lot more mature. Maturity is also about being able to see the possible outcomes of my behavior. And we are starting this here with primary kids. They make a prediction. I predict that there are 5, 6, 7, 8 children in my class who sometimes cook, wash up, tidy their room, dry the dishes, etc., etc., etc. Then they interview one another. They make a little chart, like the one here. Charts are making charts, being able to read charts, a very important cognitive function. Requires a lot of cognitive flexibility, of course. And then in the end, they write a short piece of text where they reflect metacognition. They reflect on their own prediction. So what I predicted was this, and what I have now learned is this. Okay? So, of course, we don't need to talk about that this practice is important language. That's clear anyway. The great thing is that in the language class, we can do both at the same time. We can develop cognitive control functions, we can develop cognitive skills, and at the same time we develop language skills. We help them to use important structures, chunks of language, words, and so on and so forth. This is what I should have shown you straight away, then you would have seen it better. Okay, and this is right. Now, Diamond and Ling. So the key takeaways from this session. First of all, is there any evidence that this works? Is it just flower power teaching? There's somebody standing up here on the stage and says, you have to do the end back task and then your students will have a better working memory. There is a lot of research in general education on this. Diamond and Ling, 2020 book, say executive functions can be improved. Moreover, it appears that improving executive functions / control functions is possible across the lifespan. It's never too late, ladies and gentlemen. And by different methods. Key takeaway number 2. We are not just talking about cognition. Remember what Roberto said in his thought-provoking plenary this morning. He said it's also, and sometimes more importantly, about social emotional learning, okay? So, emotional engagement is a key driving factor in whether or not training in cognitive control functions is successful. It works better if the teacher sees them, so you have an extremely important role in that, I don't need to tell you. If you see these activities as meaningful, while believing in your students' abilities to improve their cognitive functions, then this all works a lot better. There are some references here, and it's a bit small print. I don't know if you want to take a photo and order these books tomorrow and read them the day after tomorrow. And it's now for me to say thank you very much. Thank you.
Did I lie? Of course not. I told you everything he says is gold. I bought you some water, and I'm going to ask you to join me over here.
What are we doing?
Yes, we're going to answer some questions, but we're going to need to set up the stage, so we'll be here on this side.
Yep.
We have some questions now for you, and we're going to do it the same way we've done it all day. If you have a question here, you can raise your hand, and a microphone will come to you. And I'll ask the online questions first, okay? Because they're not here, and they deserve to go first. Okay, so Renata Furiel says, how to wake up in the students the sense of responsibility or to get up to learning?
Okay, it's a good question because learning to be responsible for what you do, especially, is something that is extremely important, and it's something we need to start developing when they are young. There's a number of things that come to mind immediately. The first one is values. Values are about what is right and what is wrong. If I don't understand what is right and what is wrong, then I will actually not be able to develop responsible behavior. That's why stories, good stories, stories that convey values to our learners are extremely important, not only because they help to teach language, but also because from good stories, children learn something about life. They learn something about how to live peacefully with other people. And that's the second thing. Learning to act and behave responsibly is about the skill of empathy. It's about respecting other people. It's about learning to put myself in other people's shoes, so I understand that how I behave towards them makes a difference. It's about, when we talk about social emotional learning, it's about being kind to other people. And here you come into play. We are talking about the importance not just of a good range of teaching methods. It's all about who we are as teachers. It's about the classroom culture we create. It's about the relationships we create with our students. Our students will learn to act responsibly if they see in us a good model of somebody who acts and behaves responsibly and treats other people kindly and with respect.
Very nice. I completely 100% agree. And now another question from Mari Costa. This one is an easy one, okay? Which of his books would he recommend to teach kids using the same technique he used with his grandson?
Okay. Well, I'm as you can imagine, I mean, the second edition of Superminds has just come out. I'm totally excited about it. Superminds has been an extremely successful course the world over. The first edition has been used for many years, is still being used. And the second edition is a book that is even better than the first edition. And I'm very, very excited about it. Also because, of course, now, and this is one of the outcomes of the pandemic situation we've all gone through. It's not only books with audio and video. If you want it, you can have a fully digital version. There's a lot of support material, activities, games, what have you, online. So it's a very rich package with a lot of learning opportunities for your learners. Thank you for the question.
All right, Mari Costa, thank you for your question. And now we'll take a question from here. Please say your name.
Hello, I'm Marcia. I've been teaching private classes, so I don't have a big number of students. But sometimes I have a hard time trying to help the students cope with their competition. Like you said in your speech today, for us not to give them a hard time in having difficult tasks in challenging our competitions. But sometimes most of them feel like, I'm so stupid, I'm not good enough, he's better than me. It's hard for me to deal with that feeling of frustration they have. I would like some good piece of advice of yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a key question, and I think I mentioned this twice when I was presenting the activities. This is not about the competition. This is not about finding out who in your class is the one who does the end-back task best. This is about training. It's about developing. It's like when you are developing your learners' speaking skills, some of them will make fewer mistakes, and some of them will make more mistakes. You're not going to say you've made 2 mistakes more than João, so you are hopeless. It's the attitude that I show. It's the attitude of the teacher who does not only accept and tolerate errors, who knows that errors are a part, an essential part of the learning process. We were all, not all maybe, but most of us, especially people who are kind of like a bit older than 17, were brought up themselves in an educational system, not all of you, but many of you probably, where making mistakes was actually not celebrated. I can see a few head nods, right? Mm-hmm. And actually we should celebrate mistakes, not when they make them during a test. But in the phases where they are learning, mistakes are signs of learning and totally inevitable. And this is where the teacher needs to come in with support, patience, and tolerance.
Fantastic. Do we have another question? Yes, one more.
Hello. I think my question was already answered, but...
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, bye. But I was super interested in your book, in the Superminds book, but I would like to know if you have any platform in an online website that we can access, like different activities, like the ones that you made with us.
Superminds has, it's all on Cambridge One. You have, for example, I think 20 videos with teaching tips. You have all kinds of games, additional materials, and so on and so forth. If you talk to any of my colleagues from the wonderful Cambridge team, they will actually tell you how you can access those and have a look at all the wonderful things that there are out there.
Okay, thank you so much.
Pleasure.
One more, Herbert?
Yes?
Can I?
Can we?
Yes? Or no?
All right, you guys on the show, go ahead.
First, congratulate for the fantastic talk and bringing neuroscience in very simple terms to us. This is so important and relevant. My question is, going all the places you go, Herbert, how much do you see neuroscience embedded in learning in all the countries you've been to and all the talks you've attended and gone, because this is really important for us?
I didn't quite understand that part where you formed your question. You said how much?
How much neuroscience have you been experiencing and seeing the talks and the places that you've been to?
Okay.
Because you brought it in such simple terms that all teachers, all of us, we need more of that. And how much of that are you seeing around the world where you go, in all the talks that you go to?
That's a very good question. When it comes to neuroscience, we still live in a world where some people still talk about the left and the right brain hemisphere. And other people say, and I'm not ridiculing that you have to do certain physical activities and this trains that part of the brain, etc., etc., etc. So there is still a lot of amateurish thinking out there. And at the same time, there is actually, for the first time, I believe, a growing body of findings from the neurosciences that can be immediately applied in the classrooms. We're still a great distance away from having, or neuroscientists are a great distance away from having fathomed out all the secrets of the human brain. But it's fascinating what insights there are available, and a lot of it, I think, is waiting for being applied. A lot of it is actually waiting for language teaching researchers also to be tried and tested in classrooms, because what we don't want is, we don't want people to go up on stages and just make huge promises that in the end cannot be kept. It needs, especially if we use the term neurosciences, then it needs to be based on evidence. And of course, it is an area that attracts also this kind of like flower power thinking sometimes. And I think that's not necessarily always good. I don't know if this answers your question. Thank you.
And thank you for your time, for your wisdom.
My pleasure.
And for sharing it in such a fun way. Wasn't it fun? Yeah, so thank you, Herbert. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we've been inspired by ideas, insights, art, food, people, and now it's time to be inspired by sound. Here for a special performance is the group Barbatuques.
Obrigado, gente. Boa tarde. Uma honra para a gente estar aqui. A gente agradece à Universidade de Cambridge pelo convite. Nós somos o grupo Barbatuques. O Barbatuques é um grupo que tem mais de 25 anos de história e que, por essa técnica que a gente inventou, acabou de desenvolver uma estreita relação com a educação. Existem muitos professores que usam a nossa técnica para ensinar música e outras matérias também. O Barbatuques desenvolve oficinas em mais de 30 países por aí. E hoje a ideia é que a gente faça uma pequena apresentação para vocês, mas, por uma grande coincidência, eu estou vendo que todo mundo trouxe instrumento. Então a gente vai convidar vocês para tocarem um pouquinho com a gente. Pode ser? Já. Obrigado, gente. Barbatux.
taca tique tum. Tum pá tica tica tum pá. Tá tum tica tica tum tum. Tum pá tum pá. Tac tique tum pá tum tique dugu 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 dugu. Rock and roll, baby.
Quando se canta todo mundo bole. Quando se canta todo mundo bole. Samba da minha terra deixa a gente mole. Quando se canta todo mundo bole. Quando se canta todo mundo bole. Quem não gosta de samba, o sujeito não é. É ruim da cabeça ou é doente da é. Eu nasci com o samba.
Agora que eu vejo que está todo mundo com os instrumentos afinados, a gente vai fazer uma música juntos. Então, eu vou pedir para vocês, quem puder, ficar de pé. A gente vai fazer uma música do nosso repertório, que está no nosso disco Tumpá. Essa música se chama Hit Percussivo. E ela tem duas partes, tá? Então, a primeira parte, eu vou ensinar só com os fonemas, vocês vão repetir e depois a gente vai passar para o corpo, tá bom? Então vai ser assim, ó. Primeiro escuta. Tum, pá. Tum, tum, pá. Tum, tum, pá, pá. Tum, tum, pá. Vocês. Tum, pá. Tum, tum, pá. Tum, tum, pá, pá. Tum, tum, pá. Outra vez. Tum, pá. Tum, tum, pá. Tum, tum, pá, pá. Tum, tum, pá. Ótimo. O tum, a gente vai fazer uma batida do pé. E o pá, palma. Então vai ficar tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, pá, tum, tum. Isso aí. Tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum. Mais uma vez. Reservem esta parte. Vamos para a parte 2. Isso, reserve. Essa segunda parte, a gente tem 4 pedacinhos, 4 partes. E eu vou fazer a mesma coisa. Primeiro eu vou falar os fonemas, depois a gente vai passar para o corpo, tá? Então, escuta só. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. De novo. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. O taca vai ser aqui nas pernas. Teque, toco, pá. Então vai ficar. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. Isso aí. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. Mais uma vez. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. Boa. A segunda parte, ela tem só uma mudança no final. Então, escuta só. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, tum, psh. Vamos lá. Comigo. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, tum, psh. Boa. A terceira parte é igual à primeira. Vamos lembrar. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. E para terminar, tá, taca, taca, pá, pá. Tá, taca, taca, pá, pá. De novo. Tá, taca, taca. Muito bom. Vamos fazer esses 4 pedaços da segunda parte. Vocês estão ótimos, gente, tá? Incrível. Então, vamos lá. 1, 2, 3, 4. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, tum, psh. Taca, taca, teque, teque, to, co, pá. Tá, taca, taca, pá, pá. Boa! Agora vamos fazer todo mundo junto, barbatuques com vocês, um pouquinho mais rápido, desde aquela parte que a gente reservou, do tum-pá, tum-tum-pá, tá bom? Vamos lá? Desde a primeira. Vamos lá? 1, 2, 3, 4 e tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, pá, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, pá, tum, tum, pá, tum, tum. Atenção! Tum, taca, taca, teque, teque, toco, pá. Taca, taca,
T. Pam, pararam, pam.
Podem se sentar, gente. Uma salva de palmas para vocês agora. Muito obrigado.
Hi everyone, the time has come for me to say goodbye to you. This was undoubtedly a very special moment for us and Cambridge, Brazil. I hope that you're leaving today with many ideas to put into practice. And don't leave. Rebecca has something very important to talk to you about the certificates. And if you wanted to follow me on the social medias, my Instagram is simplifica.ingles. Hope to see you all soon.
Well, what a wonderful performance that was by Barbatoux. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. If you could sum up today in one phrase or one insight, what would that be? Write us in the chat box telling us what it is. But, as the ancient proverb says, all good things must come to an end. Right after this transmission ends, you will see a QR code on the screen to download your certificate. The link for the certificate will also be available in the chat box. I can't believe Cambridge Day is coming to an end. But today I realized that every time we add new experiences, colors, sounds, and knowledge to our repertoire, we expand our world. And we as teachers are constantly expanding our world to help our students' worlds grow. I had a brilliant day here with all of these speakers and these interviews, and I hope it was really good for you as well. Take what you learned here today, add some of your own world to it, and create awesome classes this next semester. Take care of yourself, your teacher friends, and your students. And I'll see you next year on Cambridge Day 2023. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you.